time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'll be lying down. When I run around, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna weather. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden. I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor, showtime.
We barely fight, there's one crashing pieces you can cheat. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay victory. Say. I've triggered my soul down. For my pace. We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know, I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor, showtime.
Stranger to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Come sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world.
Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And try can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell 'em who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel
I'm on fire, I'm alive, cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Turn it back. Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you try to push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Put
be
the line
lying
down
down
when I run around, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kind of mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't no way for turning back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor, showtime. Honor, kings,
So guess it's gonna burn up.
honor, kings.
On a careless spree, I turn to violence. On my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor. Who wanna get me juice? Kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I gotta show them, we got no cry. We barely fight as one, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
Follow my
down.
pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a way for turning back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor, showtime. Honor, kings,
So guess it's gonna burn up.
honor, kings.
On a careless spree, I turn to violence. On my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring and Major West League Spring 2025. Two independent tournaments, each featuring 7 top teams from rising powerhouse regions across the globe. Major East features teams from South Korea, Japan, Middle East and North Africa, and South Asia. Major West brings together talents from North America, Latin America, Europe, and Turkey. Each league has a $50,000 prize pool and a clear goal to qualify for the Honor of Kings World Cup KWC. The majors will be split into 4 phases: Ranking Week, Survival Week, Knockout Stage, and Major Last Call. Running from April 17th to May 4th, each phase will become more challenging than the previous, ensuring teams to be on their best forms at all times. The global ban and pick format is in effect from the start, limiting repeated hero picks across the series. Both leagues begin with Ranking Week, a single round-robin best-of-3 format. While it is less punishing in a best-of-3, teams still need smart drafts and broad prep from day one. At the end of Ranking Week, the top 3 teams move to Group S, while the bottom 4 head to Group A for Survival Week. Unlike traditional slow-paced formats, this Week 1 is anything but forgiving. Every match counts. Survival Week ups the ante with double round-robin best-of-5 matches. Here, the global ban and pick rule really kicks in, and teams are put to the test. Hero pool depth, draft strategy, and flexibility becomes essential. There's no hiding behind comfort picks. Only teams that can adapt will survive. In Group A, it's a ruthless fight. Only one team advances, while the rest are eliminated. One stumble could mean missing the knockouts entirely. It's fast, high stakes, and decisive. In Group S, the top 2 reach the upper bracket, while third place drops into the lower brackets of knockouts. The final stretch is the knockout stage, featuring a double elimination best-of-5 bracket. Each league's champion qualifies directly to KWC, meanwhile runner-ups get one last chance in the Major Last Call, a final best-of-5 to secure their World Cup slot. This format rewards consistency, creativity, and composure under pressure. Catch every moment live on our official channels. Every game is a chance to prove your region's strength and your team's readiness for the global stage. The path to honor starts now.
You've walked through the darkest
right now. Give it all, get it out.
Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never surrender. I fight and never fail.
Become a pro player? How hard is that to take another path? Can you walk this path?
Je me suis déjà posé la même question.
Posso percorrere questa strada?
Il l'appelle. Le chemin et le champ de bataille vers le plus grand honneur.
Posso arrivare?
Je ne suis encore personne.
Posso lasciare il mio nome? Inizia a salire su questo palco.
But the moment I tapped my first skill button, the moment I stepped onto the stage, I was no longer nobody. Our names began to shine. In facing the tension of adversity, in facing the frustration of defeat, in facing the uncertainty of the unknown, nothing can block the path I choose. With the light of victory, we pierce through the thorns. The path to honor is here, beneath our feet. Light up. When our footsteps awaken the dawn of the gorge, to walk this path is to walk toward honor.
It's not just about adapting. It's about creating your own path.
Siamo pronti a sconfiggere chiunque si metta sulla nostra strada.
To work down this path, we need to do it together.
Side by side, we walk the road that shapes our fate. Es hora de cumplir con nuestro papel.
Siamo pronti a sconfiggere chiunque si metta sulla nostra strada.
It's time to walk the path of honor.
Welcome everybody to the Honor of Kings Major West League Spring 2025 Day 2 of the Survival Week. I am Blam and with me is the owner of the Humus gang. It is Phil Humus. How are we feeling today, Phil?
I'm feeling great. Casting Survival Week now, and I had to look through the schedule. A lot of these matches really matter here. You know, sometimes throughout the rankings week, some matches are not as impactful. We have some very impactful matches here where the winner is going to decide where they're going to place and where they're going to go moving forward. Every game matters at this point. You want to be at the top of your group. If you're in Group S, get that survival, get that second win in case you need to drop down to lower bracket. And Group A, you guys are playing for your lives down there, you know?
playing for the lives of the top spot, right? Like, that's where I feel like the hardest challenge is in Group A, because only one of them can get through. But what all these teams do have access to is that 50,000 USD prize pool. So 10,000 to the champions. We have 8.5k to the second place. Third place gets 7. Fourth gets 6.5, and then fifth to seventh place still goes and walks away with 6k USD. So a lot of money for these players, even if you get all the way to seventh place, but they all are vying for that top spot. Why don't you take me through today's matches for me, Phil?
We're starting off today with OG versus 9Z Globant into AYLO versus VP, and then Twisted Minds versus 9Z Globant again. And last time I casted, it was actually rankings week where it's best of 3s. Now we have best of 5s today. Very excited for that and to see how it affects the drafts. Blam has briefed me on some games where they brought out some spicy picks. Hopefully we see some more of that today. I'm going to be very excited to see some of those. What are you looking forward to today, Blam?
I mean, it's going to be nice to actually finally get Virtus.pro back onto the broadcast. Obviously, their first game within the survival week was offline, so they played against MKOI. For those that haven't actually seen the standings for that one, it actually went the full best of 5. So VP taking a 3-2 from MKOI, and just like Phil was saying there, that because of the best of 5, there was some spicy picks come through. But it's not only just because of the best of 5, right? It's because we're playing in that global ban pick, which is a mechanic and a system that has been implemented since 2018 in the KPL League, but since Season 3 Invitational, we have adapted it within the global esports of Honor of Kings. So this is where we kind of see some of these amazing, kind of like fresh, funky picks come through, and the ones that kind of only work in certain drafts. Kind of like, for example, MKOI drafting in their Game 2, Miue, and getting the win over Virtus.pro. So really good picks coming through here, but we are going to go and introduce Team A, which is none other than OG Esports. So here they are. This is OG Esports, represented by Keke into the Clash lane, Dao into the jungle, Wen into the mid lane, on into the farm lane, and that is paired up with Muchen as their support pick. And this is a Dream OG, already having a flawless run through the Major West League this far. Are they going to be able to continue it against 9Z Globant?
Keke yesterday, starting off with Mulan, one of his signature picks, that you're already seeing more of these flexible characters, more hero pool come out in the best of 5s here. First pick that had a great performance on that yesterday. Hopefully he pulls it out again. I want to see it again.
Oh, absolutely. It'd be nice, right? It'd be a very good treat for us, but even more of a treat is Team B, which is none other than 9Z Globant.
Representing Argentina, we have 9Z Globant with the sickest jungler in the league, Sick in the jungle, Moon in the mid lane, Destro in the farm lane, Copy Seba as their roamer, and Agron 1 as their Clash laner.
Yeah, again, a very interesting team, able to get out of the ranking week all the way to the 3rd spot. So they are in Group S here right now. Obviously, one of the hardest groups that there are in terms of the competition that they have, right? OG Esports, like I was saying when we introduced it, the OG Esports team is they're currently undefeated all the way from the ranking week, all the way so far into the survival week. Not even dropping around, guys. So this is not even talking about series. This is even going to the micro level and talking about rounds. Not a single one has been dropped, Phil.
It's a tough hand that 9Z is dealt here. They're currently the 3rd seed in their group, ranked 3rd in their group, and they're against a team that has not lost yet. This is not an enviable position, to be honest.
No, not an enviable position. It even shows up here in the head-to-head, right? Like, obviously, you say Sick is the sickest jungle, but I think Dao honestly thinks otherwise. 82 kills to 52. Overall damage is not being, obviously, contested there by about 5k damage there, but over in terms of gold, which sometimes is definitely the part that matters the most, right? Getting that sort of, like, acquisition, getting the resources come through is definitely better than the damage at certain points within the game. And overall team fight participation is a little bit better over to the side of OG Esports. Dao here with 71% compared to the 67%. But we're going to be getting into draft of game 1 very, very soon, right? So the BP is going to roll through. In terms of what we've seen so far, Bill, what are we expecting going into this BP?
I expect the first 3 matches to be fairly similar, as most teams usually play for the momentum, so they're going to pick their best stuff first, and they're going to try to seal it up with a nice 3-0 before they have to, give back and forth wins and pick the more lower tier characters. So I expect the first few games to be similar, but yesterday we seen first pick Mulan too, so anything can happen, to be honest.
Yeah, anything can happen, to be honest. Honestly, like, onto the side of OG Esports, they're just kind of going with picks that they're doing a little bit of fan service, right? Because we know for Keke, he was the champion of the 1v1 series in the Season 3 Invitational, but already 9Z Globant are already banning out those picks onto Dao, right? The pay coming through here is a direct sign onto Dao saying, hey, look, we respect the pick, we just don't want to go against it. Be interesting to see if they actually still decide to go for or lock in the Byron in the this early BP, but over the side of OG Esports, they ban out the Ali as well.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of banning the Pei, taking the Byron. Byron is one of those characters most Clash laners have in their hero pool. Pei is a little bit harder to, instantly pick up. So ban one, take the other one should disrupt OG's early game centric game plan for the most part. But from what I've seen, they were able to bounce back from just about anything though. So I'm not sure what kind of draft 9Z needs to do.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're going to go for the Ogryn, lock it in game 1, right? Try and get this series go into their favor sooner rather than later, right? And I mean, Sick of the Ogryn definitely has displayed some great performance on this pick in terms of trying to, like, just maintain composure and stuff like that. And that's where it's going to be really hard for 9Z Globant, because they don't always necessarily have the strongest early game, and that doesn't generally sort of translate into the late game as well, right? Like, all they need to do onto the side of OG Esports, which we've seen historically within the Major West League, is just go for something that's going to burst down the Ogryn.
Our paths.
Yeah, 9Z opting to ban out these lower tier, more comfort picks on the side of OG, but because of that, we see all these power picks are still available. And when all the power picks are available, the second pick is usually advantage because they get to take 2, whereas you get to take 1. So we see the Ogryn trade for the Long and Diadea here, as we see 9Z round out their composition with Motsu and Channel. Wow, interesting picks.
Yeah, I mean, the Motsu came through yesterday for 9Z Globant as well, especially when they drafted the Ogryn. Obviously, a little bit of a change-up with the Marksman this time around. They've gone for the Chano. Again, everybody knows my stated opinion on the Chano game 1. It's not held the greatest results this far. Obviously, it got its first up in game 1 yesterday, which proved me wrong once. And obviously, a broken clock is rung at least twice per day. But this time around, they may try and prove me wrong again onto the side of 9Z Globant with the Chano pick. But I really like the idea over to the side of OG Esports. I feel like it's one of Muchin's, one of his biggest picks, because again, trying to lock down heroes like the Chano is going to be really easy in terms of getting that bit of farewell onto him. And then obviously at that point, that's where it's kind of Aunt's prerogative to try and get that burst damage from those flaming palms. But as we look at these final banning phases here, a bit of respect being shown over to Keke, Guan Yu getting banned out here, and then even the Dharma. So already we could potentially be seeing something like the Mayin come through over to the side of OG Esports, or even the Byron.
I think they're probably going to take the Byron here, since there's not many other options. Sure, Keke can play anything, but tier-wise, this is probably the highest tier pick that's open right now. They banned out 2 of his other characters here, so we're probably going to see Byron get locked in. And we're back to 9Z's side. 9Z, they have a lot of options in the mid lane here. I'm thinking probably Princess Frost, one of the most reliable combos with Ogryn here, but no, Ganon Mo actually comes out. So they picked 2 very resource-heavy mid and junglers. I'm not sure if that's locked in yet, but in the past has been a bit rough. Wow, Mulan gets hovered as well too.
Imagine, right? If 9Z Globant try and fly. Oh, they do.
It's locked in. It's locked in.
Oh my gosh. They're like, you know what? We saw you. You saw your performance yesterday, KK, and we're a huge fan. So we're going to lock in the Mulan here. But get it over to the Ganon mode. It makes sense, right, though. Like, the fact that they've got the Motsu, the Cannon Blasts, having that artillery kind of aspect of the Ganon mode, having the burst is something they need onto the side of 9Z Globant, because Chano doesn't necessarily have the best burst. He's more so your critical damage, coming in with the soaring signal, but then also using the oppressive leader stance, which is his ultimate, which is summoning those spirit wolves. So I think the Ganon mode, as long as they can create some space onto the side of 9Z Globant, is going to work very well. But one pick that's going to be able to get on top of that Ganon mode is the Luna.
Yeah, Luna's going to be able to fly through this team. There's not much reliable crowd control to lock her down as well, too. And I'm looking at 9Z's composition, and it's very resource heavy. Even the Mulan needs a lot of resources to get going, to get to that point where you can disrupt team fights and not get taken down. I'm interested to see how they will play out the early game. Early game definitely not in 9Z's favor, but if they can survive it, they have great scaling carries on their side.
Yeah, I mean, we can see what kind of could happen here in the early game, right? The Ganon Mo pick onto the side of 9Z Globant. He's got good wave clear. Obviously, a level 1, couple blades coming through is going to shred through those minion waves a lot quicker than, say, something like the Princess Frost. Because what they're going to really be trying to do here, especially like you were saying, Phil, that Mulan needs more resources as well, is they're going to try and get that kind of level 1 advantage against the Byron for the side of OG Esports. Because, again, historically, Byron 1v1 in the early game in the Clash lane is one of the strongest. But yeah, we would, thanks to this is the thrilling season of the major leagues is made possible with the support of EWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide.
Spelling technique.
Alrighty. And shout out to Real Me as well for supporting the series here.
Already a lot of tip for tap though, right? A lot of tip for tap for the side. Oh, Moon getting the
and
first
it begins.
Blood.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay. I was watching out. I was watching out for the idea how it usually Ganimos like to steal your boars. So I was watching out to see if Idea goes ahead and tries to interrupt that there, but did not end up the way that the Idea wanted there. 1-0 starting for 9Z Globant.
I mean, this is the thing with the idea, right? Like, once you commit that enhanced basic attack, it's kind of already too late for you, right? But over to the side of 9Z Globant, they are having a very aggressive early game, and this is what they kind of need to do with OG Esports, especially a team that's always sort of very aggressive, as we can see here, Keke.
It seems like 9Z has definitely studied up on OG's tactics here. As I mentioned in the past, the first week, usually there's a lot of variance because it's your first time you're playing these teams, right? You don't have much research to do on them. Sure, you can watch the games in the past, but nothing's like the week of. But it seems like 9Z is definitely very studied up, knows OG's rotations, able to catch out Mooch in there with probably one that he's done before.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen it with the mid lane as well, is obviously that they need to kind of rotate to the top side of the map as Keke. I mean, Angra 1 is looking pretty low already, as we can see on the minimap there. He's just about survived by the skin of his teeth, just to be able to get back, but recall. But this is going to give Keke a little bit more breathing room to kind of just clear this minion wave with the help of Wen.
It looks like Muchin's going ahead and helping Long clear some of the jungle here, trying to get that level 4. Wow, 4 blades coming out and drops Long onto 1. Barely survives there. One more attack from Wolf would have taken them out here. This early game is actually very impressive from 9Z. They're controlling the game very well against OG, mind you, too.
Yeah, so far, right? Like, honestly, we've seen a little bit of a gold lead already go over to the side of 9Z Globant, but that's going to be kind of like the aid of that Burst Blood. Obviously, gives you a little bit more of a bonus resources in the early game. But right now, I feel like it's just enough to curb OG Esports in the early game, which is probably not going to be enough to get you to win the game. They have to make sure that they maintain this pressure. Cannon Blast coming through thick from Capo here into the bot side of the map, just really trying to give over the advantage into the farm lane.
Looks like Mulan's giving Byron a bit of trouble here as we see Flash come out, combo onto Byron. Byron left on 1's forced to retreat. Usually the health position is traded in this matchup here. Byron's the one with full HP and Mulan's on 1. But it looks like Argo 1 showing that he can wow! 4 blades over the wall.
Going somewhere?
If I'm not expecting it, there's no way Keke was expecting that.
No, I mean, they clearly didn't have any check of where the mid lane was, right? I mean, that should have definitely come over from Wen, right? Because he was going up at 1v1 against Sick into the mid lane. We knew that Moon was missing, but where he was pretty much down to a wild guess at that point, and it was a bit too late.
Sick would have dived onto the bot lane here. As we see one go down, Muchin goes down, Long forced to pop the ult, and Long goes in with the ultimate, actually. As we see him flash back out, might have been a little bit of a mistake here to go in with the ultimate, it seems. As Ganamo's here to cover him. Wow, those blades are devastating. 4 blades always connecting with them here, Moon. And Dao forced to retreat as well, as it's a 4v2 here in the bot lane.
Yeah, very well set up here down to the bot side of the map, especially with the neutral objective coming up here as well. Tyrant should be a easy secure here for the side of 9Z Globant. Looking to contest the Azure Golem, though. Are they able to get it from Dao? Oh, yes, it looks like they did.
The healing on Argrin there was amazing. He was dropped to 20% HP, hits a 2 to 3 man ultimate, and heals all the way back up here. Look how healthy he is. Steals the blue buff as well here. This early game is looking amazing for 9Z, and I dare say they scale better too.
Yeah, they scale better. I mean, as long as they get items and maintain that space for Moon on the Ganamo, right? As long as they start to build those like AP heavy items. We saw the Scepter of Reverberation come through as well, which is kind of like a box standard item for the Ganamo in the early game. There we see Sick finally get the Eye of Phoenix. So he wasn't even actually at critical sort of like HP regen at that point, what we saw in the pit of the Azure Golem. He's now got that full 3rd tier item, which is going to really help and give benefit to the Conductor of Souls. But right now, we are still seeing 9Z Globant ahead by around about 2.4k gold.
Yeah, this is super impressive. I'm gone for 1 week and everything has changed. Like I mentioned, teams are studying up. This is not the 9Z I know from the past. This is definitely not the OG I know from the past here. As we see, I was coming into this thinking it was going to be a bit of a stomp, but it looks like 9Z has way more fight in them than I expected.
Yeah, there's like, hey, Bill's got a broadcast. We need to make sure we change things up. We got to make sure we catch him off guard.
Oh, they caught me off guard, right? And I'm liking the way they're playing, too. They call OG off guard as well, too, as they're up 3,000 gold here against OG.
Yeah, they got to make sure they maintain this T1 in the mid lane, though, right? Because I think if that opens up, that's where the cookie starts to crumble, right? The dam starts to bust a little bit farther for the side of 9Z Globant. Means that Dao has a little bit more access into the jungle. Right now, we're seeing 9Z Globant access into the enemy jungle.
Constantly keeping the pressure on. Every single time that blue buff is up, they go ahead and they pressure it. Every time they do it, I get a bit worried though, because things could go really awry and they can give that lead back up, but they're doing a great job of kiting it and pressuring it without actually putting any of their members in danger.
Yeah, I mean, this is the space that like the likes of the Motsu and the Ganamo really sort of like shine, right? It's like they're able to kind of just lay down the Cannon Blast, but at the same time, Sick on the Orgrin, it's able to kind of go in with the Path of Passing, just being that kind of anchor for the side of 9Z Globant that's really just able to soak a lot of the skills from OG Esports. Because right now, the damage from the likes of on the Lung isn't going to quite come through just yet, but whereas Moon, he's now like, he's way past level 4, right? He has his freshly forged daggers come through, his couple blades are hitting very hard, and now all they need to do is just get the resources, build the items, and it's just become a lot more hard for them.
Yeah, Moon is extremely patient, playing the vision game, always throwing blades out of vision to try and catch the enemy team off guard here. He's definitely been scaling up. He should have Savant coming up, and it's important to note that he's in a lot of these kills here, and Ganamo's passive gives him more damage for participating in these kills, so he's gonna be a menace if he's not already.
Absolutely. I mean, it's proven that way, right? Like, he's already... I mean, majority of those kills are definitely going to go over to Moon, right? They currently are behind by 4 kills onto the side of OG Esports, but something that was... Oh, okay, Dao here.
Oh, here we go. Luna testing their luck here going in, does not quite get the combo they need as they're backed off, and once again, that blue buff gets contested here. Argrin in the front line, I don't know. He hits a 3-man skill too into a heal. Is it enough? It is unfortunately not enough as they burst him down.
Yeah, a lot of damage going over to the side of OG Esports now. I mean, we're getting to around about that 8-minute mark, right? They were able to kind of get the Azure Golem back in a way because it goes over to Arn for the takedown onto Sick, but really, Dao's still going to get punished. He doesn't have the Azure Golem, which for a pick like the Luna is pretty much detrimental, right? But now it means that OG Esports can try and set up this one for the side of themselves, try and take 9Z Globant's Azure Golem.
Yeah, look at this rotation from OG. Instantly after that, they know to walk all the way around and rotate and pressure the Azure Golem, knowing that they do not have the tempo advantage with Sick down for that fight.
Yeah, I mean, they just need to keep that pressure on, right? But it's looking like OG's definitely started to get a little bit more. Yep.
Oh, here we go. It could go either way right now. Keke pops the ultimate, gets a huge shield. Mulan is charging up the skill 1, does not connect, unfortunately, but he does go down. Channel coming in and cleaning up a nice little double kill.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a drive-by there from Chano, right? He's very sort of like unique ultimate. It allows him to kind of just keep shooting, even though he's moving. A little bit like Aaron in a way, but it's just a little bit more frightful. You're just running forward with those Spirit Wolves.
Great mobility. 9Z is doing a great job of getting catches. It looks like OG is getting constantly caught off guard. Their vision game is not as good this game, maybe because the Motsu is able to provide so much pressure and keep people out. Yep. They're not able to walk up and get vision, so they're constantly caught off guard. It looks like Luna into a 1v3, and Luna's fighting a Dao Dao. Dao Dao might be going back for more here as we see Channel on 1 as he gets flanked by the Long on the map. Whoa. They're still going. Motsu gets flash ulted on, and there he goes down. Wow, great flank from Long there. I didn't even know how he got there. He got behind them, actually.
Yeah, I know. He was literally just circulating around the bot side of the map, right? He goes through the enemy jungle, catches off Destra, and then also Kappa Sleeper there as well. So this is already starting to show where OG Esports can come back, right? They've already turned a few K gold deficit to around about 700 gold.
OG starting to catch up, but I do think, and that there we go, 3-man mid here catches Moon. Unfortunately, Moon was holding on to a big shutdown, I'm pretty sure, so that's a lot of gold going back over the way of OG as they are still fighting, this time for their own Azir Golem. Yeah,
it's kind of like the page is turned, right? It's now on the other foot. The shoe is on the other foot for the side of OG Esports. They're now dominating into this mid game as we get into the 10-minute mark. And honestly, I feel like this is the problem with 9Z Globant's draft, right? As soon as one of those main components fall, like now, Kappa Sleeper potentially falling here.
Luna dives too. This is a 5v2 though. They tried to go for the steal there over the wall, but that also puts them in the position to get caught out, and caught out they did as 2 go down. They do get to trade for Dao Dao, which is nice, but it's interesting. I would think this game would... Oh, Byron's still going, but he's not done yet. Ganamo on his high ground tower. Keke in a 1v3, maybe a little bit overzealous there as he gets taken out.
Yeah, a little bit overzealous, but it does give Wen enough time to try and push this T2 into the mid lane. Obviously, the Destructive Deluge has been placed down just as a little bit of a deterrent there for the side of 9Z Globant, but they aren't going to go for the Tyrant here, surely, right? Like, they don't have Smite, but I feel like that's where the good trade came from. I mean, it was a good trade onto the side of OG Esports until they lost Keke, because it was a 2-1 trade. They got the jungle, but they also got the support. But over to the side of 9Z Globant, they did lose the they did lose the jungle as well. So both Smites was down. There was no real lead to try and take these neutral objectives, which is what we see happening here.
Here we go. Sick goes into the pit and tries it again here. It looks like it's probably a Smite fight, but we do have Ganamo on the side of 9Z as well too. But they do not get it. Luna takes it down, and Channel takes out Luna for it. It is a 2-for-1 though currently. Everyone on the side of OG is really low, and they get out.
They do get out, right? I mean, that's the only problem with the Ganamo. As soon as you lay down those couple of blades, you know that Dao Dao knows where you are. So he just dived right on top, did a lot of damage, and then it just gave way for OG Esports to make sort of like a headway to just try and take him out. But they do have to put some pressure. They have to give some kind of housekeeping over to the side of OG Esports, down to their farm lane. Obviously, they are at the higher ground turret, down to that point of the map, which could be frightful for them. It's a little bit of a niggling in the back of your head. They have to maintain that housekeeping down to the farm lane.
Here we go, another fight comes out mid here. There's not much fight here. It just looks like a bit of wave clear, but they're turning into a fight as Keke goes in onto Argon 1. He is charged up a full skill 1. Oh, it does not quite connect there, unfortunately. It looks like 9Z starting to rush things now. They're not as calculated as in the early game where they played out of vision. They're playing a little bit more reckless here, walking up. No real objectives to take there. We know that the Primal debuff is on OG, so they're not really worried about losing the Overlord. And this is not looking good for the side of 9Z Joe. The tempo of the game has completely flipped, and they went from being up 3k gold down 4k. Wow, those blades are deadly.
Very deadly. I mean, this is the only thing they've really got going for them there at the side of 9Z Globant. Like you said there, Phil, like they are playing a little bit more reckless, but this is what happens when you lose composure. It's just that you've lost the kind of the mental in the game. You don't have the clear lead anymore, and this is where OG Esports kind of gets into their minds. It's kind of like, right, guys, we've broke them down a little bit. We've taken off their kind of like main team fight potential, which is obviously Orgrim when he gets taken out. It's a lot harder to fight on the side of 9Z Globant, but they are still trying to commit here. Destiny Counter does get exhausted, but it looks like they may try and bait a fight around this Shadow Overlord.
I like that the Mulan's watching the flank, not letting Byron walk in that way to threaten their carries, as we see 6 secure this Overlord. I'm pretty sure they still had the Primal debuff there, or maybe it just ran out, so it was not gonna go over to the side of OG likely, but they tried to stop them though, and it unfortunately did not work out.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, this is a little bit of a Hail Mary here for the side of 9Z Globant, right? They're able to get the Shadow Vanguard put down. You can already see that the Succubus Cloak is coming onto Angra 1 here. A lot of that magic damage resistance come through, and already Path of Passing being committed here, trying to just poke and prod the side of OG Esports. No real fight to be taken just yet.
Looks like teams are going... 9Z is actually working their way into OG's jungle here. This could be deadly. It looks like OG is aware of it as they're trying to collapse on them here. Motu, Ganemo, these characters are not good at getting engaged on though. So if they get caught in a bad spot, it is rough. Keke in a bit of a 1v3. Box comes out, catches Keke. Keke takes a lot of damage as he goes down here. Luna dives in and out and barely gets away. The Mulan pick is surprising me here. Is doing a lot in these fights, being able to shove and move around Keke, not letting their carries get dove.
Yeah, I mean, it's the CC immunity as well, right? Those properties from the Mulan is really going to help Angra 1 into these team fights, because in terms of the CC, obviously, they do have the likes of the Destructive Deluge, the Frozen come through. They have the Diadea as well as the Byron with the knockup, and then obviously Luna as also. So there is a lot of CC in terms of like single target onto the side of OG, but that CC immunity from Angra 1 on the Mulan is definitely paying dividends into these team fights. Looking to take a few T2s here. They take it down into the mid lane with the Vanguard here, potentially. Looking to push this high ground turret.
Luna goes in here and gets boxed up, and she gets out. Luna's just so mobile here. We see Diadea ultimate come out. This is not actually looking like a good push to the side of 9Z. Argren's getting caught up a bit here, but there's just so much healing. I don't think they're gonna go down here, but it looks like they do not get the push they wanted as OG clears up both the Shadow Vanguards.
Yeah, just trying to creep a bit of space here, but Arn, he's not giving them there. Oh, the flaming bombs onto Capo.
Look at Mulan in the bush here, trying to get a catch, but the enemies do not come his way. As who did go over? It did go over to 9Z as they secure it, but they will lose sick for it here.
Even Dastro as well.
Nice trade there. Both marksmen trading. And we see Mulan get a bit caught out here in a 4v1. Can he get out with that CC immunity? He's immune to CC, but he's not immune to damage. He gets 4v1 in front of his high ground.
Yeah, unfortunate there. I mean, even though Moon does a lot of damage, it's just not enough to keep Angra 1 alive. And now they have the minion wave down to the bot side of the map. It's all down to Moon to try and mitigate this minion wave, but he's too far away. They are potential to be able to get this higher ground turret into the side of 9Z Globant. It has been a valiant effort for the side of 9Z Globant, but now we are starting to see their base is falling apart.
OG playing it really safe there. They could have probably made a push for the end there. 4 was down on the side of 9Z, but they decided to play it safe, back up, regroup, and it's interesting to see how one failed push can really turn a game. 9Z had two Shadow Overlords down in the bot lane, and OG turned that from them getting pushed by 2 to getting the high ground on the side of 9Z in like a 30-second span.
Exactly. That's all they need to do. They need to make sure they're maintaining that, right? Like, if they get those kills into the team fight, it becomes very troublesome for the side of 9Z Globant, especially when they don't have that front line like Angra 1 on the Moonland or even Orgren right now. But they have to make sure that they can just make sure they take these next few team fights onto the side of 9Z Globant in a positive spin. They have to give priority down to the bot side of the map as well. They have lost their high ground turret. They need to do a little bit of housekeeping on their own side now.
I like how 9Z is approaching this fight, looking for some poke with the Ganemo and the Motsu. Unfortunately, not much connecting, but if they did connect a few more of those skills, they maybe could have pushed in and fought them on the Overlord while they were softened up. And if they approach fights like that going forward, it should be fairly advantageous. 9Z, even though they're down to high ground, they have very impressive wave player. I'd say better wave player than OG from range. Motsu and Ganemo. Ganemo gets live here, Splendor being popped. And here we go. It looks like OG's making a push for the end here with the Overlords now.
I mean, this is the problem when still a lot of fight going on here.
Mulan here flashes onto 2, but it's just not enough damage. If they were softened up, that skill 1 on 2 would have probably taken him out, but they were full HP. And Ganemo survived, so they're still able to wave clip, but 2 high ground towers down, they might start getting choked out now by these minions.
Yeah, joked out of this so far, right? Like, they have to just make sure they're pushing these Vanguards onto the side of 9Z Globant. They have to watch out. There's a Vanguard at the Crystal that we have to think inside the box being used here for the side of 9Z Globant, but now they're able to wave clear that Vanguard off the table, right? They're trying to push this. Their OG Esports need to press the execute now.
OG is up 3 high ground towers. They're still fighting here. Keke bought a lot of space for them to go ahead and take out the middle high ground. Even if they do not win off this push, though, it's looking pretty bad. It looks like they do win off that push here. Even if they did not win off that push, they had 3 high ground towers down. And that is one of the most insurmountable things that can happen to you in this game.
Yeah, I mean, the point where it all started to fall apart, right, was the fact when we started to see 9Z Globant lose some of these team fights, because that early game was so impressive onto the side of 9Z Globant, right? Like, Moon on this Ganamo was so frightful, and the fact that he just had so much room and so much domination and so much damage to give over to the side of OG Esports just meant that OG Esports had a really difficult time trying to make ends meet in that early game, but it wasn't until when we started to see some of those items come through onto the likes of Dowdo, playing very more precise on the Byron was Keke. They were able to kind of like access into the team fights and just basically break them down one by one.
Super impressive Ganamo play, always out of vision, you know, no one knew where he was at. And at a moment's notice, you could be gone half health from those 4 blades. So really impressive play there. Unfortunately, they could not maintain that lead enough. I like that they constantly pressured their the enemy team's Zero Golem every single time. They got the first 3 or 4, but once one of them slipped and it gave OG a little bit of room to stand on. Like I said, you give them an inch, they take a mile. They go ahead and claw it all the way back. And they were still in the advantage position when they were pushing bottom. But once that dive there failed, they were able to turn it completely all the way back from defending their bottom high ground to taking the enemy high ground.
Exactly. I mean, that's the turnaround that they needed, right? That's the pressure that they needed to kind of reciprocate onto the side of 9Z Globant, because realistically, that's where their weakest lane was. And most times that's where these teams need to sort of kind of put their like really sort of like quicker the pace up in terms of trying to turn around that team fight, trying to turn around the game, is making sure you're taking those weak points and turning them into your strengths, which is exactly what OG Esports did there in that game 1. But it wasn't the most kind of like believable victory there from OG, right? Like 9Z Globant definitely rolled with the punches. They were able to have that great early game, and honestly, if they maintain this and just kind of clean up those team fights and just play a little, like adjust to the team fights as the level scales, right? You don't want to constantly keep taking that same team fight and the same positioning that you've been doing since minute 4. But let's look at the post analyticals here. We are seeing a lot of kills go over to obviously Moon on the Ganamo, obviously Beast on this time around. Destro with 6, 3, and 2 as well. And obviously Sig was just kind of just the front line there, just to soak up a lot of that damage. But in terms of the itemization, nothing quite out of the ordinary here. Obviously you have the likes of the Void Staff, the Scepter Reverberation, Savant's Wrath coming onto the side of Moon here, which is just kind of like your typical items onto the Ganamo. And then for the rest, very, very similar. But in terms of where the damage is dealt, this is where it starts to all kind of unfold, right, Phil?
Of course. Interesting to note, I'm looking at some of these numbers. Dowdo got invaded all game by all of the side of 9Z Globant, and he's at 14,700 gold compared to 11,000. So even though he got invaded, he was able to find gold elsewhere. He didn't get that many kills, but he was able to dive and get those shutdowns when he did get those kills. The damage is pretty split on side 9Z. 3 carries. They're not one person carrying the team in damage. I'm surprised the Ganamo didn't do more damage. I think most of it came out in the early game, whereas later on he was forced to itemize into the Splendor and kind of keep himself alive from the Luna and Byron dives, so he wasn't really focused on doing damage. But look at that graph. Topsy-turvy right there. Started all red. It looks like it actually went down the opposite way of how I expected. I expected OG to win the early game, but then if 9Z can survive, they claw back the late game. But it's actually the scaling team won early game, and then OG, the more early game focused team, ended up winning the late game, right?
Exactly, but looking at the MVP here, it is going to be On. Again, had a really good performance. It definitely was like a sneakier kind of approach that we had to the Lung, especially like when we saw the pickup onto where 9Z Globant was trying to retreat into their own jungle, right? And then out of nowhere, boom, On comes in, takes down Destra, takes down Kappa Saper as well. So just coming out of nowhere, out of these brushes, just with the flaming palms, it's like, guys, I've got you, OG Esports. I'm going to make sure we create the room for ourselves. And with 8-1-5, we're going to see how this all played out in the highlights.
Here we go. Here's kind of the beginning of the end here, as you see OG have a little bit of a lead, and they're starting to win fights. They're starting to take out Moon. Moon wasn't really going down in the early game, but as these assassins and divers get more items, you can't survive all these dives. He was even forced to itemize into early Splendor to keep himself alive here, as he gets pushed off of these objectives. He has to stand over the wall to try and secure, but also when you do miss that secure, everyone knows where you are. Here's the Mulan 1v4. It was close. Not that close.
Yeah, not that close. And the fact that they dropped the Destructive Deluge as well, it was kind of like, there was one exit for Angra 1 to have, and they dropped the Destructive Deluge at the higher ground turret. It's kind of like, guys, it's kind of GG. I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place right now. So he had to take the L there, unfortunately. But like you were saying, Mulan did definitely play very well into this one, especially with the CC immunity aspects of this hero. Came through very well for the side of 9Z Globant, but it just wasn't enough to kind of create that sort of mid-game menace that they needed to, right? Like, they knew onto the side of OG Esports where to focus, and it was definitely Moon on the Ganemo, and then follow up with either Capo, because obviously that was the creation of space from the Cannon Blast. But speaking of creation of space, we're going to get a bit of mind space here for both of these teams as we take a short break. So don't go anywhere, guys. Game 2 coming soon.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't bow to fear.
Welcome back, everybody, to the day 2 of the survival week of the Honor of Kings Major West League Spring 2025. I am Blam, and back with me once more is Phil. We have just had a destructive game 1. I don't think there was a better way to really start off this day, unless it was a massive upset onto the side of 9Z Globant, right? Like, taking a round off of OG Esports would have been probably my dream way to start day 2.
That was definitely not a game 1 I expected. Composition-wise and team-wise, 9Z completely switched up their field here, winning the early game with the scaling comp here against OG of all teams, an undefeated team. They are still undefeated as they won that game, but it looked really close. They were very beatable, and I think 9Z actually won most of the game. It's just that near the tail end, a few catches swung the momentum on the side of OG. But 9Z for sure is a honorable opponent for OG here.
Very honorable opponent, and even more honorable to stats that I've been really kind of beating home back with the West League is that the Chano game 1 victory rate is not that great, and once more it showed through. But to be honest, I do have to give it to Destro though. Like, this is no like talk down to Destro. He played very well on the Chano. He got some really good like kills in the early game, but I feel like it's just like the big separation of that game 1 was when it was the difference of when OG wasn't playing as a team fight to when they were playing in a team fight. That's where the difference came through. But less of game one. Let's see what this BP can actually bring through for both of these teams in game two. 9Z Globant going for that first pay ban. And then over the side of OG Esports, they don't want to allow that idea to come through.
There's a good chance we're going to see all pay bans tonight here, as 9Z does not want to deal with Dao Dao's pay. We see the Long and Diadea banned out, as OG has just exhausted those, and they don't want the enemy to get a chance to do it too. But that leaves up to Arlie, and it looks like Arlie should be first picked here on the side of 9Z.
Yeah, I mean, it's something you don't want to give over to Arm, right? Like, if you give over an Arlie, that's kind of like you right in your own death wish there at the same time, because it's such a big pick into the first drafts. But it's going to be OG Esports picking up the power couple from week one, which is the Princess Frost and Liang. If you want to kind of just run us through what this combo is kind of capable of, though.
That is the dynamic duo here. What I always say is simple game plans, simple win conditions is how you should play MOBAs, and it streamlines everything. And that's a very simple win condition. The Liang goes ahead and ults them. They're forced to stand still. Princess Frost drops the Blizzard on top of there, and it's a 1-2 combo that no one can really survive.
No one can really survive. And I mean, it's going to be great to shutting down the Arlie as well, right? Because yes, you can kind of like leaf step out of there, but at the same time, as soon as that suppression's locked in, unless some CC comes from Angrawan on this Dharma, it's going to be very hard to get that Arlie free, right? So you're going to be seeing pretty much everybody trying to position around Destro on this Arlie. But let's look at this last little bit of the pick phase for the side of OG Esports. They are going within the Orgrin as well, right? So even if they drop down the Winters here for the Princess Frost, they could be contested with the Conductor of Souls as well, which we saw bear a lot of fruit for the side of 9Z Globant in the early game when we saw that huge HP regen come through for Sick.
A lot of junglers being banned out on the side of OG, Prince of Langling and Dan Wei here, as we see the same kind of Clash Lane bans come out from 9Z. It looks like OG likes to prioritize their mid and junglers first, so they're making Keke pick a little bit later, so he gets a lot of bans targeted at him. Yep. I really like the Zhongfei pick. Being able to use that Unbridled Outburst ultimate from such a far range to maybe interrupt the Lang while he's suppressing someone is a good engage here. As you know, he's forced to stand still there, and that could free the Arlie, like you mentioned. Arlie probably still won't survive because it's too much damage, but if someone like the Dharma gets grabbed, maybe he can go ahead and save them.
Yeah, I'm really interested to hear they go for the newer here onto the side of 9Z Global potentially. I mean, we were seeing a little bit of a power couple come through yesterday where we always saw Zhongfei and the Yi Xing come through, which again, this time around actually hasn't been banned or picked for either of these teams. It's not going to go over to OG Esports because they have the Princess Frost, right? But we are going to get a little bit of a new addition. A new kid on the block is Arta into the jungle for the side of 9Z Globant.
I love Ada, but he does not see too much love. I'm pretty sure this is the first time he's picked here.
Yep.
He is a tank in the... What role are they playing him now? It looks like they're playing him... Jungle Ada, yeah, Jungle Ada here. Very interesting. He's sometimes played as Clash. I think he's more traditionally played in Clash, but he could also jungle as well there, a tank. I'm going to call this 9Z composition the line composition. They have the Zhongfei ultimate in a line into the Nua ultimate in a line. If the Ada can trap them there with that ultimate and push them all against the wall, this could be very devastating. Very Wombo-y composition on the side of 9Z, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing, though. Like, with a combo-orientated draft, you have to make sure you execute it with finesse, right? Like, if one little bit of that combo falls apart, it becomes a non-starter. So they've really got to put kind of like all their eggs in one basket here with this combo. Like you said, with the Ghost Ship, with the Unbridled Outburst, and even Dharma here, you could be really setting up some kind of like out-of-the-park field kind of truth mantras when you mix it up with the Ghost Ship. But at the same time, the side of OG Esports, they have the Orgrim, right? So the Path of Passing is going to come through. You could just glide over the Ghost Ship. He's going to be like, you can put that down anywhere, bro. I can go over it with my Path of Passing.
OG with a very OG composition. They're the only team that really utilizes Lang with this much favor, being able to first rotation the Liang and Princess Frost. Princess Frost also has great synergy with the Agron. It's very synergy heavy team outside of OG, whereas 9Z is mainly all in on that one team fight. They do have a lot of enablers here. Even if the Truth Mantra misses, the Zhongfei's Unbridled Outburst could help convert all these ultimates. So they have a good amount of options on the side of 9Z, and I'm interested to see how they play out the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Capo on this Zhongfei yesterday as well. He had a really good sort of display on it. It was against Twisted Minds. I think, yeah, he played very well. He was kind of able to catch out a lot of sort of the back lane. He was trying to put pressure in between turrets as well, using the Unbridled Outburst, like you said, Phil. But this is all about now, right? Game 2 between 9Z Globant and OG Esports. Obviously, first game, 9Z Globant had a very dominant early game. Are they going to be able to kind of trade this with this draft in Game 2, Phil?
We actually see the Zhongfei start bottom. That's not something you see very often. Usually, especially if they go smite, they like to mess around in the enemy jungle and cause some havoc. But they really want to make sure that the Arlie does not fall behind. Starts in that lane here. Doesn't go for an invade yet. And it looks like both sides are invading each other here, as there's a little bit of a skirmish top. Early game, there's not much damage. Oh, Moon making a play for it, maybe? Yeah, early game, usually no... Early game, no kills usually go out. There's just not enough damage in any of the characters. But I'm not sure who secured that boar there, but it was good of OG to go ahead and threaten the farm on the side of 9Z.
Yeah, I mean, they got to do something instead again, right? I mean, Keke expanding the flash there of Angler 1, so they know that he's low health and is susceptible to a gank in the next, like, few moments whilst that common skill's on cooldown. But like you were saying there about Zhongfei down to the bot side of the map, Capo knows that 1v1 against the Arlie and the D-Ranger doesn't normally always favor the Arlie, right?
Yeah, especially early game here, the D-Renji has a much more utility than the Arlie, which needs to kind of stack some items, get some Doomsdays going on. But Arlie will take down Dao here before he goes down, and On cleans it up. Very bloody bot lane here. Okay, I see why they sent Kapasuiba down there, because they will force a fight on the Arlie if they get a chance.
Yeah, they need to, right? They need to, because they can't let Arlie just have a free game. They can't let Destra just farm up and get into that late game potential, right? Because you know he's going to be going for his staple first item, which is obviously the Doomsday. Oh, okay. Enforcing the flash from Wen there is going to be sort of the pejorative there for 9Z Globant to make sure that they do have a little bit more eyes onto Wen into this next team fight. Didn't use the Winter is Here, so he still has an ultimate, a little bit of a sort of get out of jail card if it needs to be. But we haven't seen any kind of precision being landed just yet.
Well, we see a skirmish here, but they're walking right into the hands of OG as we see Muchin gliding in with the ultimate, and that should be all she wrote for Arlie there. It looks like that was an amazing bait from On, making it look like he's 2v1 here, and then kites into the bush, and then out of nowhere, the Princess Frost and Liang come out, and they take out Arlie.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I really like about this combo, right? Is the fact that the wave clear comes through. The main thing that the whole with the Liang and the Princess Frost is they're going to be heavily rotating to either of these side lanes just to basically change the whole dynamic for your team. And right now, it's showing dividends, right? Like, look at that T1. It's already pretty much battered before the 4-minute mark. It's put a lot of pressure down to that bot side of the map, which we know is going to be kind of very fruitful and very present heavy in the next moment or so when those neutral objectives come up. And right now, OG Esports are definitely ahead in terms of the gold as well. So they are getting those kind of puzzle pieces together to set up a good neutral objective fight.
Both teams super patient there. Muchin sees Moon in the bush, but does not do anything. They're just kind of all staking each other out, looking for a good play. As we see Dao come down and try to catch Nua. Does not quite connect. We see Teleport come out onto Ghost Ship. And it looks like a catch onto Wen here mid-rotation. A lot of ultimates being expended on side of 9Z. But they do get a catch. They need to now relax, as they do not have the Zhongfei ultimate for a while for the first objective spawn. And if they can just delay this until they get that back, that would be nice. But OG is not going to let that happen likely, as they know the side of 9Z is pretty weak now.
Yeah, I mean, this is the good thing about the D-Ranger as well. I mean, on this pick, knows that he has the Imperial Order, and especially going on to something like Zhongfei, so Kapasipa knows that physical damage reduction as well as a magical damage reduction comes through when that Imperial Order does land, and you can already see here with the XP level difference for the side of OG on over to Destro is 1 level ahead, and in terms of the gold, he is around about 600 gold ahead, so he's already built the Bark Forged Daggers, so his poke potential has become a little bit better, and in terms of attack speed, it's become a lot more ferocious, but it's going to be a takedown into the mid lane onto Moon.
We pan over and we see that combo I'm talking about. Speaking of combo, Zhongfei and Dharma coming in here. We're Ghost Ship combo here. No, Ghost Ship does not come out, but they do get pushed in the wall. They get one here. They get Wen once again, but they go down for it. When they pick a composition like this with the Liang and the Princess Frost, it's like you're kind of playing with 2 supports. It's not good that Wen goes down, obviously, but it's a less crucial piece of the puzzle, I'd like to say here, on the side of OG, and it looks like Wen is going down for most of these fights.
I mean, you can see where the damage is going to be coming from, right? Like, they're really focusing heavily on here, so that's why with this Liang and Princess Frost combo, that's where they kind of need that sort of splash damage to come from with the D-Ranger, the attack speed coming through, laying it down thick, and then if you're able to actually catch out one of like the tankier heroes onto the side of 9Z Globant with the suppression, you land the Imperial Order, that hero is going to get melted thanks to that damage reduction.
For sure, D-Ranger, a great pick to bring some firepower to what is a lower damage team here on the OG. They have a lot. They're CC heavy, but they're low on damage until the D-Ranger pick. And D-Ranger goes ahead and gets, wow, perfect cleanse of the Truth Mantra there. It almost looked like he didn't even get hit by the Truth Mantra. Cleanses it in midair before he could even touch the wall there. That was super impressive.
Yeah, it was like, Truth Mantra, completed it, mate. Like, honestly, you're not going to catch me. I do have the legal immunity here, and it's definitely going to help the pick for the D-Ranger. Arn is not going to get picked up anytime soon. It's a sort of like very low cooldown in terms of his skill as well, and it's his second skill. It's not like it's an ultimate as well. He has it at his dispense whenever he pleases, and right now we are seeing a takedown of the T2s into the clash lane. So right now, Angra 1 doesn't have the priority into that clash lane, which causes trouble for the side of 9Z Globant.
When we say this is the best of the West, we mean it. On cleansed a Dharma combo that came from Fog of War, by the way. He did not see Dharma. He was in the bush. He was able to react in literally split seconds. And that was just so impressive. I almost at a loss for words of how impressive that is.
I mean, it's good to be caught out of the words, right? Just be speechless at the plays of Honor of Kings Esports, but a bit of a battle here around the Crimson Golem.
Oh, this could be bad for OGS. They don't have everyone here ready where all 5 of 9Z is here. They go ahead and they do not convert any of it fast enough, though. As OG rotates down in time, Charlotte dives, should go down here. Oh, barely goes down there. There we go. Arlie gets the kill. I'm surprised that turned out so poorly. If they maybe pulled the trigger a little bit earlier there, they could have gotten it because they had all 5 members on the bot side tower, whereas OG still had D-Renji and Charlotte rotating down, not in position yet. But I think they played it a little bit too slow, respecting the side of OG, not knowing that their teammates were not in position.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, the annihilation from downtown takes down Wen, which is pretty huge for the side of 9Z Globant, able to pick off Wen. He seems to be sort of like the scapegoat in the entire of OG Esports' draft here. But hey, if they draft anybody as the most valuable player, I will disagree, because if anybody has to exhaust 3 ultimates to kill the Princess Frost, to me, that's the ultimate value.
Yeah, Wen usually covering the rear of the team, letting everyone escape, and then laying down those skills to get them out safely. It is getting them out safely, though, and not himself, as he usually goes down.
Exactly. But sick here, potentially get in, trying to just take a bit of prod here, get a bit of intel onto the side of OG Esports, trying to sort of just get into the back line here, but Dao is just trying to get a fight on 2 fronts.
Dao is going into a 1v3, buying his team a lot of space. We see Dharma here fighting a 1v3, 1v4 of his own. Barely does not kill Keke. Keke is still going in on 1 HP. Wow.
Very, very close there, right? I mean, Moon dropped down the Annihilation, but Keke was able to kind of get out of the range, out of that line of the Annihilation there. It did mean that Angra 1 was still able to fall, and you can kind of see here that there's a whole K difference just in the clash lane alone. And then when you look over to the jungle, it's kind of like night and day, right? That's 3K difference between these junglers. Arta doesn't have the fastest rotations, doesn't have the fastest clear, so that's already kind of like a non-starter for the side of 9Z Globant as they get approached in the higher ground turrets.
Yeah, we have not talked about the economy of these two teams because there's so much action going down. But OG is up 7,000 gold here, and the Argrin is definitely scaled up. The more I think about it, I actually don't like the Ada pick here, because Ada, usually you stay in a fight, you can actually survive at low HP for a long time. You have all those resistances, right? But, oh, as we see, it gets grabbed up here by the Liang, and oh no, he looks for a play. Does he get out? That's the thing. Ada can survive at low HP for a good amount of time because of his kit, but Argrin just canceled that all out. If you're under 10%, I'm going to kill you here. So the Ada pick, not the best here the more I think about it.
Yeah, the execute coming through. The Ada is kind of just being like a bit of more of a front line, right? It was so that Angra 1 didn't have to necessarily be the front line. He was kind of trying to get the catch off into the back. But that's the whole point of the Dharma, is you need that pressure into the clash lane to be able to kind of be like, right guys, I've taken their T1. My T1's still standing. It means I can come and be a little bit more present into the team fights. But there has been no point in that Clash Lane matchup where the Dharma has been ahead of Keke on the Charlotte, right? Like, Keke on the Charlotte, he's still got all these turrets. Matter of fact, all of OG Esports lanes still have their turrets.
Yeah, there's no shot that Dharma's going to be able to contest the Charlotte here. Dharma's mainly just playing for that mid game where they can do that combo we mentioned in the draft, and they need one of those combos fast as they are bleeding gold and towers are coming up as all the waves are pushing in to the side of 9Z. If there was a time to pull the trigger and make a play, it is going to be now.
Yeah, no, it seems like a little bit too late though, right? I mean, they lost the high ground turret down to the bottom side of the map. We're already seeing a little bit of damage being zapped over to Capo onto the side of 9Z Globant. Able to clear the mid wave into the minion wave, the middle wave though, so it stops the takedown of that higher ground turret. But this is going to be OG Esports with the Shadow Tyrant, right? So this is where it also pays a lot of respect over to the D-Ranger pick. So he also still gets that chain lightning effect because he has a Spark Forge dagger as well. He gets the increased movement speed. He already has that promise passive.
Another suppress coming out here. Anytime a suppress comes down with the Liang, there's almost no way to survive it unless they're instantly ready to react and convert it into a fight. And we see on the bottom side of the map here, Argrin taking out 2 executes here onto Destro and Kapasoba, and that should be all she wrote. So you just have to wait for minion waves. And Ada and Nua here forced to defend in a 2v5.
Yeah, a bit of a lifeline here for the side of 9Z Globant because they don't have an immediate minion wave, but there is one rocking up into that mid lane right now as we see an OG Esports try to push this Crystal.
When walking up, trying to give his team space. Once again, will maybe go down for it here. No, he barely gets away. They're trying their best. They will take out Wen as a participation award in this game here, but that is going to be GG.
Yeah, like I said, Wen is basically the scapegoat into this draft, right? Like, they're all focusing Wen. They really don't want the winter to change. They don't want to change the climate within the Gorge for now. But at that point, OG Esports can expend the Princess Frost. They are just able to dominate with Arn on the D-Ranger, Keke on the Charlotte as well. That's where their true damage is really trying to come from onto their roster there. But it's just the driving force of OG Esports. They didn't give 9Z Globant the chance to just get any kind of, like, real space within that game 2 because they know that if they do give them space, it ends up like game 1 and OG Esports have to fight for that comeback.
That game was a lot more similar fashion to how OG usually plays there. So much stuff is happening at all points of the map. They're invading top board. There's a fight in the enemy Crimson Golem. And that is the way that's the way they play that overwhelms these teams. Game 1, we didn't see that at all. They never really went to the enemy jungle, never really pressured them. Maybe it's the first game of the day. You know, they had a long night last night, but now they're locked in and they are ready and they are taking everything.
Yeah, I mean, it was like you said in the draft though, right? Like the fact that 9Z Globant was very heavily dependent on a combo lock-in there. And the fact is that if one of those kind of pieces does fall apart, that combo just naturally crumbles as well. So that's to the side of 9Z Globant. I feel like the Arta pick was a little bit of a sore pick within the BP. It's kind of like a last shot. From the top of my head, they could have gone for the Dune, right? Yes, it's a best of 5. You kind of want to save certain picks for certain parts in the best of 5. But when you're against OG Esports, the reality of getting to that 5 rounds becomes a lot more of a kind of like a pipe dream than it is a possible reality. So I would have locked in the Dune to be a little bit more sustainable, actually have a means of getting out of these team fights with the Unruly Blades. But hey, maybe they'll commit it into this next game. If they don't use it now, they probably won't be able to use it again. But realistically, I don't think we've seen much Dune from Sick, if I think off the top of my head. Even yesterday, not one game did we see Sick play the Dune. So potentially, maybe he has a gripe against his pick, but it could have sorted out this draft here a little bit better, I feel like, in this game too.
Yeah, I would definitely not pull any punches against OG. Waiting for it to go to game 5 is a wishful thinking there. I also would have pulled out the Dune. I was thinking maybe they're potentially saving it for the Dune Dolia because a lot of people like that combination, you know, and they could not draft Dolia in that draft. So that's why they last picked Ada. But yeah, Ada into Agharon, not the best pick there. You want to stay alive at low HP. Any of these characters like Monkey or Ada that are very resistance-based tanks are not good against Agharon because he can just execute you at 10% health, right? Doesn't matter how much resistance you have in the middle of combat, how much stats you built up, you will just die instantly against the Agharon here. So Dune, probably a little bit of a better pick there, but let's see what goes on. Maybe they are saving it for the Dolia combo. Dolia is still available and is a contested pick that neither teams have picked or banned yet.
Yeah, very highly contested, but you saw there that Dao Dao was like 9-1-6 at the end of that. The KDA coming through very thick for the side of OG Esports, and it is actually Dao Dao getting the maximum damage come through as well, because obviously once he lands his skills, he kind of zaps out on all fronts, so he's kind of getting multiple aspects of damage come through for himself. But then over to the side as Wen, he is getting 70k. I think he finished off with around about 4 kills in total, so he wasn't kind of like just the very passive Princess Frost. Wen was actually getting kills, same with On, but it was more so just the pressure of the team fight. This is where the draft of OG Esports kind of seemed a little bit more like a familiar, more well-oiled machine, is because all these components work when you are playing at a team fight, whereas the side of 9Z Globant, they are really heavy on that combo, like you said, and the gold graph kind of backs us up here as well, Phil.
Yeah, OG just never gave up their lead at one point throughout the entire game here. A complete departure from game one where it was 50-50, you know? 9Z won the first half, OG won the second half. OG won all the halves in this game here. And the Argrim pick is amazing against all these bruisery tanks on the side of 9Z, because they don't have the damage to take him out. And if they don't have the damage to take him out, he gets to just start beaming them and sustaining here. As we see his MVP Dao Dao, 33% of team damage. A lot of that is probably from executing all these big tanks. Doing 10% of their max HP and true damage will definitely add up. 916 damage taken 37% as well too. The ultimate frontline, not only being able to shield your team from a lot of damage, but being able to take out the enemy team as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's the best of both worlds, right? You're also getting the executions, but you're also soaking the damage for your team. And 916 is a great KDA scoreboard to have there. And we didn't really see much of a hesitant kind of Dao Dao onto the Orgrin. He hasn't quite been able to pick up those big assassin picks. He has the Luna. Wasn't the biggest performance, but this time around, he was a driving force of OG Esports, as we're going to see here in the highlights.
Yeah, that combo from Zhongfei is probably the only one I've seen. I would like to see a lot more combos like that, where the team piles up their ultimates and then tries to convert him here. But it seems like 9Z throughout the game, since they're a little bit behind, we're playing a little bit more scared. In this composition, you just got to know when to pull the trigger, because if you hesitate, you're just going to start losing objectives.
Yeah, losing objectives, losing teammates, right? I mean, you saw towards that team fight that Keke was always diving into the backline, trying to take out Destra and also Moon, because as soon as you take those two big picks off to the side of 9Z Globant, they have no damage. So Nua and the Ali are huge damage outputs here, as we just saw there. The deletion of Angro there, even though the Annihilation actually landed on the Dao Dao, just did not do enough damage. He's just there, being able to sustain so much damage on this Orgrin.
That fight right there where Keke was on 1 HP on Charlotte just shows the type of player he is, all right? If I was in team play, I'd definitely be yelling at him to back off. Argrin has for sure got the kill here, but he wants to keep fighting it, even on 1 HP, risking death. But that is it for this match here. We're going to be going into Game 3 soon, but before then, we got to take a quick break.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can learn better, but can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major West League Survival Week Day 2. I am Blam, and with me again is Phil, Mr. Yumis, the owner of the Yumis Gang. Obviously, find him on all social medias. He does put out a lot of content onto HOK, so you find him very kind of educational within this cast. Go and check him out. And if you want to find me, I'm not as probably educational, but I probably will definitely flame my teammates, Blam Moba. But no flaming, no on the gorge within the competitive scene, right? So we will be seeing these teams potentially finish this best of 5 for the side of OG Esports. Let's have a quick run through of this global ban pick.
Here we go. This is the global ban pick format where once you pick a character, win or lose, you can no longer play it. So we see all these characters here that are expended on the side of each team. It is important to note that when a team expends a character on their side, the enemy team can still pick it. So that's why you're going to see a lot of times where a team goes ahead and picks a character and then next round immediately bans it because they can't play it anymore, but the enemies can still play it. Now we're on to game 3 here. So a lot of picks have been gone out the way. Even though we've already seen some more spicy picks, there's still a lot of power picks left. And if there was a time to bust it out for 9Z, it would be now, as they are facing match point from OG.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be honest, over to the side of OG Esports, they still have picks like the Dune as well, right? So both of these teams still have the like of Dune available. Not going to let the pay come through once more, even though, to be honest, Dowdow's had just as impressive performance on a pick like the Jing, right? So I feel like Jing could come through in this game 3 if Dowdow is just feeling kind of like no mercy. He's like, hey, I kind of played like a little bit of a spongier kind of tank into the jungle role last game. I want to be the driving force of damage, and Jing could be the question and answer at that point for OG Esports.
Yeah, Dowdow still has a lot of jungle picks available because he favors these more early game assassin style characters where it seems like most junglers in the league prefer the tanks like the Dune and the Argren. So he still has the Fade available, the Jing available. Luna has been expended already, and if Pei is not banned, it would be available. But as I mentioned earlier, it's probably going to be banned every game here, as we see first ban coming out from 9Z is the Pei.
Ooh,
Mai gets through though, okay.
Yeah, Mai Shiranui does come through for 9Z Globant. That is going to be Moon on this pick. And to be honest, it's going to give a lot of damage over to the side of 9Z Globant. It's going to have also give over the fast engages as well and rotations because they're very slippery, very quick hero onto the side of 9Z Globant. Pairing that up with the Byron definitely matches up the ferocity into the back line and potentially into the back lane as well as the Diadea. But over to the side of OG Esports, I do like their first 2 picks here. Obviously, going for Arn's pick here onto the Lady Sun. A lot more damage, a little bit more late game potential for this hero. But the Hue one here could be flexed into the mid or jungle or even support. So keeping the side of 9Z Globant guessing is this Hue 1 pick.
9Z Globant's composition, that's a dive comp if I've ever seen it. Every single character on that composition has a way to go in and disrupt the enemy team, and that seems to be their game plan. I don't know how they're going to round it out, though. They do need some range somewhere, so probably a farm laner that's very high in range. They do take the Lady Sun, which would have complemented the team nicely because it removes a more mobile marksman from the side of OG to allow their divers more freedom. But I'm not sure who they could go here. A lot of marksmen still available. I think they might pick a more interesting choice here. The Long has not been picked yet, if I'm correct. And, oh, it's banned out, though. Hoi gets banned out, too. They're very heavily targeting the marksman here in OG's bans. If you notice, 3 marksman banned.
Yeah.
I'm trying to look at the spreadsheet. What options does he have left here?
You got like Marco Polo, you've got Feng, you've got Shou Yue if you really want range. But in terms of Shou Yue, you need kind of like a tankier sort of front line because to be honest, look at OG Esports. They have the Guan Yu, they got the Musashi. If they're really trying to like be like, hey guys, if you do want to go for the Shou Yue, we've got as much access into the backline as possible. We've got the Duel to the Death. We've also got the Razor Cavalry as well. So we know where that Hue 1 is potentially going right into the mid lane. They do have the Consort Yue, which came through yesterday for them. So the physical immunity that comes through from her second skill is very good. But is it going to be enough to kind of take down on the Lady Sun in this 1v1, especially with those ults?
How can I forget Consort Yu? One of my favorites there. That's actually an amazing pick there. That's like, now I'm thinking about it, that's like the perfect pick because it is able to survive the dive from Guan Yu here. Musashi cannot really target it reliably because if you skill 2 properly, it fizzles the ultimate, which not many people know about, but they can these players I've seen can definitely use their skills at the perfect time, as we've seen from On last game here. And Consort Yu also beats Lady Sun 1v1 basically all game there, and Lady Sun's forced to run away.
Yeah, I mean, the only way I can see this kind of like working for the side of OG Esports is from what we've been seeing in Game 1 and Game 2, right, is they focus a lot of pressure down to the farm side, farm lane as well, because they always like serving up these kind of like early game victories for Arn. It just means that he's able to then steamroll and then become much more of a vital sort of damage output into these team fights, into the mid to late game as well. So that's the only way I can see kind of working out. I don't think they will leave the Lady Sun down 1v1 into that farm lane. We'll probably end up seeing a rotation potentially either into the mid or into the clash, like sometimes we do when there is an uneven matchup into the farm lane. So that's probably going to be OG Esports' first call on this game 3.
I said in the prior drafts, the simple game plan, simple win conditions usually streamlines the game for you guys here, and it's a very simple game plan for the side of 9ZG. They all go in and take out the carries on the side of OG. They have the Motsu, they have the Lady Sun that are very susceptible to dive. And if you count Concert U as a diver, which she honestly kind of could with the ultimate, being able to target someone down and lock them up, there's 5 divers on the side of 9ZG. This is going to be an explosive game.
Explosive game, but is OG Esports going to give them that dive potential, right? Because I mean, they got Muchin onto the Motsu, and honestly, if you watch day 1, especially I think it's the last game of the day where Muchin picks the Motsu, his cannon blasts were just ahead of time. He was like seeing the future.
Future scene already. As was that Flash being burned by Mai literally seconds into the game here, as he predicts that they go into that bush, fires a clear cannon blast in there and gets Moon caught up. It's actually okay to spend the Flash this early though. You're likely not to use it by the 2-minute mark, so we call it out, but I don't think it's crazy important here because Mai can't really roam, not the best roamer until level 4. And not the best pick until later on too. I think a lot of people would think Mai as more of an assassin is usually early game character. I see Mai as more of a scaler because in the early mid game they're really stuck just playing poke with the skill 1. They don't have the damage to assassinate the carries on the side of OG. So I like to see how they play it out throughout the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely need a few items onto the Mai Shiranui, right, where she starts to get impact into that mid-game. But right now, we are seeing a little bit of that 2-2 down into the farm lane right now, so they have to kind of force down Muchin here. He's not going to be roaming about because we were seeing that 1v1, the Consort U going against the Lady Sun, and it wasn't quite working out into the favor of on the side of OG Esports. But you've seen a lot of heavy rotations from the mid up to the clash lane, trying to give Guan Yu a better early advantage in there, but Capo...
Well, big fight comes out on both sides of the map here as First Blood comes out for the Mai in the bot lane here. Okay, forget what I said about Mai not getting kills early. They take a kill right there, but they do unfortunately go down for it. This wave is in a great position, I like to mention, because of the amazing wave management by Destru. Holding the minion there, once again, he's doing it again here. Holds the minion here so that the wave is always in the spot and make it so that OG always has to walk up to play for the farm, and they're always under the safety of their tower. Something that you probably don't notice too often in these games. You know, the camera work is not a flashy thing that the cameraman goes ahead and looks at, but definitely something being done by the best of the best to put themselves in the best position possible.
Yeah, just keeping the minion wave where you want it, right? Like, you are just dictating what happens in that lane, which is the best position you can be in this early game, is making sure that it's not quite under your T1, so that it's not, like, mitigating the lane, but also at the same time, like you said, they have to kind of force the push their self onto the side of OG Esports. But right now, a 2-for-2 here. We see the push away for Destra. Destra looking pretty low this far. The Cannon Blasters connect onto Capo.
Yeah, the Motsu carrying the early game for the 2v2 here with the Cannon Blast. Range is typically stronger early game before melee supports go ahead and get their ultimates available here. So the idea of being a little bit bully here, but once they have enough damage to go ahead and commit all in on the double range bot lane that is OG, that is when the melee supports start to outshine these poke-orientated range ones.
Yeah, they're in like basically poke wars at this moment, right? I mean, we've seen the rolling raids come through as well. Ultimate shells still on cooldown, but you can kind of see here where Muchin... Oh, okay, a bit of aggression onto Arn, but not really going to focus. There's no minion wave, but rotation here.
They did not know that Mai was in that bush, but wow! Flash rolling here into the kill under tower there on Moon, and An actually gets out. That is amazing, actually. The heist that he just pulled off under the tower of 9ZG.
Oh, but it gets met by... It gets met by Sick. Sick was like, I can't let you live. I can't let you live, boy. Like, literally, you got out there with very little health. We need to try and punish the side of OG, but now, Dowdow going in here.
He had the jewels in the bag, and then the police was waiting for him at home as Lamb goes and picks him off in front of his tower.
Yeah, not the best of escape, right? Like he was almost got free, almost got out of there, but it was just the side of 9Z Globant was like, no, we can't let that go unpunished. That was a level of violation to our teammates that I cannot let go. But we are getting into that 4-minute mark now. The Tyrant is up, and we're already seeing OG kind of navigate towards here. Sick is not that far behind as well, right? But he's decided to go for the Crimson Golem to make sure that gets locked down. We did see a potential try for the crucial kill theft there with the Kachusen.
Yeah, OG pulled out the Tyrant there, and they're just in position. 9Z is not really in position to respond, being able to get it over the wall. Interesting to note that it is a little bit easier to get on the side of OG because they don't have that wall to contend with here. As, oh, speaking of walls here, we might see a box come out. Box comes out, catches one, doesn't really quite get much there. We see a trade come out. Destro and Muchin trade for each other. Not the best trade, though. Support for Marksman. This is a pretty bloody early game here for Destro. He's not really getting the time he needs to scale up and be at the Concert U level where they could split push and 1v1 anyone.
I mean, they can't allow it, right? They're just, if they allow it, it kind of just gives OG Esports a bit of that itch that you need to scratch constantly. But okay, we do see the duel to death being committed here by Dao as well as Keke with a rotation down to the mid lane. The potential breakdown of, well, they sent down Angra 1, sorry, to defend that T1 down into the bot side of the map. So no T1's been taken just yet for either of these teams. So it's definitely a more respectable kind of like early game. Very bloody, like you said, Phil, but still no T1 takedowns.
Dao and Keke this game are both itemizing fairly tanky here. They know there's not many targets for them to go ahead and dive if they build damage. Their job is mainly to disrupt these team fights, get 9Z off of their carries, and just to cause havoc and make it as hard as possible for them to dive on and Muchin here on these range damage dealers.
Oh, Destro's been given the space, right? He's able to take the T2 down to the bot side of the map, and Dao was ultimately going to be facing a 3v1 there. He does lose his Azure Golem, which is a bit frightful for a pick like the Musashi, right? You're really like heavily relying on the Azure Golem to get to the extreme speed a little bit faster, get that Illuminated Slash a little bit faster as well, even though they're really low cooldown kills anyway. But having that Azure Golem just makes it that you can proc them a little bit faster.
Yeah, cooldown is like exponentially good on him because the more cooldown you have, the more extreme speeds you can do, the more you can get your cooldowns reset, right? So every 10% really matters on Dao there. Thankfully, he's not mana-based, so he doesn't have to worry about running out of mana anytime soon. But losing that blue buff would definitely slow down his clear here. But both sides kind of trading a jungle here while they were taking OG's jungle there. OG was going ahead and taking their jungle back on the top side. So very even game. 19,000 gold on the side of 9Z versus 19,000 gold on the side of OG. And this is probably the most close game we've seen yet. You know, no real advantages from either side. The graph is just a flat line, it seems like.
A flat line, I mean, they're able to get a bit of advantage down to the farm lane, right? But other than that, there's not real much being given away in terms of like great sort of like kill leads or gold leads, which is definitely a blessing for the side of 9Z Globant, right? They need to make sure they maintain this kind of like balanced battlefield for now, because if they just tip it over into the favor of OG Esports, like you said in game one, if they take an inch, if you give them an inch, they'll take them out.
Yeah, 9Z, oh, we see a fight here. Box on the two flashes, but there's not many people to respond as Motsu gets caught out. He sees a good pick opportunity, it looks like, where he gets a cannon blast into a double box, but he's the only one there, so he gets put in the box here as he gets taken out on the side of OG. A little bit of miscommunication potentially there as he gets caught out. But the composition on the side of 9ZG is very explosive, just like last game, right? They all have to go in. I would like to see 9ZG go ahead and take more initiative this game and pull the trigger, as to say, right? Because last game, it felt like they were playing on the back foot all game. This time, the gold lead is actually a little bit in their favor. If they go ahead and pull the trigger and force a nice fight, they can actually clean up this game like 5-zip, depending on how the fight goes.
Yeah, like I said there, it's like for this draft to work on the side of 9Z Globant, they have to fully commit, like 100% commit. They can't be like in and out like halfway, because if they do, they kind of they dance around the inevitability of like Mooch and just set up a nice cannon blast. And at that point, that's where you see the likes of Heke and Dao just go in with a huge dive, when with that big massive AoE CC coming through onto the U1. So they know onto the side of 9Z Globant, if they're gonna go in, they have to go in hard.
Yeah, if you go in and not everyone's on the same page, right, and you start retreating, those guys that engage, they're not getting out. These characters, they can only go in. Byron, the Lamb, they're good at chasing down enemies and hunting them down, but they're definitely not good at disengaging.
Yeah, I mean, Moon's probably got the best chance of disengaging, right? Especially with the likes of Capo onto the Diadea, just kind of locking the side of the OG Esports in place to allow that. But Cannon Blast are just coming through here. You can see why the folks in Muchin trying to get him picked off before they take team fights. Careful though, we are seeing a Wen a little bit overextended.
The immunity coming out, and if it was not for that, he would have died on 4v1. As we see a full fight breaks out here, Happy Saber goes down, and so does Agron 1. OG, very fast to respond to that there. Lamb was not in position, not able to help out, as you see Keke rotate down and barely surviving again there.
Yeah, I mean, they took the opportunity when they could, right? Knowing that Alarm was not there, knowing that Sick was not going to be available into the team fight meant that they had no death from below, kind of like anything that kind of disrupt the composure of the side of OG Esports, because we know it's a great kind of like push-pull mechanic from the Alarm there, is a good kind of like trigger execute for the side of OG Esports. But now we kind of seeing that gold lead is slowly but surely kind of trying to slip away from 9Z Globant. It's now around about that 1K mark onto the side of OG Esports. Maybe getting punished here is Sick.
Dao goes really, really deep. Cancel you immuning all of it, but that immunity will eventually run out. Wait, actually they almost go ahead and peel it off here, but Dao is so tanky, full tank. Masashi here dives all the way from the Azure Golem under the tier 2 tower of 9ZG and actually taking out Consort U there.
Taking out Console U, getting the T2 as well. So just getting all these little kind of like minor victories onto the side of OG Esports. This is where we start to see kind of bust, right? And OG Esports, they, like I said, as soon as you give them an edge, they take a mile. So it's just waiting for that time to pop off. And that was the pop-up moment, right? They got Destro, they got the T2, and now they're looking to keep their eyes onto the Shadow Overlord to try and just clear this minion wave into the bottom side of the map. But Keke is looking to do the same job. So maybe they don't need to exhaust the Shadow Overlord here. It's just a job for Keke.
It seems like 9Z, they're not all on the same page here, as Mai comes in with a combination on Lady Sun. Oh! He almost not enough damage. See, again, Mai's one of those characters where, like, if you cannot kill them in one rotation, they are able to churn it right back on you. On notices that, oh, I'm not dead yet, and you have no more abilities, and starts hunting down Moon. Moon even burning the flash there to try and get away, but it's not quite enough there as On gets that kill. But what I was saying earlier was, 9Z, they don't seem to be in sync. Everyone's kind of doing their own thing. Lamb's farming the side of the map. These guys are protecting the blue golem here, whereas OG, everyone's on the same page. We see Cannon Blast come out, get vision, right? Tries to go for a catch here. Look at this. All the people on side of OG are all in range to capitalize off each other's damage and CC, and Keke is always looming in the shadows here, waiting to engage or disengage for his team.
I mean, this is what happens when you lose ground, though, right? This is the direct consequence of 9Z Globant losing all those T2s. They can't move as a team anymore because they don't know where OG Esports is going to be. And all it takes is for them to kind of outstep out of the bounds. They are not safe. They have no kind of turrets other than the high ground turrets to retreat to. And at that point, Mooch are going to set up a great team fight.
Yeah, Muchin getting a lot of vision. Against all these melees, you're really scared of face checking them. You don't want to face check a Byron, you don't want to face check a Mai, right? Good thing we have a Motsu here with the support equipment to check the whole area, able to cannon blast bushes that they deem dangerous here, making sure they cannot get caught out.
Yeah, I mean, actually, you can see here that 6 actually ahead in terms of gold resources into the jungle there. It's around about like maybe 600, but it's still a lead over Dao that a lot of players don't normally manage to access, right? But that's why they got to try and put their don't put all their eggs in one basket. They need to make sure they're putting in some resources over to the Consort U, but they do not.
Here we go. Dao coming in here with a duel to the death. A little bit ambitious here as he engaged in 1v4 actually. This time 9Z seems to be on the same page. Guan Yu barely gets out on 1 HP, almost goes down here. Now we're seeing that gold from Sick come into use here as he dives the Lady Sun. Lady Sun goes down. It was a 1 for 2, but that looked really good for 9Z actually. I'm surprised they did not get more. OG goes ahead and turn tails and runs back and regroups later on. Keke just barely surviving every single fight he goes into. I don't know how, but he expends all his HP and somehow gets away. That's what I'm talking about, face checking right there. That's what happens when you walk into a Byron, you just lose half your HP. Muchin forced to get away here as they take the Azure Golem.
No, honestly, that was probably like the best trade that 9Z Globant could have really asked for. They was able to take Dao and On off the table there, so that's a lot of damage, and also their jungler, because now, as you can see, Sick is helping himself to their jungle, their Crimson Golem, which is going to affect Dao coming into this late game. We are getting into around about that 14-minute mark where this next Shadow Tyrant is available, and if they are able to get that damage over to 9Z Globant, we could be seeing a team fight going in their favor.
for sure. It looks like 9Z has the map positioning here of Tyrant. They're a little bit more up. They have vision inside the Zergolem jungle. Lamb is always split from the team, though. That's how Lamb has all that gold. He's not worried about team fighting. He's going to farm, get himself ahead. Is that the right play? We don't really know yet, but because their jungler's not here, they will lose that positioning that they had and go ahead and give over to Tyrant inside of OG.
Yeah, so if OG gets his Tyrant here, obviously they've had to restart it, so it does actually put a bit of more timer on them. Maybe the eye of the prize is this going to be the Overlord, but Keke maybe getting caught out here. He does have the help of Wen into the mid lane. Muchen does land the Cannon Blast on the Destra, has to be careful here. Sick has his stacks up as well as the Crimson Golem. So there is going to be a lot of damage coming from Sick onto this Lamb. They're going to make sure they just pick off the right targets, right? Like try and take down Arn early on, make sure they don't get caught by the amazing amount of CC from Muchen from the Cannon Blast, but also think inside the box. But they've also got to make sure they're playing a good macro game.
Oh, here we go. Dao is in with the duel to the death onto the Consu. Consu burns Flash and Skill 2 to stay away, but they're still in the fight as they actually take out Dao here. They're still alive. If he can go ahead and get another Skill 2, he will beat the Guan Yu as well. He gets another Skill 2 down, and he just survived 2 dives here. Oh, he cannot survive 3, though. He survived the Dao dive. Tekken comes in for another round, survives that, but then Motsu was the final nail in the coffin there. 57% teamfight DPS. They played great, but Stick and Argon just went down a little bit too quickly. Since they're melee, they usually overlap in position in a fight, and that allows these Cannon Blasts to get 2, 3, 4x value, being hit at multiple people at once, especially Yuan as well, too, being able to line up those stuns on all of them.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Deity got picked up very early as well, right? But this is going to be the Crystal potentially get taken down here. Moon had one jump to take out the minions, but there is one single cannon minion left, meaning that OG Esports is still undefeated in the Major West League. So taking a bit of a brutal battering there. Like, honestly, 90 Globant really surprised me in this full best of 5, even though it was only 3-0. There was some promising performances, right? There is cracks still to be shown in OG's Esports' etiquette in how they play on the Gorge.
Yeah, it was definitely not an easy 3-0 here. As we mentioned in the past, we're starting to see every team seems to have one strategy that kind of works against OG, right? They're starting to do a little bit of research. They know how they rotate now. They're starting to catch them out in rotations. They just need to piece all the pieces together, and that might take down OG.
Yeah, they're slowly starting to puzzle it together. I mean, is it going to be a little bit too late at that point? Because again, these teams are definitely obviously building better skills as they go through the Honor of King global esports scene, but so are OG Esports at that same rate, right? So you may finally get the puzzle fixed out, and then they just come and just flip the table. It's like, guys, you got to guess again. You've got to guess again. Sorry, guys. But that seems to be the narrative so far, right? OG Esports are the kind of David and the Goliath in this David and Goliath kind of matchup, right? They are just trying to see if a team can make them bleed. And this far, we've seen kind of bruises come through onto the side of OG Esports, but no actual bleeding in terms of the round of takedowns. But we're going to look into the post game in a minute. But who was the kind of standout picks for both teams here for you, Phil?
I personally really like the Motsu pick. As I mentioned, all the people on the side of 9Z want to dive you. They want to camp these bushes, right? And then play the vision game and ambush you. And the Motsu pick he's probably not going to get MVP. Supports rarely get MVP, right? But I think that pick is so pivotal. Being able to check every single bush with the cannon blast, right? Having the support equipment to go ahead and give your team that area vision as well, too. Allowed it so that the Lady Sun rarely got caught alone. And the one time they got caught alone, they actually soloed Moon there, which was very impressive.
Solo kill Moon, exactly. I mean, it's those cannon blasts, like I said, from yesterday, they were very sort of like futuristic in a way. There's always kind of face checking it in the right way and knowing where the team was in terms of like situations and stuff like that. But over the side of 90 Globant, I do have to probably give it over to probably Alarm. The Sick on this Alarm is one of his signature picks, right? And he definitely played it to finesse. It just wasn't quite enough to kind of beat the sort of mid to late game OG Esports. OG Esports knew they just had to dive into the backside and take down as many of their backline. So it got to the point that Sick was no longer defending the damage. He was kind of just defending himself.
Yeah, I'm actually not a big fan of the Lamb play in particular. He did a great job of getting himself a lot of gold, 13,000 gold. But what is all that gold if you can't use it? He was never in team fights, right? He was always off on the side of it on his own. And we've seen the damage too. He has the most gold on the team, but among the least damage. I would like for him to get to a good point in gold where he's like, okay, I'm strong now. I can help out and then help out. But it seems like for the entirety of the game, actually. I never saw him really join fights or take the initiative to get any picks. Just was always on the side, getting farm and building himself up for one great fight. But OG never gave him a chance. They just go ahead and win the game. He's like, okay, you want to go farm alone? Go do your own thing. I'm going to take these towers. I'm going to take these objectives. And by the time they realized, it was too little too late.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the kind of the blessing of the Guan Yu pick from Keke comes through, right? Like, he's able to kind of leave his lane as soon as he's got priority into the clash lane. That means he's kind of just a free horse. He's able to just glide across the gorge and be where he needs to be. But then he can be back in a moment's notice and take down those macro plays. But it's actually going to be Wen here with the MVP, not taking a single death thanks to the unending sorrow. Whenever we saw the death from below come through from Sick on the Alarm, it was kind of ended by the unending sorrow. Just takes to the skies, becomes untargetable, but then comes down with massive CC, heals up his teammates, dealing 27% of the damage overall for OG Esports was Wen on this Yu-1.
Wen is such a jarring player. Either he just dies a bunch of times, sometimes for free, you know, he plays really aggressive, really reckless, or he puts on a masterclass here on the Yuan and gets no deaths while being able to join all these fights. Look, he's not playing safe. He's in the front line of Yuan and still not going down here, perfectly positioning and using his ultimate. Here, he's in a 4v1. I don't even know how he survives that. He somehow survived this situation here as Keke comes in with the Guan Yu here to get himself out. And speaking of survival, there's so many fights where Keke left with 1 HP. Like, probably 4 fights. Like, the fight would turn out well. It's like 1 for 1, 2 for 1, right? But all the times that Keke escapes death really adds up throughout the game. 9Z would be up a lot more gold if they got all those kills, but he just never ends up going down.
He just denied him. He was the ultimate tease, right? He was just like, guys, you know what? Unfortunately, I'm just going to be the guy, the hero that kind of expands a lot of the skills from the side of 9Z Globant. And that's exactly what Hu1 does when they come into these drafts, right? Like, they are there, they're going to be frontline, they're just going to kind of soak a lot of the damage from the skills. And then when it gets that right critical point, you just take to the skies with your unending sorrow, become untargetable, come back down, heal yourself as well as your teammates. And then you're just going back to just rinse and repeat, right? It was a great pick for the side of OG Esports because in terms of their front line, that's where it really was the Hu1. They were just really hoping that the Hu1 was going to be strong enough for them to come through, and it was. Dao was always diving into the backline, just trying to shut down Capo onto the Diadea. It was always a little bit overextended, and when you used a bit of farewell, you kind of already committed to that fight, right? But then Dao was like, I'm already in the backline. If you try and come back here, I'm going to take you down, which is what we saw towards that end game. So Dao, yes, he died quite a few times, but he had the function within his team, and he functioned it very well. But that is going to be OG Esports taking another 3-0, their second 3-0 within the survival week. But the next game we have on the cards for you guys is going to be AYLO Gaming against VP, a bit of a ranking week rematch.
Yeah, AYLO versus VP.
Short break before we get to that one.
After the short break.
Yeah, after the short break, so don't get too excited. We'll get into that one when we come back.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Yes, yeah.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major West League Spring 2025. We've had our first series under our belt already, a 3-0 from OG Esports, the undefeated Dream OG. I am Blam, and with me is Phil, as we are going to get into the second series of the day, which is going to be AYLO Gaming going up against Virtus.pro, which has been a rank week rematch in the making.
Yeah, this is going to be our only game tonight on the broadcast from Group A, and this game really matters. AYLO Gaming has 1 win, and VP has 1 win, so this is going to basically decide who is going to be on top of Group A, and being on top of Group A is very important, as only one of the teams can get out.
Exactly, it's very important, right? Because I mean, you could be like a team like Next Ruya, which is currently right at the bottom of Group A, which is definitely not where you want to be if you want to kind of persist through this tournament, especially into the knockouts going into next week. But so far, like you said there, Phil, AYLO Gaming, Virtus.pro are at their best foot in terms of trying to get to that top place within Group A. But the last time we saw this come through, Virtus.pro actually took a 2-1 against AYLO Gaming, so maybe we'll be seeing a little bit of a similar storyline this time around, but it's a best of 5 with the global BP. Anything can happen.
This is likely to be our closest match of the night and of the series here, as we're probably going to go all the way up to maybe even Game 5. I'm excited to see that because I want to see these more lower tier picks come out. I want to see these characters we don't really see often come out. Every game we know the Argren's going to come out. We actually did see some interesting picks here in the first match. We've seen the Ada, we've seen the Mulan come out, but the longer the series go, the more picks get removed off the table, and the more you have to improvise and work with what you have left, and hopefully we see that today.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it is down to the draft of the coach as well, because obviously, like we did point out in that last series, they went for the Arta, but Dune was still available. I mean, honestly, in terms of tier of things, Dune as a hero is more fruitful than the Arta, and it's proved statistically, not just based in opinion here by Blam, even though I am a Dune stan. And I cannot wait for these new skins to come through for Dune. I think it's Dune, Fade, and Ali that are getting those new refresh skins as well. So I'll be definitely recharging my account like I already have with these Veggie Fable skins. Got both of those for 600 tokens. I feel quite lucky.
Not the biggest fan of the veggie skins, but they seem right up your alley. Agudo seems like a veggie table. the base skin looks like a veggie table already, right? And then they get some skins on top of it. Definitely very cute. Make sure to get yourself that honor pass. If you play enough, the honor pass pays for itself, you know, so that's why I get the honor pass every single time. And then, because I play the game a lot, you know, I play the game, ends up being free skins for me. So that's definitely very nice. The Dune, a strong pick. I'm also not too sure why they went ahead and picked it, but now we do have the stats. Ada has 100% loss rate, okay, 0% win rate. So we'll see if it gets picked up again. I'm not too sure, but let's go ahead and go over to the team entries.
So here is Team A, which is AYLO Gaming. So they are represented by Doxa, Verman, Lomax, Solista, and Aroba Elma, which we saw play yesterday against Nextruya. They took a 3-0 over the Turkish region as well. And honestly, every game went to 20 minutes at least, with a Tempest Dragon on the board. So I'm not expecting anything less between these two teams, because both Virtus.pro and AYLO Gaming definitely always struggle to finish their matches, right? So I honestly feel like we could be seeing maybe a full best of 5 here with a Tempest Dragon pretty much majoritively in every game.
AYLO, note of is they have amazing wave management. They usually do a great job of taking out the enemy high ground towers, but that's enough of AYLO though. Let's go ahead and take a look at Virtus.pro. Here we go. We got Virtus.pro representing Kazakhstan here, with Sushi in the Clash lane, Alim in the jungle, Red in the mid lane, Prince in the farm lane, and Grizzly Q as the roamer.
Yeah, so in their first match, like we said earlier, they had a first match within the Survival Week offline broadcast yesterday against MKOI, where they took a 3-2 victory. So again, themselves onto the side of Virtus.pro have also gone the distance to those Tempest Dragons. I believe their longest game was around about 30 minutes. So you can expect to see 2 Tempest Dragons at some point, right? I mean, why sell for 1? Go for 2. But we are in it for a long run. But if we go back to historically, who has come out top of this matchup? It has been Virtus.pro with a 2-1 victory. But like I was saying, the BP, with the global BP, and obviously the best of 5 means that it could be the difference here between what gets drafted. But in the head-to-head is Doxa against Shizu.
Here we go. Look at the kills. 27 to 13, doing more damage too. These stats are honestly a little bit inconclusive sometimes. We see OG's players actually have very low stats because they actually end games so quickly. If anything, this shows that AYLO's great at stalling out games. Either they're good at stalling out games or they're bad at closing out games, depends on how you look at it here. So his stats are a little bit more inflated on that side there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit more of a team fight participation over to the side of Virtus.pro's Shizu, but ultimately, the rest of it was going over to Doxa. And Doxa, to be honest, he's definitely been one of the kind of like keep your eye on kind of Clash line players in terms of like surprising you in terms of his skill and how he kind of finesses around the Gorge, especially towards that late game where we normally see traditionally Clash lanes are just there to try and pick off the backline, right? But we are going to get into the BP of game 1. It is going to be Virtus.pro onto the blue side and then AYLO over to the red. So they do get that counter reactive red pick.
in these games where the teams are a little bit more evenly matched, it might be a good idea to start planning your drafts ahead of time. Maybe not take all the good combos immediately, because if you have a good idea of the game going long, you might actually want to think about how match 4, maybe even match 5 is going to go, compared to where you're playing against someone like OG and it's a mad scramble to go ahead and get everything. So it's interesting to see if they will change up their draft with that idea in mind, as we see pretty standard stuff come out early, and my bans from second pick is pretty common, as VP bans the Dharma and Agrin. It looks like it's going to be a Sekir first pick potentially. Interesting pick on the side of VP. The Long is up, the Diadea is up too, but do they go ahead and lock in the Sekir?
Never fall.
Yeah, Sekir actually wasn't played when they played against MKOI yesterday, so very interesting to go for this, but it does open up the Dolia and potentially another great synergy pick here for the Dolia to go for the Dune, to go for either the Huan. They've got the potential of the Elaine as well, or even the Shangguan into the mid lane, but it looks like we're potentially going to be getting the Huan come through here, which could either go into Lomax, Verman, or even not Robert Elmar, sorry, because obviously he'll be on the Dolia. So this is going to be flexed either into the mid or into the jungle.
For sure. I think these teams are not as stressed about getting these power picks out of the way, because they know it's going to be a long series, right? You can only play each pick once, so no matter what, you're going to end up getting it back anyway. I would like to see the Diadea come out for Grizzly Q, one of his favorite picks there, but he's going to get it eventually. There's a lot of games coming up. The Sekir is very similar to the Diadea as well, too. But it's interesting that they do pick the Sekir over the Diadea here for first pick.
Yeah, I mean, in their game 1 against MKOI, they went for Sunbin. So again, they're just going for a little bit something that doesn't exhaust those big picks, like you were saying, Phil, very early on within this best of 5. So the Sekir coming through makes sense, especially from what we've seen from yesterday's offline broadcast match, which, if you do want to go and watch that, if you're an MKOI fan, it is onto the YouTube channel of the Honor of Kings Global Esports. There is no casting on it. It is just the footage of the match, so you can see how it all rolls out. I was watching it earlier, and honestly, it was a very good match. Honestly, really entertaining. The fact that they went the whole 9 yards for a lot of that best of 5 it kept me on the edge of my seat. You know, like, sometimes it doesn't, but there was a lot of team fights, a lot of Tempest Dragons. I was very, very excited.
Yeah, I might have to check that out, watch that back, and take some notes on how they played Miyu, because that was actually picked. If it is picked again today, you will see me squeal on broadcast, but it does not seem like it is happening in this match here, as we see the Nua and Charlotte get spanned out from AYLO Gaming. They picked up the Mei Yin as well, too, which is a pretty solid pick against the Luna. Luna dives in. If it gets connected on by a good Mei Yin combo, can take it out. Luna can dodge a lot of stuff, but just the pure damage that Mei Yin outputs as a Clash laner against these lower range melee characters makes it a pretty solid pick.
Yeah, and the fact that she has the HP regen as well, right, from a passive, it just kind of gives her a little bit more sustainability, a little bit more of a second win. She can go sit under the T1 turrets in the early game, get that HP regen back, and then go back in. But it is going to be AYLO Gaming looking to lock in the Lady Chen, so it does actually put Verman on the Huan. So it's going to be Huan into the jungle. We're going to get quite a lot of mages on here. We're going team girl power so far on the side of AYLO Gaming, right? We've got Lady Chen, Mayeen, Huan, Dolia. And then over to the side of Virtus.pro, we're looking to go and lock in the Sunset up into the Clash lane. So he's going to try on the side of Virtus.pro, Shisu that is going to try and get priority in the early game, make sure that his lane's been taken down first, and then Set Sail is going to be coming through in terms of rotations, trying to set up those team fights for his team.
Equals power.
Consort U is still available here if they want to go full girl power here, and Lady Sun is available too. I don't think they're both particularly amazing picks. Likely something like D-Renju would be nice to be able to lock down the Sunset as he drives in, or the Luna as he flies in with the Imperial mandate there. But Marco Polo being hovered here, leading the squad that is AYLO. Do they end up picking it up though? Let's see. I don't think Marco Polo is particularly good against the composition of VP, but it does get locked in here. Okay, he's going to have to play that really safely, you know, dodge all these ships, dodge the crowd control from Angela and Luna and Saker here to be able to let that ultimate go down. He does get 2 chances here, though, with the Dolia reset. So let's see how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point you make there, right? The fact that there's a lot of CC onto the side, CC immunity onto the side of Virtus.pro is going to be troublesome, because normally when we get the Dolia come through, the whole Yi comes through, right? But the fact that the Burning Sun arrow would just get completely negated by Infinite Fastness, you would then get the Blazing Brilliance CC immunity, you would get the Set Sail immunity, you've then got to try and get your eyes onto the Luna, so it feels like a bit of a redundant pick into this, even though normally statistically and historically, we normally get the whole Yi come through as the marksman for when Dolly is there, but Marco Polo with 2 Fever Barrages could be pretty sick. I mean, you could get a huge stun off if he does decide to go for the stun common skill, because it's a bit of a toss-up between either going for stun, going for cleanse, but knowing that there's going to be a potential of a huge engage from the likes of the Sunset, I honestly feel like maybe the cleanse would be a little bit better, or Purify would be a bit better here for the side of AYLO Gaming.
I think Purify is pretty solid, but while you could cleanse that crowd control, can you cleanse all the damage they actually put out to you? There's so much damage on the side of VP that, sure, you might not be stunned, but you just die anyway, right? Like, so it's something to think about. They do end up taking the Purify. Dolly actually ends up taking the Purify too, making sure that when Dolly is take the Purify, they just really want to ensure they get that reset off, right? They don't want to make sure they're not locked up and then get that reset off guaranteed.
Yeah, but this is the 3rd season and the Major League is made possible with the support of EWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide.
Our players are also geared up with the Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, reliable, just the way esports demand, ready to level up. Get yours now and feel the difference.
Feel the difference indeed, but I do like the fact they go for the Marco Polo though, because obviously level 1 in terms of head-to-head against the Lung is very good, right? With the Splendid Revolver is going to be a good way to poke him away. If you're able to get the passive proc onto him and do the true damage, it's going to be a lot of damage going up the Prince in the early game.
Yeah, Marco Polo definitely advantage early game with the skill 1, but it looks like Longyear actually has the health lead and the level lead here as they get level 2 and threaten the Marco Polo a bit here. Something definitely happened off camera that we could not see here as we see a 2v2 coming back down in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, without Sakia there, Grizzly Q, Prince did very well to get that 2v1 go in his favor, right? I mean, I do believe that Dolly was actually started off into the top side, into the mid side of the map, sorry. But then, obviously, Solista going against Prince. Prince just seemed like he had a bit of a better, like, wave clear there to get the level 2 a little bit quicker, which means that he gets to ride the win, kind of forces away Solista at that point, and then just kind of, he's able to get more priority onto this lane as well.
Lady Jen coming in for a lane gank, walking straight through the lane with boots here. Can they get any catches here? Ooh, does not quite get the catch here, but puts a lot of pressure on the side of Prince here, forcing them to go back.
Vermont looking pretty low there. I mean, he had to use the Unending Sorrow, so they know that that ultimate has been taken off and exhausted for the side of AYLO Gaming, so they have to be careful. Into the mid lane, Vermont knows that he can't overextend into the enemy jungle because he doesn't quite have the ultimate yet. It is back off cooldown in a few moments. He's probably just going to wait for that point and then just resume his clear.
Mayeen potentially getting caught out here. No. Set Sail comes out with a short ship, but not enough to take him out as they avoid that gank from the Luna and Sunset here. But that will put the Sunset on cooldown here. Usually you want to see the ship go all the way throughout the map because you're using it for both damage and mobility, but they tried to use it for a lane gank here. It doesn't quite work out. Now he has to wait a while before he can threaten the enemy team there with that boat.
Yeah, very passive early game, right? Like in terms of passiveness, in terms of the team fight, in terms of any kind of kills being on the board, and in terms of that gold lead, it's very much kind of like tip for tat, right? They are only about 100, 200 gold difference onto the side of Virtus.pro just for now. Not quite catching onto the Lady Chen here is a little bit of an anticlimactic start for Lomax.
Yeah, both these teams are slower teams here. Usually, sometimes you see one team that likes to play for early game, one team that likes to play for late game. We have two teams that traditionally play for more of the later game here. So we see a super passive early game where both sides are farming up. They're playing for those Tempest Dragons here. How many Tempest Dragons have we seen in this game? What do you think?
If I was a betting man, I'm going to say at least one. At least one for the side of AYLO Gaming and Virtus.pro, right? So historically, their first games have always been the longest, but going with this draft, I feel like if they're able to kind of just get on top of the backline with thanks to the Limb and the Sunset as well, I feel like it could be a quick one for the side of VP, though.
It's interesting to see how different teams play the same characters completely differently, you know? Lim on the Luna, just going around farming, not really... almost farming Mayeen here as they dive him under tower, but not as much aggression as some of the other Luna players as they're more focused on getting their farm up and preparing for that late game. As we see Tyrant being positioned for by AYLO, they seem to be able to take it. They know that the Lim is topside and there's no jungler to try and smite it away, so they quickly react. Good on Doxa here to survive the gank and give that information to his team to be able to get that objective.
Oh, absolutely. Very impressive from Doxa to take that 2v1, right? Like, we saw towards that, like, he was very low. He was able to get the heal in from his HP regen, but then also, obviously, from his little, like, pod under his turret there. So, again, 2v1 takedown. It was more of a survival for Doxa, sorry, up into the clash lane, meant that they were able to kind of get a non-contested Tyrant, which is going to really serve a lot of purpose onto the side of AYLO Gaming, especially for the likes of Marco Polo.
Yeah, even though no kills went down, I'd say that's a win on the side of Doxa there, wasting the jungler's time and providing that vision here. And as I mentioned in our prior point, it's interesting how different teams play the same characters differently. Sunset usually on other teams, they'll go ahead and roam with that ultimate, rarely actually use it in lane against their opponent. But in this game in particular, we see that the Sunset has exclusively used that ultimate in lane to try and catch out their lane partner with their jungler. Oh, we see a dive coming up here. Saker dropping a lot of damage onto the Mayin here. It is not enough. Once again, he survives. Taking a page out of Keke's book here, surviving on 1 HP in 2 encounters, as you see a Lim jump into a 1v2 here. The thing about Luna is it's so tricky. It can jump in, it can jump out. You never really know when it fully commits there. And they get to choose when they will fully commit onto you. As we see 3 on the side of AYLO Gaming push up the tower top. This time, will it commit? And Lim looks like he is committing this time here. We see the set sail go on to Marco. Whoa. And just like that, dancing throughout the enemies, they're getting resets on the skills here and getting first blood and second blood here on the side of VP.
Yeah, AYLO Gaming tried to go for a bit of a rotation there, right? We can see that obviously Doxa goes down to the bottom side of the map, and then Solista and Robo Almar go up to the top side, hoping that they could kind of just get a little pressure off of Doxa. But actually, the opposite happens. Both of those die into the top side of the map, and then Doxa allows the T1 to fall down into the farm lane, which is not what the early game they want playing against Virtus.pro, especially giving over resources to Prince. He gets a bit of a free lane there.
That is super tragic. As I mentioned prior, they both use their Purify. They both burn their Purify, but you cannot cleanse Death as there's just so much raw damage on the side of BP with the set sail into the Luna being able to combo you guys up. Especially Sake here too. They have actually a lot of burst damage on the side of BP, and if they combo their skills right, they'll take you out before you can even move.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with the 1-2 combo from Angela as well. You just get the slow, you get the CC, and then when the Blazing Brilliance comes through, you can't be kind of stopped with it anyway. You're kind of committed to the Blazing Brilliance, but when you're playing it from a position of power, it becomes very terrifying for them. But it looks like the Prince is just trying to make sure that he keeps his T1 alive just with just a little health.
Dukes are caught in a bad spot here as they expend the ultimate. Does he survive again? They cannot get him. It does not matter how many people they send against. They sent 2 against him. They're like, that's not enough. Let's go ahead and get 3 this time. 3 is still not enough. And I'm waiting to see when he survives the 4v1 next time.
Imagine. I think that'd be like the play of the survival week. A 4v1 survive for Doxa on the Mayin would be pretty scary. But they're already trying to approach his T2 here. Sakia going in. Really Q just putting a lot of pressure onto the front line. He knows that he could get the Mulberry power onto the Mayin, which knocks him up. And then it becomes a little bit harder for them. And same here for Robo Almar, having to use the Wave Breaker to make sure that Alim doesn't go in any further onto that pick. And AYLO Gaming not having a very strong first game against Virtus.pro.
For sure. VP has the lead here in towers and gold up a little bit, and they go ahead and try to dive the tower of AYLO Gaming. That could spell disastrous here, as they have everyone here to go ahead and stop that. Marco Polo going a little bit deep. Not much happening here. Since both teams play a little bit slower, even when they're ahead, they're not ahead that much. They're ahead 2,000, 2,500 gold. They're not ending the game anytime soon. So I think AYLO is still doing all right, even though they're a bit behind. But the Luna is just so tricky. Being able to dart in and out of a fight, it's hard to cast even. I don't know when he's fully committing. I don't know when he's not. And if I can't tell what's going on as the caster, for sure the enemy team is going to be caught off guard. Ooh. Caught off guard is red here as he goes down to the Lady Gen combo.
Yeah, we do see the Destructive Luge come through, and a nice Unending Sorrow there completely mitigates the damage from the Flaming Palms, and exactly what we want to be seeing here by Vermont. But I do have to give props over to the Lomax. Using that Destructive Luge into the set sail was the great deterrent they needed into that mid lane fight, right? Like, if that didn't come through, honestly, that T1 would have been taken down by VP so quick.
Well, we're not seeing the best set sails here go down. That one didn't actually connect to anyone here. It was just too close to the enemy tower, and they were all split up. I would like to see them try to maybe combo the Sake here with the set sail. They can actually charge up the skill 1 on it for a really devastating combo. Not sure if we're going to see it this game, but if that happens, that's a highlight reel for sure.
Oh, absolutely. A good, a very excruciating combo for the side of VP if they are able to set that up. But Alim gets the Tyrant here, which means it's going to be a lot more damage going over to VP Prince, the Blazing Brilliance.
Wow, it got burned down. I'm not sure if they had ultimate available, but it didn't feel like they even had the chance to use it here as Vermin gets burned down.
Vermin gets burned out, and even more coming through here as well. Mayeen, Doxa.
Long ultimate comes out defensively. They are struggling to push this tower here. AYLO's game is doing a great job of holding this tower. It seems like VP is going a little bit too hard in this, committing too many resources. They're getting a bit impatient. I would like to see him split a little bit more instead of trying to push this tower, as AYLO definitely has the resources to hold it here with the Lady Jen, the Marco Polo easily being able to wave clear from range. Red is ulting down the wave here. Not much is going to happen. They probably got the hint here that AYLO is sending here. You're not going to get our tower. Let's just go ahead and take the wave out and then rotate around the map.
Yeah, they definitely need to reset right. They don't want to be sticking around in that mid lane, just basically playing like everybody in a mid to try and get a good team fight come through. They need to prioritize some macro here, or they will start to lose that kind of privilege and momentum that they have onto the side of Virtus.pro for now. I mean, they're only ahead by around about 3k gold if I'm being charitable here.
Ooh, another combo comes out.
Committed, yeah, but also the Destructive Deluge gets landed as well. Yeah, it's kind of just a fight of ultimates at that point.
Battle of attrition here as both teams just trade ultimates basically on cooldown to attack the enemy wave and the minions at the same time, trying to get some 2-for-1s. But we do see AYLO having positioning on the Tyrant here, but the Angela just gets that ultimate out so frequently. Those two ultimates in like 10 seconds almost here. AYLO does have the position once again. Is it a smite fight? Will they contest them for it? Set sail is available. This could be a good time to send the ship into the heart of AYLO Gaming. They do not end up pulling the trigger there though, and they give up the Tyrant.
They give it the Tyrant, but they get the T2 into the Clash lane, right? So they're just
Set sail comes out. Here we go. That might be it. Nope. Lady Jen goes ahead and goes immune, blocks it off. It's just so hard to catch AYLO Gaming here as they once again survive. Oh man, the tower goes down, but they do take down Sushi with it.
Yeah, I mean, a Shadow Tyrant for 2 turrets is probably not the best trade, right? Especially if you don't turn that increased damage into anything that's actually crucial here. And right now, VP's like, you know what? We don't need the increased damage. We're just going to keep pushing your lanes, keep getting that macro play, because right now, they're very strong in all lanes, bar the Clash lane, but they still have the advantage there.
Everyone is very low on both sides as AYLO looks for a counter push here. Yuan goes in, gets everyone low under tower, takes out Angela, takes out Grizzly Q here on the Saker, and it looks like AYLO has completely shifted the momentum. They went from getting pushed in the entire game multiple times. VP was testing their tier 1, and once they push, they go ahead and take 2 towers immediately.
Yeah, Doxa was getting that, like, a revenge for the early game. He was like, guys, I'm going to dive into the back line here, and I'm guessing I'm going to get around about a double kill come through as well. And to be honest, he picks off Red, he picks off Grizzly Q. That's a lot of healing from the side of VP being taken off the board there, right? Like, that's left down to nobody else to give over healing to VP. So, at that point, that definitely left a bit of a bruise onto Virtus.pro overall, and in terms of their goal lead, because now AYLO is only trekking about a few hundred behind. So, Virtus.pro gave him a little bit too much room and too much time spent in that mid lane.
AYLO catching up as we see Luna here staying in the bush trying to catch. They might not want to take that 1v2 though against Marco Polo and Dolia as they just clean up the wave. But yeah, AYLO given Virtus.pro a class on how to push because they've only done it once this game and it was very, very successful.
Yeah, I mean, out of all the lanes to do it as well into the mid lane, it just opens up all your enemies' jungle. So AYLO Gaming has access to it if they can get more access onto this Cribs, the Overlord here, but it's not going to be it. The Shadow Overlord does go over to the side of AYLO Gaming.
Critical kill thief coming out from Marco Polo there. They had so much damage on it, but when there's so much damage going on, it's kind of hard to smite sometimes, right? We have the Angela combo on it. We have Marco Polo shooting skill 1 at it. Lady Jen probably threw some combo over the wall, but Marco Polo ends up sniping it there with the skill 1.
Yeah, a good little bit of a Hail Mary come back for here, the side of AYLO Gaming, right? They are able to kind of push this down into the pressure, maybe even to the top side of the map here, negate that minion wave as it comes through out of the base as well. So trying to basically pay back the revenge of that Clash lane takedown early on for VP.
Yeah, AYLO was down a little bit of gold early, but I never felt like they lost control of the game. You know, it felt like calculated losses there from the side of AYLO Gaming as they go ahead and catch back up now. Now they build a gold lead. Vermin getting taken a little bit low here, and he still plays very aggressive, still has the ultimate available, knowing he can go untangible anytime he wants. He does have to be careful. There's a lot of bursts, you know. You gotta make sure the enemy does not take you out before you can even react now.
Yeah, it's basically all hands on deck, right? We do see that Sunset is trying to go to the backside of the map, backside of the team fight here. So Shizu just trying to pick up the back lane here.
Coming out, connects onto Marco Polo, full combo Marco Polo as he's forced to use his ultimate to get away. Dolia can go ahead and reset and give him another one for the fight. It does not seem like it matters. Angela gets away with 1 HP. Vermin somehow in that encounter ended up going down. They were really low last time we checked. Probably ended up having to burn that ultimate, and then someone followed them and finished them afterwards. Alim goes in here with the Luna, tries to catch the Dolia. Dolia barely surviving the Angela ultimate there. And a big fight, but not much kills going down, actually.
Not much kills, but because there's a lot of deterrents, right? Like we saw there towards the retreat onto the side of AYLO Gaming, they dropped down, obviously, the knock-up from the Lady Jen. So it meant that if Alim tried to take the chase, he was going to get knocked up anyway, which could have been a bit more of a cause for concern for the side of VP, rather than a little minor victory in terms of trying to take the kill onto a Robe Almar. But right now, they're able to take their next Shadow Tyrant over to the side of VP, so getting some more damage over to Prince is definitely where they're going to be looking at trying to reclaim this late game, right? Because, I mean, they need to get some dominance now because AYLO Gaming, they've definitely come back in this game 1.
What we learned from that engage here is that Marco Polo has hit the point where he's not going to die to a Sunset combo here, right? He has a Frigid Charge, he has some armor, and they need to actually work together. Probably maybe Sunset bringing the Luna in, bringing the Saker in, getting that little bit extra damage, because Sunset himself cannot take out Marco Polo.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's kind of hoping with the Frigid Charge, right? We can see it's off on cooldown at the moment, but Celista's gone for the Frigid Charge, so he's looking for the stun on the unsuspecting victim of Virtus.pro, so he can kind of just open up the team fight that way. I mean, his main targets, he's probably looking for something like the Angela before she procs the Blazing Brilliance, but from what we've seen from Red, he kind of always pulls it out very much early within the team fight, so he knows that he cannot be dived on.
Yeah, usually opens up the fight with that, softening up the enemy front line. And it's on such a low cooldown, it comes back up. But we see Saker skill 1 onto Celista here. He does end up getting caught this time. That's the combination they need. Magic damage, Marco Polo is very vulnerable to at this point in the game before he picks up his Succubus, right? He's stuck on these armor items, the Frigid. And the lifesteal from Doomsday, making him have a lot of effective HP. But Luna and Saker doing a lot of burst magic damage. Will be able to take him out before he gets his Succubus.
Yeah, just a little bit of a love tap onto that high ground turret, right? That's all VP needs to do to bring those enhanced minions through. And honestly, AYLO Gaming, I'm going to be able to push this wave, hopefully. Surely, they cannot let this high ground turret fall.
Wow, it is effectively at 0 HP here as we see Set Sail come out onto 2. They just want to cause a bit of havoc in front of the tower to give time for that cannon. That 1 HP cannon barely got 1 shot off. And that is going to be the first high ground tower down on the side of AYLO Gaming. And it's going to be important because once you have 1 high ground tower down, super minions are going to be feeding into that lane forever. Your team is forever going to have to worry about that lane.
Yeah, it's going to be sort of like a problem in the back of your mind at all times. Like, even if you go into a team fight and you're kind of looking like you're very confident onto the side of AYLO Gaming taking that team fight, it means like, hey guys, is anybody checked the clash lane right now? I mean, there could be a huge wave going through and we have no intel on it. And then all of a sudden they're at your base, they're battering in it, and then that's game 1 done for you. But that was a nice takedown for the Overlord, Shadow Overlord there for the side of Virtus.pro, so they're able to clean that up as well, meaning that they could get some more priority, maybe even try and take this higher ground turret into the mid lane as well, or it looks like it's pretty much 2/3 of health.
While taking a high ground tower is good for both sides, I'd say it's extra important for the side of VP because they do have the Sunset, and he's able to transition from a team fight to a backdoor at a moment's notice. So that's another thing that AYLO always has to worry about here once these towers go down.
Yeah, we're already trying to get a bit of aggression onto the side of VP, onto this higher ground turret into the mid lane, but nothing comes out of it just yet. They're able to mitigate these minion waves, but now Vanguard here.
Angel ultimate coming out, softens up the side of AYLO Gaming, but they are 5-man defending this though, as they take out the Shadow Overlord here. Shadow Vanguard, I should say. Shadow Vanguard's still going through. They're doing a great job protecting their towers, but they need a fight eventually. These towers are getting whittled down. They're defending it. Their tower's not going down immediately, but every dragon that comes up to that tower here does a little bit extra damage, and if they don't pull the trigger, they're going to end up losing all their high ground towers.
Yeah, it's just delaying the inevitable, right? Like, if they don't take any kills here onto the side of VP, that is AYLO Gaming, they are going to be making sure that, well, they're just basically just, like I said, delaying the inevitable of that higher ground turrets falling into the mid lane, because we're already seeing a bit of a nursing up to the top side of the map thanks to Celista. He's looking to just get that Splendid Revolver onto those minion waves just to clear them out and get some resources for himself. But overall, the resources are going over to VP for now. About 2k lead just at this moment in time.
Dark Tyrant.
VP taking very aggressive positioning because they know, oops, set sail comes out onto 2. Not much comes of it. It seems like he was only using that to threaten the enemy away, to give his team the freedom to take that Tyrant. VP not afraid of the Tyrant here, as they can all walk in. They see the Marco Polo clearing top on the map. They know they cannot walk into a bad fight, and they just walk in and just take the Tyrant right in front of AYLO. AYLO was the one that actually started it, but they're forced to retreat because they know they got to watch after these waves.
Exactly, they've got to watch the waves as well, right? I mean, the set sail is also being used to kind of bait out the destructive deluge as well, right? Like, you can see it all the time. Whenever the set sail comes in, the destructive deluge gets put down. So it's kind of a bit of a dual thing coming through for the side of Virtus.pro. They're looking to try and push this team fight, but also get these ultimates exhausted from the side of AYLO Gaming.
For sure. Sunset now, late game, has all of his cooldown items. He could set sail like every 10 seconds almost. They have really low cooldowns on the side of VP. They could practically expend their ultimate every wave, and it would be a good trade. Tempest Dragon does arrive. Upgraded items will come in handy now, as we see a lot of gold on both sides. There looks to still be one more fight. While AYLO Gaming is going to be hemorrhaging the minions top, they are going to look for a fight here on the Tempest Dragon.
Looking for a
set
fight,
sail comes in. He does not pick anyone up.
He gets a knock onto Vermont, but there's going to be no follow-up there. There is nobody for the side of Virtus.pro able to actually maintain that one. You can kind of see that Lomax is just waiting in the brush by the Azure Golem as they are trying to go for this Tempest Dragon. Like I said in the introduction, Phil, Tempest Dragons are going to be coming in thick and full in this series.
For sure. AYLO Gaming tries to get into the pit here. That set sail gave VP a lot of space. Now it's forcing AYLO to actually walk into a setup pit here. Another set sail comes, amazing 3-man set sail. But again, he's using it as kind of a zoning tool as opposed to an engaging tool. He's rarely picking up his teammates. He's just shooting the ship into the enemy side, causing havoc, giving vision here. Once again here, he's basically frontlining on Sunset, giving his team enough time. And his team does get enough time to go ahead and take out the Tempest Dragon. Bullfight breaks out.
Yep.
Sanctuaries popped on both sides. I can't really tell who's going down. Destiny's being popped as well. Marco Polo barely gets away with that Destiny there. Good micromanagement of the items there, being able to buy the Destiny while under the Sanctuary here. As Virtus.pro, even though they got the Tempest Dragon, they're forced to run away.
Forced to run away, but so is AYLO Gaming, right? So look at that top side of the map. It's crashing in with a minion wave as well as the Tempest Dragon Vanguard. They have to be careful. Solista is keeping his eye on that minimap. That is his prime goal, to make sure they don't just get backdoored, because it's been such a back and forth fight in this game one, especially at a certain point in the game. It definitely seemed like it was a kind of a Virtus.pro victory in the early game, but like I said in the introduction as well, these two teams struggle to actually run the game out early on. They have to play the distance to try and get that ultimate team fight, get the Tempest Dragon, and get the victory.
Yeah, it's hard. You see wipes on both sides. Both teams play really like passive, and they like to disengage, right? One of them goes down, they like to disengage. Look at this. A combo comes out. Oh, set sail comes in. It's not quite enough. Oh! Wow, good snipe coming out from Red here. It looks like this might be it, actually, as we see the Tempest Vanguard to go ahead and shock and disrupt down the towers on the side of AYLO Gaming. Once they are disrupted, they cannot fire, they cannot do anything. It's practically like they're not there, so they can just take a fight right under their tower.
Yeah, they need to make sure they wait for these next Vanguards, right? But at the same time, Vermont, Lomax, and Solista are definitely keeping this base intact. They need to, or else it does fall in this game one. But right now, Virtus.pro using that set sail once more.
Bullfight breaking out into the enemy crystal here. It is probably game here. I don't know if they can win off this push, because they're getting kind of low here. They might actually back up, but when 3 high grounds are out, look at all these Sanctuaries pop. Yep, that's probably game right there. GG.
Yeah, Virtus.pro with the final touchdown, which is that game-winning mechanic that is the Tempest Dragon coming through for the side of Virtus.pro. Like I said in the introduction, those in chat are definitely in for a treat if they like the Tempest Dragon fights, because VP and AYLO Gaming, this is their specialty.
Sunset, they're buying their team a lot of space. At first, they actually didn't have position of the Tempest Dragon pit, right? He said he put on the set sail, zoned them all the way back, ended up getting another set sail, hitting a 3-man to keep them out. He just did a great job keeping out. He was the first to go down. He was actually the only one to go down in that encounter during Tempest Dragon, but he bought his team so much time and positioning that Alim was able to go ahead and secure and burst down Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, no, it was definitely all down to a Limb and Prince right there. That's where all the massive damage was coming through for the Tempest. Because, again, those that have played Honor of Kings know that it's not the easiest of the neutral objectives to run down, because it's not going to be an easy give over. It's kind of there to force the team fights between this one, because it is that kind of do or die trigger into Honor of Kings in terms of that late game. But VP was able to get it. They were able to get the kind of knock up onto Rover Alarm into the end as well there. And then as you saw, Doxa got melted down by a Limb into that late game. So they tried to have a little bit of like a Hail Mary towards the end there, but it just wasn't quite enough, because they already were sort of like facing the consequences of that pre-battered Clash lane as well. It was kind of a bed exposed for quite some time, especially that higher ground turret as well.
That was definitely a ultimate battle in the sense that everyone had all their items. It could go either way, right? Everyone had all their, no one was behind. But the problem was AYLO Gaming always has to worry about those minions leaking into their base there. When you have two of these passive teams, the first team to go ahead and take out the high ground is going to have the advantage, because they always need to send someone to go ahead and do cleanup at the house. And that was mostly Solista this game for AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, he probably out of all of them had the best wave clear, right? I mean, other than Vermont being back at base, probably wasn't be the best call, because he was necessarily their front line. So it was all down to Solista. He has the Splendid Revolver, just go through, just get that wave clear, and then go back to his team fight. But it was just enough pressure for VP to put onto the side of AYLO Gaming that meant they were able to kind of clean up this team fight, clean up the Tempest Dragon at the end as well, and claim that victory in game 1. But like I said, historically, VP have beaten AYLO Gaming 2-1 already, so will we see a similar scoreboard come through? But we're already game 1 in, right? Game 1 in terms of the picks that have been exhausted, not all of them have been like T1 picks, T0 picks. They've just been kind of like a bit of a fair spread of these heroes into this first best of 5, which is exactly the pace that both of these teams need to go at, because it is more than likely going to go the distance for both of these teams. But let's look at the damage dealt over to the side of Virtus.pro.
Look at the damage on Lomax here, 242k. As you mentioned, every time the set sail comes out, he sets up his ultimate as well too, and makes sure that the enemy team cannot engage. Doing a good job mid lane. They fended off like 4 to 5 pushes from the side of VP, so definitely a lot of damage on there here. And but it was unfortunately not enough, as VP was the first to get the crack on the high ground. Sushi, interesting to note here, 40,000 damage, because most of the time he was using set sail, it was not to engage fights. It was just to get vision and just to help his team go ahead and rotate and get onto the objective. So not as much damage coming out, not as aggressive. I don't think he picked up anyone on the Sunset that game, where some teams like picking up teammates and looking for some combos. He was mainly worried about getting vision for his team and played more of a supportive Sunset, which is very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he was just there to collect intel for his team, right? Like, just say, guys, I found X, Y, and Z we know can go for the neutral objective, especially when we saw that to the top side of the map as well, where it wasn't actually at this point in case for the case of Virtus.pro, it was for AYLO Gaming. But the MVP first, before I make that point, is Grizzly Q on the Zakia here. A great display of this player on this pick. Dying once, taking 24% of the damage, but also dealing 22% of the damage as well. But I feel like it was just the oppression from the Mulberry Power that really just kind of stopped those big picks onto the side of AYLO Gaming, just making access into the team fights, especially Doxa, right?
Grizzly Q great on these like melee bursty characters like the Diadea and the Sacred. He did 22% of the team damage. I was saying earlier, it's hard to get MVP on support, not for Grizzly Q.
Yeah, he's like, hold my drink. I'm going to prove you wrong, Phil. I'm going to prove you wrong. But the point I was going to make, right, is the fact that they were giving intel over and making sure they're able to kind of take these objectives when they knew that their enemy jungle was kind of like not present on that side of the map, which is exactly the point where you want to take them, right? Especially with how scrappy these team fights have been all game between Virtus.pro and AYLO Gaming. I mean, at this point here at the Crystal with the Tempest Dragon Vanguards was definitely at the mercy of the set sail from Shisu there into the backline, as his team just basically nurses these Vanguards into the turret and then ultimately takes down the Crystal.
Yeah, this is probably the game we've seen the most set sails like possible. Sunset crafted like 15, 20 ships that he sent into the enemy side there in that game there. He rarely brought people with him, but he definitely got a lot of vision. Very interesting way to play Sunset. I never really see that, so you learn something right there, right? You'll be able to use the set sail as not as a engage tool, but as a vision tool as well too. But that's enough of this set here. Let's go ahead and take a break before we get into the next game.
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Major West League Spring 2025. We're in Survival Week and it is day 2, and we are into the full best of 5 between AYLO Gaming and Virtus.pro. Game 1 going up with the Virtus.pro so far, but it was definitely a test that went the full distance.
This series is going to be a test of stamina here, as both these teams like playing a little bit slower. They like playing a little bit into the more later end of the game, where we see more Tempest Dragons come out. You see all these heroes with their full potential, full builds, upgraded active items here. VP ended up taking down game 1 here as they secured the Tempest Dragon, and they had that high ground that was feeding super minions, elite minions into the side of AYLO's team. But it could also go either way. AYLO had great control throughout the whole game too. And it's gonna be interesting to see who goes ahead and changes up their strategy here, or will they do the same thing and give it another crack?
Yeah, I feel like for AYLO Gaming, they was just kind of playing a little bit too defensive. They was waiting for the reaction to come through from VP, like where we were seeing that they were using the Sunset set sail, so Shisu using that big boat just to kind of set up these team fights. And AYLO Gaming just seemed like they were just waiting for it. And then in that mid game, there was kind of like, you know what, let's just wait for it to come through. Let's expand the Destructive Deluge, and then we'll get the pick off. Because there was at certain points where Docs are really shining those team fights, but none of those picks can get picked now. It is the global BP. The other teams can respectively pick those ones as well if they really want to, or the same team who have just picked out the likes of the Mayin can ban that also. Still, they can't pick it, but they can still ban it. We go into game 2, BP here, Liang ban, as well as the Mai Shiranui. Pretty much staple bans so far within the West League.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how VP goes ahead and drafts this game. Will they still take a more balanced approach like game 1, where they ended up leaving the Deity up for the sake here, right? Or are they going to try and make a mad dash for the win here and get that 3-0 as quick as possible and start picking up these power picks?
Potentially, right? I mean, we'll have to wait to see what they actually do. Draft here, Dharma gets banned out as well. So AYLO Gaming, they probably want to look at banning maybe out the Ali here, or end up giving it over to VP. So they ban out the Jing. So it does mean that Prince can go on at one of those, another big picks here, and it is going to be the Ali being locked in here for Virtus.pro.
I
Arlie gets picked up. We're likely to see AYLO Gaming respond with the Diadea, and potentially maybe the Long here is a pretty solid 2-pick combo, and it removes the Diadea away from Grizzly. That's one of his preferred picks. But instead, we see the Ganon Mo being hovered, actually. Both teams leaving Long on the table here, and they seem to be saving it for some of the later rounds.
I mean, to be honest, they could still go for the Lung here for the third pick onto the side of AYLO Gaming after they get the first 2 picks onto the side of VP, but VP are going to be locking in the Pei and the Byron combo. Ooh, a lot of aggression coming through the side of Virtus.
Pei Byron, popularized by OG, dominating the early top quadrant of the map here. I'm interested to see how VP goes ahead and uses that. This is definitely a departure from their usual style here. As we mentioned in the past, both teams like playing a little bit slower. It seems like VP is going to put their foot on the gas and try to clean this one up here with the Byron and the Pei.
Yeah, it's going to be very aggressive in the early game, right? Just access into the back line, but they're going to make sure they're careful, though, because, I mean, there's a lot of burst damage coming over from AYLO Gaming. You've got the Ganon Mo. Lomax, historically, has had very good games on the Ganon Mo. A lot of damage, a lot of pressure into the early game, but then they have also Solista onto the Lung. So we've already seen it. Prince had a dominant, very much early game as well, going up against Solista's Marco Polo in game 1. But let's see how it goes for AYLO Gaming. But let's have a look once more at these bans coming through. The Masashi getting banned out here for the side of AYLO Gaming, and the Nua as well.
I'll definitely consider removing some of these more early game reactive mid laners. Maybe the Princess Frost. Do not give them the opportunity to go ahead and roam and help out the Byron and Pei. They end up removing Sunbin and Nua. Interesting bans on the side of AYLO here. As we see Masashi banned out for VP. They're probably going to target down another one of AYLO's potential junglers here. I'm not quite sure what it could be. Maybe the Dune. Luna actually gets banned out. That's all right too. As we see AYLO needing to round out their team here now.
Needing to round out the team. I mean, they still have access to the Augur in here, but it looks like they're not going to be expanding such a big pick this early on within this best of 5, it seems. It looks like they're going to be locking in potentially the Agudo. It's a good driving force here. It's a bit of a front line that they need as well, right? It's able to try and like get the CC onto launching Furball to try and get onto the back line of VP like the Ali. But then also you get the healing from the Wild Growth as well. So good potential here for AYLO Gaming, but at the same time, Virtus.pro may be locking in the Mutsu, and we've already seen some very impressive Mutsu gameplay so far.
I like that they're picking up the Agudo. It's a lower resource jungler here. When you go ahead and you pick the Augur in here, you might butt heads with Ganon Mo a little bit in the resource department, whereas Agudo will happily let Ganon Mo take all the farm and farm up and scale up, as he just plays as more of an anchor for their team here with that Furball. The Motsu and Lady Jen being locked in aside of VP, giving them a bit more reach, as they picked Pei, Byron, Arlie, not the highest range characters on the side of VP here. So the Motsu and Lady Jen being able to round that out kind of complements some of their heroes here.
Yeah, I mean, you can be looking at most of the access into the front line mainly being for the Byron and the Pei, right? Set up like those early kind of pickoffs onto the squishy heroes onto the side of AYLO Gaming, whereas Motsu is going to be setting up that kind of like stun onto them, right? So as soon as we get the Cannon Blast come through, that's when we see kind of like Pei just kind of dive in and lunge with the Tiger form, as well as Byron with the knockup. So interesting engage pick and draft here in this game 2, but over the side of AYLO Gaming, they do round it out with the Sunset, so they pay back all those boats that VP gave over to them this time around in game 2.
I wager we're going to see Sunset use a lot of boats to escape this time here, as they're going to be against the Pei Byron invades here in the top lane. Maybe they can go ahead and escape and pick up their jungler and turn and counter engage. I'm not too sure, but early game is going to be pivotal this game, depending on how VP plays. If they can get ahead and run away with the game and end the game early, they should succeed and get their team up to 2-0. But if they don't go ahead and win that early game and secure all the jungle on the side of AYLO Gaming, they should get outscaled, as Pei late game doesn't really do much.
Exactly. That's exactly what they need to do, right? I mean, Lung is kind of like the opposite. As soon as he gets into the end game, he's going to be pretty strong, and Solista, we know, can perform on such great picks into the farm lane. But also Lomax, he needs to get a few items on the board, but it's going to be the oppressive kind of like freshly forged couple blades that do come through that are really going to put the pressure onto VP if they aren't going to be that good at dodging them, right?
I would like to see how Diadea actually manages the early game. Can Diadea roam in the proper spots to go ahead and protect Agudo's farm here from the Pei? As we see a fight break out. Wow, so much damage coming out here as we see Flash being blown from Diadea. And it might go down too still. Ooh.
May go down too, but I mean, they don't have enough skills that come through yet. They're all level 1, so they don't have all their skills available for them. Robot Alarm is very low, but it means that it sets up a really nice takedown for the enemy's Crimson Golem. So already accessing into the enemy jungle is Alim and Shisu.
And there's a good chance that Agudo cannot go ahead and trade and take the enemy's Crimson Golem here, as Lady Zen is in the bot lane, is going to be able to wave clear and respond if they see that coming up. It looks like Agudo will maybe make an attempt out of here as they are pathing bottom, but there's not much they can do. There's no more farm on the map available. They are forced to go ahead and try to make a gank or steal some jungle. And it looks like it will end up taking out the Firebeak here.
Yeah, he's looking to go for the Firebeak, then naturally potentially go onto the Crimson Golem here as well, or maybe try and just take a few camps off here. Don't be too overzealous because they already know they almost got caught out into that mid lane, right? Vermon and I believe it was Rober Elmar was almost taken down, and that would have been a crucial double kill at level 1 for the side of VP. Would not be the start that AYLO really want in this one.
That was a really good guess by the side of VP that they were going to go that way, and they full engaged on them, almost getting some kills. Even though it ended up kind of disastrous for the side of AYLO, it could have been much worse. And Agudo, one of the characters, I'm sure you know, Blam, that really needs to take out the jungle to get all these buffs. So they're kind of extra hurt when they get invaded.
Oh, exactly. I mean, the Agudo doesn't come online until you've got a few items, right? I mean, in terms of tankiness, in terms of damage as well, doesn't quite work. But again, using the furball here to try and just get out alive is Vermon.
A lot of action going down here. Furball coming out. Everyone is in the mid lane here, seems like. Long trying to walk up and respond, but it looks like still too early to convert all these kills here. As we get into the mid game, we're going to see these fights that are so explosive end with a little bit more results. But early game, as you mentioned, there's not much skills on either side. They're going to do a little bit of poke and clear the wave while they're doing it, but not much is going to come from it here.
I mean, they're all level 4 now, right, apart from Grizzly Q, he's still level 3. So other than that, they do have a lot of ultimates to expand now. So if they do really want to commit here, they could potentially do that. But I feel like it kind of, it then falters at the Tyrant. So a Tyrant being up in around about a few minutes as well, they need to make sure they're not kind of expanding all their resources as they are trying to set up a neutral objective here.
It seems like Agudo has done a good job of getting back into the game here. Motsu just ended up ticking into level 4 now. So, yep, all ultimates are now available. They are going to be ready for this Tyrant fight at 4 minutes. Just based, even though the heroes on the side, wow, okay, big engage come out here from Grizzly. Box comes out, does not connect. Diadea forced to back up. Even though I was mentioning the side of VP has such aggressive picks, it's still in their team's nature to play a little bit more safe, right? Play a little bit slower here. Combo comes out in the Ganon mode, barely, well, good positioning there, barely walking beside all that damage from the Lady Gen and the Moxie there. And do we see a dive come out? Byron flashes on the tower here with the ultimate charging up, and he takes out 2, but he will go down for it. Infinite Vastness comes out aggressively, actually, into a Lady Gen combo. Probably a bit of a mistake there as he gets taken out.
Yeah, I mean, that was just bearing the fruits of that crucial combo that we was talking about in week 1, right? The Byron and the Pei. It's so aggressive, so much dive, and in a moment's notice, especially when your enemy team is very low, they get deleted. And honestly, the fact that Alim got out of that one alive as well was really good. They did trade up Shisu there, which isn't the worst of trades for them. It still means that their Alim is up for this neutral objective. Going for the Tyrant is VP.
Sushi flashing on the tower, they're knocking up 2, making sure he was the one that tanked the tower, as Pei is not great at doing that. He did go down for it, but we've seen that Sushi is no stranger to going ahead and tanking and playing for the team with the Clash lane. Last game, we saw him get a lot of vision with the boats, and this game, he's going ahead and being the tank for his team, making sure that he was the one the tower was focusing, he was starting the fights, and taking the brunt of AYLO Gaming's damage.
Yeah, I mean, look at that T1 down to the bot side, right? That just needs, like, literally just one more range attack from Prince. He gets it, and it's gone. So they've already got, like, 3 kills in their bag, as well as a T1 turret, as well as a neutral objective. VP having, again, another successful early game. They just need to make sure they're being still that aggression. So like you were saying in the post-PB there, they need to make sure they keep that aggression on. Don't go into the late game, because that's when it becomes troublesome for them.
They're doing a great job early game here to keeping up the pressure and getting a lead. Can they build up enough of a lead and close out games, though? We've seen these teams struggle with closing out games, but if there was a composition that is good at doing it, it is going to be Byron, Pei, and Motsu here, tagging them under tower. Doxa, once again, surviving. Great at surviving. It is survival week, right? As they survive another onslaught here, and they have positioning for Overlord. They do have the Primal debuff, so they're likely not to take it, but they are going to get a lot of vision of AYLO Gaming's jungle and not let them go ahead and position for it.
Yeah, I feel like if AYLO Gaming definitely want to try and come out on top of Virtus.pro here, they need to be playing as a team. And as you saw there was like a 3-man rotation up to the top side of the map because they know they need it. They know that Doxa needs the support. They can't be letting him just take those 2v1s against Byron and Pei, because even though he's a little bit tankier considered like the other members of the side of AYLO Gaming, he's still going to fall to that massive combo. So aggressive, so much damage.
Yeah, if I was AYLO, I'd definitely be doing all my jungle on spawn. Don't give the enemy an opportunity to have any of your camps up and for it to get stolen. That way you can for sure subvert the early game and scale into the late game. And they did a great job there. The second the red buff came up, 3 members of AYLO Gaming focused it down. They're going ahead and cleaning up the jungle on the blue side here now as Byron's here getting vision of them. They might make a play on them top here because Byron sees that 2 people on AYLO are in the blue side jungle. Wow, Blades coming out from Ganimo and sniping out red on Lady Gen. Set Sail comes in. Do they pick anyone up? They don't pick anyone up. They get a boat off onto Prince, but it's a little bit far away for them to catch up.
Yeah, for now anyway. I mean, we do see a bit of a macro play there for Shizu, just trying to get a bit of a push into the mid lane. So sacrificing one of his teammates just to try and secure that T1 was probably the main goal there from Virtus.pro, but it just wasn't executed as fast enough as they probably hoped for, because with Verman on the Agudo, he can roll around with Furball, get to places a little bit faster, and that's one of the beauties of this pick.
Yeah, AYLO's comp has great reactive rotations here. They can use the set sail to move to where they need to be. They can move around with the Agudo here and able to, you know, defend multiple places at once. If you have a composition that is not this quick, if you're defending mid and your Azure Golem, you're not able to respond as quickly as AYLO Gaming did.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, right now we can see a bit of a dive here onto the backside of Ganimo as well as Agudo. They're trying to take the T2, so there's a bit of a fight on 2 fronts. They want to try and get some more objectives, some more real estate onto the gorge for the side of VP, but at the same time, Solista's going for the macro play as well. Up into the top side of the map, gets the T1 into the clash lane, trying to get some more itemization and resources for himself, because as we were saying in the BP as well, it's Lung that activates into the late game, not Pei.
Yeah, we see Motsu here helping out in all these pushes, using Cannon Blast to try and zone people off towers so they can get a few extra autos and chip down those towers here. The bot lane tier 2 tower is chipped to half here. Interesting enough, they're not really playing for mid this game. They noticed that last game, AYLO Gaming did a great job of defending middle. They don't want to try that one again because that will waste a lot of their early game time here for Pei. So they're making a move on these side lanes, trying to hit the weaknesses of AYLO Gaming here, making them move all around. But they're doing a great job of holding. Can they hold up long enough, though? It looks like they can, from my opinion here.
Potentially. I mean, see, Prince is just kind of being a little bit of a bait and switch here. He's trying to make sure that Doxa moves away from that T2, but Doxa is just like, no, guys, this is my ground zero. I need to defend it, and he knows the plan of Virtus.pro, right? They're trying to give like a bit of a sleight of hand into the mid lane, say, guys, let's fight here. 3 of them are there. Prince is trying to push the T2 into the bot side of the map as well, but it's just not quite coming through because Doxa is just kind of being that immovable object, being hit by this like some sizable force, which is Prince, especially when he starts getting that damage come through. He does have the Doomsday. He has the Shadow Ripper as well. He's going to start doing damage, especially when Daybreaker starts to come online for the Arlie.
It might be Prince's game to shine now, as I think the time for Pei and Byron is going to slowly be elapsed here as Lomax gets some more items here and Agudo tanks up. So it's going to be Prince's game to win here soon, because I don't think, if I was VP, I'd be a little bit worried. You know, I don't think they generated enough of an advantage early game to warrant those picks. And if it goes late and it goes into Tempest Dragon, like we know AYLO is good at doing and dragging out games until, it's going to be very bad for the side of VP.
Yeah, the fact they're not able to catch out Lomax as that easily as well. I mean, I say that, it might be just a little bit too quick for me to say that. They did land the Cannon Blast here.
Oh, you might be getting caught out now? No? Set Sail comes in onto the Byron. Byron's caught in a bit of a bad spot here, but he's actually doing a great job of holding. Can he hold long enough? Barely goes down here. He's just caught behind the enemy tower. They tried to dive Lomax. As you mentioned, Lomax is super slippery. They're not able to take him down. Another fight comes out. Furball comes out, and wow, Flaming Palm takes out Peg.
This is not the team fight that VP wanted, right? I mean, they've got the range for Lomax here. He's just literally laying down a couple of blades from a distance. The cannon blasts aren't catching anybody out, and they've definitely pushed VP a little bit back here, especially by taking out a limb. They have no smite to try and contest this neutral objective here.
Another Set Sail comes in on the 2, but it is not enough. Doxa almost goes down, and he does go down because of that. But as we've seen in the fight prior, Long gets a double kill. That is not what you want to see. I think it's Long's time to shine as he has gotten his items. He is ready. Pei has fallen off. Byron is going to slowly fall off here. Now, AYLO Gaming is going to look to try and control the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is the 10-minute mark, right? I mean, Solista has the Shadow Tyrant. He has the Crimson Golem as well. So that's a lot more damage going over to him, bar the itemization as well. We do need to make sure that Rogue Realmar is sticking to him like glue, keeping him alive, because like you were saying there, Phil, it's all about Solista into these team fights and Lomax. That's where the damage is going to come from for the side of AYLO Gaming. If they get taken off early, it's a
Set Sail comes in. No, does not quite connect. That one was coming from downtown. I thought something was about to happen there, but it ends up crashing it. Alim still trying to invade the side of AYLO Gaming, getting what he can, trying to use up the pick here, the mobility, as they're distracted mid. They do end up taking a tower in the clash lane. Vermin might get caught out here, half HP. We do need him a little bit help here to anchor the fight for his team. So it's interesting, he's staying here with the half HP. He's kind of forced to stay. It looks like, as you can tell by his position, he doesn't really want to take these fights. He's injured here, but VP is applying so much pressure, he has to stick around. Byron trying to dive the tier 2 tower. Prince, oh, there's Byron here. They end up forcing a fight here. Vermin Blood Rage gets popped. Not the best time to fight here. They're not giving AYLO time to reset. They're not giving them time to breathe here.
That's what they need to do, though, right? We don't want to be seeing another 20-minute game for the side of VP, because like we're saying, the win condition falls apart there because Pei falls off, Byron falls off a little bit there as well, but they need to make sure they aren't getting faltered to Solista or give up any more kills, but it is going to be Shisu on the run there, very low health.
This might be one of the last windows for VP here to go ahead and build a sizable lead to be able to close out the game, as they're only up 1,000 gold or so now. AYLO, once again, their mid lane tower still stands. Sure, it still stands for VP as well too, but they're not on a timer like AYLO is.
I mean, yeah, exactly. If anything, they're kind of waiting for that timer to pop off, right? I mean, especially with the itemization coming through for Solista, but I think it was a good push for VP, though. They were able to get the Shadow Vanguard, the Shadow Overlords, and then push both the T2s into the farm and the Clash lane, so pouring a lot of pressure onto those side lanes, even though it's all fighting around the mid lane once more. It's like, we were saying it earlier, maybe they've learned, but honestly, from what I've been seeing, they haven't learned. They were able to get the T1 finally, but they've spent so much time, so much resources to try and get that turret.
Yeah, it might be too little too late here as AYLO's scaling up. The Ganamo just is able to clear it so safely with the blades, and now he has this whole, he's really itemized up now too. We should start seeing some people get evaporated every now and then. Ganamo is going to stay out of vision, drop a combo. Byron might not go down in one hit, but if Red is not careful and catches some blades, he could get evaporated.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to be careful as well, because Prince has just built Sun Chaser, so he has that kind of extended range for a short period of time as well, so he can kind of get closer to you easier than he would previously, like a few 2 minutes ago.
Ganamo, kind of the center of attention of his team, making sure he's always around. He does not want to be alone. Everyone on the side of VP could probably solo him if he's alone. Pei catches him out, Byron catches him out, and then Prince being able to turn on that Sun Pool and then auto him down too with all those dashes. He's not able to do anything. But he's smart to play around the Vermin, play around the anchor of his team here, always on the sidelines, not going in first, clearing these minion waves, and never getting caught out.
Exactly. I mean, they're definitely trying to go for another neutral objective here. Set Sail just get coursed onto Doxa here.
It might be a bit of a smite fight here as we see Agudo onto the Tyrant, and Pei ends up securing it. Agudo dropping really low, turns on Blood Rage. It's not enough, goes down. Here we go. This fight might be a big decider. VP needs to win this and convert it here. Splendor comes out from Ganamo, but once you're alone in Ganamo, Splendor or not, you're going to get taken out. And this is a great fight for VP. This might be what VP needs. They need to somehow convert this into a lot of objectives here. That was a 1 for 5 ace coming out for VP.
Yeah, for a limb to die here is fine because they were able to get the neutral objective. They got the tyrant, so they do have the increased damage, which really aided Prince into that team fight. They have minion waves into the bot side. They have minion waves into the mid as well, so they can really just push here. It's like 8 seconds and 3 seconds for Doxa to come back on here now. So it's all going to be down to the side of AYLO Gaming. Can they defend this base with this set sail?
It looks like they're playing for the win here with their 1 minion. They're all 4 staying in the bot side. Looks like they ended up changing their mind. The set sail onto them kind of changed their mind there. Sunset goes down, and so does the tower. And this is disastrous for the side of AYLO. 1 bad fight, and they leaked 2 high ground towers, and they're never going to be able to get those back. Can they somehow break out of their base from this point on?
I mean, they gotta hope so, right? If they do, they have to make a pick up onto the side of VP first. But right now, with that 1 high ground turret remaining, it means that VP and Lim was just like, guys, they're pretty much pushed at the base. They've already just spawned back. Let's go for the Overlord.
The tempo is completely shifted, and AYLO is end up getting their deaths staggered. Once their deaths are staggered, they're never really around, and they can't protect their team. And Ganemo caught alone here because all the deaths are staggered here, and not everyone's up at the same time, and that should be GG, as we see the minions being able to push in mid here for the side of VP.
Yes, it's only down to Solista here to try and clear these minion waves, but there's a lot of damage over to the side of VP. Gets the crystal as well.
But it's not enough.
VP already looking strong in this best of 5 build. 2-0 for the side of VP. I mean, arguably, they're not been going for, obviously, like, the deepest of strats in terms of, like, going for, like, Orgren and sort of the Mayim for themselves, as well as down to the farm lane. Obviously, that's probably where they're mostly really exhausted those big prio picks, right? I mean, the Ali, as well as the Lung in game 1. So maybe that's kind of like the strategy they're going for here. That's maybe that's the MO. Feed Prince his picks, and he will feed us the victory.
They're picking these really tried and true combos, you know, very easy win condition to theorize. Byron, Pei, control the early game, pressure these towers. In the mid game, it looked kind of suspicious for them there, you know. They weren't generating as much of a lead, but they ended up finding a great fight, 1 for 5. And when you get aced, that was not very characteristic of AYLO. Usually they don't get aced there, but they end up getting aced, and that leaked so many towers. And from then they started going in 1 by 1 to try and defend, and it all just started falling apart.
I mean, it's the problem with like the picks like the Agudo, right? Like they had picks like Dune available as well as the Orgrim, but still decided not to go for them. So this has already gave VP those 2 not easy wins, but convincing wins here for the side of VP. But that's the problem now, is that AYLO Gaming are down by 2 points, so that's already going to be a bit of a chunk to the mental coming through. But the Agudo, as much as I love Agudo, and I'm an Agudo stan, I love playing Agudo into ranked, it's just not the tank you need in this one. You needed something that could soak and sustain whilst the backline was doing a lot of damage, especially when you've got such great picks like the Lung and the Ganemo. It just feels so sort of wasted on the side of AYLO Gaming at this round.
And in the Agudo early game, you know he can't really respond to a Pei. There's not much you can do. And as I mentioned in the game, the Agudo gets extra punished, right? The characters balance around being able to get a full clear of their jungle and get all those jungle buffs. But when Pei eats half your jungle and threatens you for the other half, you're not really scaling up. You're half the character that you're supposed to be.
Yeah, even with like the release mechanic of Agudo, right, where you just basically pop that skill, wait a few seconds, and then it kind of just takes the camp and you still get the gold, but you also get a blessing. Just wasn't fast enough in terms of the jungle clear here, but you can see that the damage was actually being taken by Agudo, so Vermon was definitely doing his due diligence within that fight, being the only real front line there. Obviously, they did have Doxa as well that took 71k of the damage, but when you sort of see like 105k coming from Red, and then you got the 65k, and then they're also down to Grizzly Q as well onto the Motsu getting 75k. So there's a lot of damage at like left, right, and center onto the side of Virtus.pro. It was way too much for Agudo to keep up with.
Grizzly Q might be one of the highest damage support players in the league here. Every time I see the damage numbers on, I get confused. Is that a carry? 22, 23, 25% of his team's damage on support. I don't know who's not doing damage on that side, but it is not Grizzly Q. If we look at the graph here, in the mid game, that's what I was starting to mention. This could be bad for VP, you know? They didn't build up enough of a lead. If anything, they're actually giving a little bit of back at AYLO. So that gave AYLO a lot of life there, but they ended up taking 1 bad fight, and in a game that's as short as Honor of Kings, 1 bad fight, you're gonna lose the game.
Oh, absolutely, especially if it's at the right point of the game as well, right? Like if it's in that mid-game, like around about that 10-minute mark, and you lose, and you've already kind of got those both the T2s down into the side lanes as well, and there's minions pushing, it just spells disaster for your opponent. But looking at the MVP here, it is going to be none other than Grizzly Q 2 times in a row. 4-0 and 9 in the KDA. Like you said, Phil, is he the Mystique carry in this one?
How does he do? He's making me eat my words. It's really hard to get MVP on support, guys. Trust me, I play a lot of support in solo queue. Those of you guys that play support in chat probably know, even if you think you did really well, usually the fruits of your labor here go onto your carries, and they end up taking your MVP. It's okay. We're supports, you know. We're trying to do that. But how is Grizzly claiming all these MVPs?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's mobbing them up, right? Like, maybe we're, like, underestimating it here. Maybe, like, oh, all the vision's going up at the Prince into the draft, when really it's Grizzly Q that got the Sakira in Game 1, got the Motsu in Game 2, clearly carrying here in this Game 2 as well. The Cannon Blast did connect. Some of them did whiff, but it was just basically oppressive enough to keep the side of AYLO Gaming away from these neutral objectives, as we just saw there, into the fight for the Shadow Tyrant. But once more, it was just able to kind of catch and lock down Solista when he needed it the most, right? Like using this, there's the Cannon Blast onto two.
Look at that.
Huge.
All right, I can see how he could get MVP, actually. If you're landing Cannon Blast like that, you deserve MVP. Nice two-man Cannon Blast coming out. Motsu combo is great with Gan and Mo, but when they're on opposite sides, if I was Gan and Mo, I'd be really scared of the Motsu. I'm kind of immobile, slow pick. If I get caught by a Cannon Blast, it can easily convert into a pick there. But that's Game 2 here. Let's get ready for Game 3 as we take a break.
Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the loss, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major West League Spring 2025. I am Blam, and with me once more is Phil, as we are potentially going into match point for Virtus.pro here. Again, we were speaking in the break, Phil, saying we're very surprised about Virtus.pro, but clearly this is the buff of momentum. But let's look at the updated global ban pick.
They pulled out a composition that we've only really seen Twisted Minds and OG bust out, right? The Byron Pay, as we see teams are starting to learn from each other. They noticed how oppressive that combo can be, and they're starting to pick it up and practice it themselves, and they played it pretty well here. They didn't end the game as quick as usual OG fashion, but they still cleaned it up and got it done. In the beginning, I really thought it was going to be a bloody series. It was going to be really back and forth, but VP with the momentum, with the wind in their sails, I think they might actually clean this up 3-0.
Exactly. I mean, this is the thing we haven't quite beat home about as well recently, is the fact, obviously, AYLO Gaming is at the top of Group A at the moment. Virtus.pro is in a steady second place. If Virtus.pro takes this victory over AYLO Gaming, it cements them into top place after day 2 in Group A. The next time that this team actually fights is not all the way till the end of the 4th day of the survival week, so it puts Virtus.pro in a very good position if they're able to take this series from AYLO Gaming, especially in a 3-0 fashion as well.
Super important for either team here to take the win, as they are fighting each other for that first place spot. The other teams, sure, it obviously matters if you get a win against them, but this is the team that could knock you down, so you really need to take a win.
Yeah, I mean, they've already basically displayed that they can beat AYLO Gaming, right? They beat them in a 2-1 victory score into the ranking week. But let's go into the BP here. They ban out the Dolia again for the side of AYLO Gaming. They don't want any kind of Dolia synergy coming through for Grizzly Q. Because again, we seem to be thinking that maybe Prince has all the power picks here, but Grizzly Q has been back-to-back MVP in this series.
Prince is there to take all the focus, while Grizzly Q is the truly carrying here as they get a support ban off of him here. He still has not played the Diadea yet, and it looks like it might go through as AYLO Gaming played it and they did not ban it. They do get the Mai though. Mai, one of the highest presence picks here in the Kings Major West League. But I don't know how I feel about the Mai. I feel like usually Mai underperforms for how much respect teams give it. Usually first pick, first ban. But they do end up picking up the Mai. You really can't let it go. But the Diadea, as I mentioned, comes out for Grizzly Q. Here. This could be the game 3. VP is not pulling any punches here. Argrin and Diadea being locked in.
Yeah, Coach Hydro, there's like, guys, press execute. Because, I mean, here we are with Diadea and Orgrin. These are the kind of picks that we were seeing in these best of 3s, right? Come through in game 1, actually bear a lot of fruit. But over to the side of AYLO Gaming, I mean, yes, the Mai Shiranui, like we said, has a lot of presence and hasn't had a lot of kind of like fortuitous presence within the Honor of Kings Major West League this far. But pairing it with the likes of the Motsu and the Monkey is really good, right? Because there's a lot of single target CC, but then the Mai Shiranui to then basically climb on top of and burst down those unsuspecting targets. But who would be the target in this case?
Not too sure. They have not showed anyone yet. Maybe a D-Renji is going to come out to possibly hamper the tankiness of Monkey. But I actually don't like Monkey into Argrin. We've mentioned prior is not the best. There's the D-Renji being locked in to shut him down here. I'm actually a coach for VP as well, as you can see here. They go ahead and lock in the D-Renji. It's interesting to note that the Motsu is so high priority in the best of 5. In the best of 3s, we saw it a little bit. You know, some teams pulled it out. But in the best of 5s, it seems like one of the most highest presence, highest impact picks. And it just goes to show the format really matters when it comes to hero selection.
Oh, absolutely. It definitely changes the whole dynamic of the tournament, right? The fact that you've got Motsu coming in and obviously bearing a lot of victories as well. Like, I mean, honestly, you can see it come through as like 2 times in a whole series. But in those 2 series, 2 times in the series, it's generally within the win there. But VP are definitely trying to work down the marksman pool for the side of AYLO Gaming, because they've already used Marco Polo. They've already used Lung. Shoyue gets taken off, so there's no Lung range, especially with the Motsu here. And then Chano as well. So already using the Marco Polo, we're probably looking at something maybe like the Lady Sun here if they want to try and go for some late game potential, a little bit of a bigger poke, bigger damage onto the D-Ranger. There we go.
Okay, you're the coach of AYLO Gaming. I'm the coach of VP, as we see Lady Sun locked in on the side of AYLO.
I have no reason why they're losing. They're losing right now. I don't want to be coach.
Well, but instantly gets off that. Oh, I was not coaching. They were coaching open different, you know.
Let's end this with grace.
Well, they did pick the Agudo. Hold on, Blam. Hold on now.
Nah, not me.
Hold on
bro.
now. Wait a second.
But no, over
Shah comes out.
Yeah, Shah coming out here. Normally picked against like a counter for Orgrin here, but this time around, obviously, they have their mid lane already locked in, which is the Mai Shiranui. But it could be just as a frightful counter for the Mai Shiranui as well, especially using the Silk Beauty to just move them around. It's going to be a lot harder for Lomax to try and sort of like dictate the pace of his engage, especially when they have a Shah on their team.
Red on the Shu is one of his signature picks. We see it in the team profiles. This is actually his favorite pick here, puts in the background. And I love when players take these like not S tier characters, A tier characters, and they play it so well that it becomes a top tier threat. Kind of similar how Guan Yu is with Keke. And I'd say Shu with Red is another one of those picks.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the games they had with Koi off broadcast yesterday, they actually did draft the shirt and the Diadea, but that's actually one of the games they lost. They went a full 22 minutes against Koi and lost the game ultimately in 22 minutes. So even though Red got one of his signature picks and they had the Diadea, I mean, the difference is that they've replaced the Dune with the Orgrim, which again can be fruitful. Over to the side of Virtus.pro, they've only gone for Monkey in this case, so there's not going to be any kind of like high burst jungler that's going to be sort of like aiming onto the Ogryn. Maybe they're going to be really putting that down to low max onto the Mai Shiranui, and then obviously they have the Mayin once more as well. So 3 out of the 5 drafts at the game 4 that they lost against Koi are in this one, just with the difference of the D-Ranger compared to the Lady Sun and the Ogryn over the Dune. So let's see how Virtus.pro actually try and perfect this 3 out of 5 loss already.
I think Vermin, when he goes ahead and picks the jungle, he picks who he thinks is cutest, because we have Agudo and now we have the monkey come out. But what happened to Dune? Dune is not seeing any presence in the best of 5s, it seems, as one of the strongest and most picked characters in the best of 3. So it's interesting how the different formats really shape the picks here. I'm actually not a big fan of the monkey pick. We mentioned prior that monkey into Agudo, into Argrin actually is not the best pick, especially now he has to navigate against Red on the Shu here to be able to pull him back in for those executes. This is going to be a really tough game for AYLO composition-wise.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of, if you look at AYLO Gaming, right, they have a lot of kind of like access into the backline, especially with Doxa onto the Charlotte and Lomax onto the Mai Shiranui. So you can kind of see what they're going to be trying to go for into these team fights. A big, huge engage from the monkey as a bit of a distraction, whilst you see Doxa, Lomax rotating from a bush nearby, trying to kind of capitalize in onto the D-Ranger, which can be pretty hard because obviously he does have the legal immunity, but it all depends on how well that early game goes, right?
For sure. I think this game is going to be very execution-based. We have not seen AYLO Gaming play a composition like this. As we mentioned prior, they're more of a slower team. They like playing the map. They like playing for waves. So they might be switching up. They noticed their past gameplay has not been working out. They're 0-2. They're going to switch it up, try and play a little bit more dive-heavy. And while I do think draft-wise, VP has the compositional advantage, if AYLO Gaming can execute all these characters at the highest level, they could take it down.
Yeah, I mean, they have the shirt and they have the Diadea, right? So two great kind of like counter-engage heroes coming through. Lomax might be a bit of trouble here, trying to bait them into the enemy jungle, as they know that both Lady Sun, Solista, and Aroba Elmar can actually just rotate around and try and capitalize onto that. But they know they're not going to take the bait at this point. VP know how close they are to victory. They're going to be playing a little bit more cordial in this game.
For sure, but that might play into AYLO's favor. I feel like AYLO's been performing so poorly because of the aggression of VP that they were not ready for, right? So if they go ahead and slow down on game 3 here, it might give AYLO the game to come back.
It might do, right? I mean, they definitely don't want that to be the case onto the side of VP. They want to try and take a clean 3-0, which they haven't yet to do with...
Oh, what happened here? Look at that.
There we go.
The Shu pulling Motsu all the way under tower here. As we see an invade coming out, a limb on the Argrin here does end up taking. I think he ended up securing. Both junglers have the blue buff, so I'm not too sure. Maybe it got taken away by Monkey's smite there. But the Shu is one of those picks, one of the most frustrating characters to play against, might add. Have you ever played against that character before as a melee character? It is not fun. You are in the middle of the lane, and before you know it, you're under the enemy tower, and your team thinks you're trolling. But you're not. It's just like they pulled me, man. Like, they can reset pulls.
Yeah, they're taking control of my phone. Don't blame me. It's the hero. But no, I mean, honestly, yeah, I couldn't move. I couldn't do anything. It was against my will. But no, honestly, I mean, whenever a shirt comes into my rank games, they don't kind of do this like a heavy rotation, which they see here.
Oh wow! Look at that my combo, beautiful my combo on 2, and perfectly executing Prince there. We rarely see Mize get kills in the early game, but that was beautifully executed by Lomax. Hits all his abilities onto multiple people, and he comes back for more here as he goes ahead and takes out Grizzly Q. Wait, this might be one of the games that's making me eat my words about Mai. Mai is popping off this game.
So far, right? So far. I mean, everything take the Jeu Golem off of limb as well is going to be a bit crucial for the side of VP. Vermon is now got both the Crimson and the Azure Golem, but that was a good start for the side of AYLO Gaming, right? This is where the Motsu comes in and is very oppressive, but I feel like it was a bit of an overplay or an underplay there by Grizzly Q, right? Like, why would you go in with the enhanced basic attack of the Diadea, knowing that there is some damage over time waiting for you in that circle below you?
Yeah, Grizzly Q, that's one of the downsides of being more of an aggressive support. To get all this damage, you have to play a little bit more aggressively, and sometimes it gets punished. As we see Monkey here look for another dive, potentially, on the side of VP. They're forced to stand behind their tower. Cannon Blast coming out. They don't want to get dove by Lomax again on the Mai. And this is some of the most impressive Mai play I've seen all tournament. Usually Mai's are so passive, but Mai being able to maneuver around the DRNG stuns and getting some kills early game. And this is probably the weakest point for Mai, I would say, too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as soon as she starts getting more items, then it kind of becomes a bit more troublesome for her. But overall, we've seen a bit of a trade between the two turrets. Obviously, it became a bit more fruitful for the side of AYLO Gaming rather than VP. Shisu was just a little bit too slow in terms of the damage. But with a little bit of more of a one more basic attack, we could see that T1 into the Clash lane be taken down. But right now, in terms of the gold lead, AYLO Gaming are definitely kind of getting a sizable kind of lead at this point in the game.
They're trying to get onto Vermin here, but not enough juice. Alim is going to be great at executing Vermin if he gets low, but he can't even get low here as he jumps in and takes out Red. Oh, man. VP side of the jungle is going ahead and getting invaded multiple times by the Mai here, the Motsu. The more we watch Motsu gameplay, I feel like that pick is so impactful. I feel like teams are just now discovering how strong it is, being able to use those cannon blasts to stun up the enemy team, get vision. It's kind of like a ranged engage if you think about it here.
It's huge. I mean, look at that. Setting up for Lomax is so easy when you got the Motsu.
Yeah, and all of these teams have great Motsu players, it seems like. Makes sense because Motsu a really fun character to play, right? As a support. You don't really feel like a support. You play more like a carry, and a lot of Motsus are carrying in this tournament.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Right now, we are seeing that the lead is still going over to the side of AYLO Gaming for now. They are about, 2.5k ahead, and they were able to get the, obviously, the Shadow Tyrant, the first objective of the game this far, and they're able to actually get a sizable lead down to the bot side of the map as well, which really helps. It not only Celista gain kind of control over the Gorge, but it also means that they don't have to rotate too much down into the farm lane now. They can just focus on mid and the Clash lane.
Really like the gear shift from AYLO Gaming. I was a bit skeptical at the start, but they're playing it really well right now. And VP is not ready as they're down to 3,000 gold almost now. And Mai constantly cleaning up the enemy jungle. Mai pay, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, imagine. Both of those on the same team would definitely be very frightful for the side of VP. VP able to get the T1 down to the farm lane, so they are trying to just basically neutralize the advantage that AYLO Gaming have, which could be their win condition here for staying into the mid-game. We're only about 7 minutes, so again, mid-game starts to show around about 10-minute mark, but a bit of a fight into the mid lane.
Up pull coming out onto the Monkey here does not quite do much. The disengage from the Motsu. That might be probably like the most impactful pick today we've seen. Every Motsu is like game-changing. Those cannon blasts coming in to either engage or disengage. They hit a nice pull on the Monkey there, but then the Motsu returns with a 2-man cannon blast, instantly shutting down their engage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the whole thing, right? Like, they don't really have, like, the range onto the side of VP. They're really hoping for Shisu and Alim to go in, but thanks to Robo Amar on this Motsu, he just kind of shuts that whole thing down. And right now, Shisu may get caught out here trying to bait Lomax on the Mai Shiranui, but they do have a bit of a minion wave crashing in here into the Clash lane.
Here we go. They are going to go ahead and use this positional advantage to get this tower down. Not much VP side can do. They're constantly zoning them off tower cannon blast, and when they try to defend, they actually go down here. Wait, will they be able to get a trade? No, Mai barely gets away with 1 HP, and the tower is really low now. We do see Charlotte coming. It looks like Charlotte's... they're not trying to push here. Yeah, Charlotte goes ahead and cleans up the mid wave. I thought they were coming in for a full team fight. They're happy with what they got here. They got a lot of damage on the tier 2 tower, and they're going ahead and back up and tend to waves now.
I think the only way we can kind of see VP come back in this one in terms of team fight is that once a limb gets all those items come through, especially onto the Orgrim, we obviously see the Blood Rage as well. I can only assume that he's got the Eye of Phoenix at this point, maybe even the Blazing Cape, but as he gets kind of like 5-6 slotted, that's when we're going to be able to take like such huge engages there, especially with the Conductor of Souls getting that boosted HP regen from Eye of the Phoenix. Okay, Destiny Counter being used here.
There we go. Beautiful double pull coming out from Red, pulling Maishara all the way from their side of the bush to VP's side as he gets shut down. They have a great pick composition here, VP. Being able to use the D-Renji to lock someone down. No one is going to be tanky enough to survive a share pull into D-Renji stun, into a Ogryn execute, and that's how they're going to need to play this game here as Monkey gets caught up. And that's the execute I'm talking about. They all group up. The D-Renji goes ahead and ultimates them down, stuns them up, and lets the team just execute them. Charlotte comes here onto the back line. It's not enough. As the side of AYLO goes down to Ogryn. Ogryn takes a triple win, and that completely just flipped the game.
I mean, are you sure you're the coach of VP here? I mean, I just called it, right? Like, as soon as Ogryn starts getting some items and gets that great, like, early team fight, it's like, come on, like, it's going to be hard for the side of AYLO Gaming to come back. And I mean, they picked up all the right heroes as well, right? They got Vermont down, Rober Elmar means that they're not going to have that great setup on the Cannon Blast for at least another 6 seconds, which is where we need to see VP try and be a little bit more aggressive into these side lanes, which you can see towards the top there. Prince looking to try and push this T2 with the help of Grizzly Cube.
For sure, VP going ahead and completely switching up the tempo of the game. Tempo is very important when it comes to MOBAs, all right? It can shift in an instant, especially this MOBA here that's so volatile. They were just a second ago, they were losing their tier 2 top tower to AYLO, and then they defended it properly, and now the tempo is completely shifted. VP has the advantage. They take one tower here, chunk down the enemy Clash Lane tower, and it looks like they will have to give up the Overlord here, potentially here. As we see Motu trying to zone him. No, Alim goes in. It's going to be a smite fight as Alim goes in and smites it away.
Alim just smited away. He's looking for a bit more of aggression, though, here coming through onto Solista.
Ogryn has hit critical mass here, it seems, as he goes in, smites it away, and takes out 2. This is not good for AYLO, man. Match point, and we see a really fed Ogryn here, diving under towers here. This might be GG right here.
Yeah, minion wave down to the bot side of the map as well. They are able to open this high ground turret. They have the Vanguards coming through as well. That's an ace.
That should be game. That should be
with
game.
A clean game.
VP 3-0. That just goes to show how quick the game can turn. In the span of, what, 1 and 1.5 minutes, it went from AYLO pushing the tier 2 on the side of VP to VP winning the game in a minute and a half. Wow, VP is really ramped up.
I think that's probably like their shortest record of match time. I mean, 11 minutes and VP are not synonymous at this point from what we know statistically. That is not a downplay to this team. That is just all we know about stats-wise. Like, they are kind of into like the 17, 18 minutes. And then if it's not that kind of range of match, it's always into the latter parts of the 22, 24, 30-minute match they had against MCOY earlier. And now they're coming back with an 11-minute decisive victory against AYLO Gaming, taking a 3-0. VP has now got top place in Group A for now.
With the help of my expert coaching and not Blam's, it seems like VP has gone ahead and figured out AYLO Gaming. First game, they were still figuring them out, 22-minute game. But then as they play him more, it dropped to a 15-minute game. Now it's a 10-minute game. If they play him again, it might be a 5-minute game here, Blam.
Getting ahead of ourselves. Not even a tyrant on the board. Like, you know what? Let's finish in 5 minutes. Coach Phil says we could, so we're going to do it. We're going to execute it. But no, that was a good way to end out the series for VP. Because even though the draft looked solid, obviously AYLO Gaming generally had a greater early game. But as we were saying, sort of towards the sort of like middle part of that game, as soon as a limb sort of gets that right team fight and picks off the crucial heroes onto the side of AYLO Gaming, which he did, it means that the team fight just opens up, like, just basically like cutting open a cake, right? Just like boom, slay it down, knife through, eat the cake, yum, then bear the fruits. But it's the side of VP, they now get a 3-0, which really puts them in a good standing now into Group A.
I really like the gear shift by the side of AYLO Gaming here. They really switched up their style here, and in the early game is really working out. But I think it's a bit of an inexperience with that playstyle. They were not able to keep their foot on their gas and maintain that pressure that Lomax was putting out early game on the Mai. Yeah. I was very excited to see Mai do more. He made a lot of plays in the early game, but in the mid game, it was really hard to start to find more of those angles against the Sha, and then being able to get caught out sometimes here. He ended up itemizing second item Splendor here, so really prioritizing keeping himself alive. when he gets pulled in. But I think the MVP is Shove, being able to pull in all these enemies, feeding his team those kills, playing more of a supportive mid laner. Sure, Alim did a bunch of damage, but who, basically spoon-fed him all those kills, right? Making sure that Mankey could not run away, and it was constantly pulled in.
Yeah, I mean, 0, 1, and 9, so a lot of assists going over to the side of red, but I think it's also down to Alim, because that's really where the shift changed, right? Like, it was all based around this player. The fact into the mid game, where we sort of started calling it out, into the mid lane, and we saw up to the top side of the map, where the fight came through, and it was just Alim basically just dominated, and he got the steal onto the neutral objective as well. And then, obviously, 47k damage going through to Alim. Orgren, not always known for his best damage output within these games, but definitely very impressive damage output overall. And here is that goal graph, right? Like, we see here that there was definitely sort of flirting with the victory of AYLO Gaming at certain points. But then all of a sudden, it just turns around, and then there we go. VP gets that 6.5 lead, which is what they needed to get the itemizations and claim those team fights for themselves.
The matches today, they've been 3-0 each time, but unless you've watched the games, you might not know. These are 3-0s that could go either way, Both teams can, even the set against OG, right? 9Z Globant, they put up a great fight, very competitive, and we are seeing the competition start to close that gap in skill that we've seen in, there we go, MVP called it here on the red here. 0-1-9 KDA, 22% damage dealt, not much damage taken here. And another thing that's important to note, WoW players can do really well with a lot of gold. Red was among the lowest economy players here on the side of VP, yet he was able to still provide all that impact. And it's not because he's playing poorly or he's farming bad. He's using his character to its fullest by giving his allies the kills, right? Giving his allies the farm, and he was just there as a utility mid.
Exactly, he was just playing Mama Bear in this Grizzly Virtus.pro lineup, right? Like, he was just like, guys, I've got some food here for you. I need you to get fed up a little bit. Alim, guys, you're looking a little bit slim. We need to get you some more food onto the table, get you those resources. And this, like, literally giving over that triple kill was the thing that really just opened up the whole prospect of Virtus.pro coming back in this one. And then obviously takedown of the Overlord as well. Huge. Picking up Solista into this team fight. Solista had a very bad positioning in that whole team fight. Just enabled Alim to just come through, take him down. Then Lomax goes down. And at that point, AYLO Gaming has no damage, so it just becomes a much easier team fight and a much easier sort of takedown and execute for the side of VP.
It seems like AYLO Gaming, once the game went off the rails, they were not able to get it back on track. That they were doing really well when they had the lead and they were able to control it. But it seems like when they're losing these games, they kind of send people in one by one, They don't regroup. Yeah. They're not very good at that regrouping and 5v5ing again. Once some members fall down and the defs get staggered, they get a little bit lost, as you can see there, and they just go in one by one, and then Alim loves that, right? Getting all those executes off, being able to take people on one at a time. And amazing play by Alim there, too. Jumping over the wall, securing the Overlord, popping Blood Rage at 1 HP, and then walking into the enemy jungle, securing all these KOs. Very well played.
Very well played. I mean, this, again, back to your point, the fact that when they start to fall apart, the dominoes start to fall onto the side of AYLO Gaming is also the fault of the modes you pick, right? So as soon as you have that early game lead, you have to make sure you execute it and stay onto that oppression, onto your enemy team. But if as soon as that starts to crumble, like we saw in OG's game as well, it just, the modes starts to fall apart because the enemy team your team starts running on its own. The cannon blasts aren't quite setting up the team fights. But what we are going to set up here is just a short break before we do get into our last series of the day, which is going to be Twisted Minds against 9Z Globant, the rematch from day one.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major West League Spring 2025. I am Blem, and with me is Phil as we get into the last series of the day, and it is none other than Twisted Minds against 9Z Globant, the match remake from yesterday's Survival Day 1. Again, Twisted Minds was able to take a 3-1 victory over 9Z Globant this time around, but maybe because they've just been battered by OG Esports, 9Z Globant are out for blood.
If I was making predictions, before the games, actually, I would say last set was going to be the most bloody. End up going 0-3. Now, after watching the first set with how well 9Z Globant did against OG, the dominant, undefeated force that they were, sure, they're still undefeated, but they really put on a good fight. And Twisted Minds plays a lot like OG, probably not as strong. So 9Z Globant, they just felt the wrath of OG. Maybe they're ready to take on Twisted now.
Potentially, right? I mean, they definitely went blow for blow in that first game. I think that's the problem with 9Z Globant, is that they always have a really strong game one, but as soon as they lose, it's kind of like, oh man, like we got to try and do this all again. We got to try and get that momentum again. We don't quite have the Gan and Mo, which is probably one of Moon's and 9Z Globant's probably one of their biggest sort of like power picks that comes through. It always delivers, and maybe Twisted Minds may not let them get that throughout the entire of the series, and that's how Twisted Minds try and take like a very clean sweep here. But we'll be getting into the BP very soon. Obviously, we do need to introduce these teams as well, but they honestly don't need introducing. They have some fans. We know them very, very well, especially Twisted Minds and 9Z Globant at this point. But honestly, the way that it works with the best of 5 with the global ban pick, anything can happen, right? Anything can happen. 9Z Globant have already taken a round off of Twisted Minds yesterday. Can they take a little bit more?
Yeah, and these best of 5 stamina and mental is very important. We don't talk about it too much. We only talk about the picks and stuff, but you got to have a deep hero pool, And like you mentioned, with 9Z Globant, very good in that game one. They seem to unravel a little bit as the series goes on, and that's only going to get harder and harder from here. We start off with the best of 3s, we're going to go into best of 5s, and if I'm correct, we're going to do best of 7s later on. So if they want to make it to there, make it to global battle, make it to ultimate battles, they need to be able to have the stamina to go through a really long series.
No, we're looking for them just to go best of 5s, so it's still going to be best of 5s in the playoffs, so they don't have to adapt to that best of 7s, thankfully, for these teams, but it's still going to be a test of strength, will, and resilience at that point within the competition. So they are going to be all kind of like feeling out for themselves. They all have the kind of the details that they need and the intel that they need, knowing what they are going to draft, what they're good at, what they're not so good at. And basically, it's at that point where these teams decide whether they divide and conquer or they are the conquered.
Okay, while they might not do best of 7s anytime soon, if you want to be the best of the best in Honor of Kings, eventually you're going to need to get through the best of 5s and get ready for some best of 7s, right? It's important to go into every game with that peak strength, peak energy, peak mental like you are in game 1. They played an amazing game 1 against OG, and honestly, I think if they kept up that same energy all 3 games, they would have taken a game or 2 off them, right? Let's see if they can go ahead and get the momentum here against Twisted Minds, the masterminds here. And I think if they just keep up the same energy, same game 1, they're going to take the win. And once the win's in their sails, they got the momentum. They're going to be looking really good.
Yeah, it's kind of like the same kind of thing with Virtus.pro as well. But speaking of Virtus.pro, we're going to now introduce Team A, which is none other than Twisted Minds. And here they are. It is Twisted Minds, pre-named the Masterminds, and they are shown by Nighty, Clean, Highlang in the mid lane, Shanks, and City Boy. Amongst all these teams, definitely within this team, there is a lot of experience, all the way dating back to KIC 2022, all the way up to KC 2024. So within themselves, there is definitely the experience on the Gorge. There is potential enough to get them a clean sweep in this best of 5, or maybe it's too much thinking for the Masterminds.
they are for sure the favorites here in this series against 9Z Globant. And I would honestly give them the prediction for the win before watching game 1. But 9Z Globant actually bounced back so strong from the rankings week that I actually don't know anymore.
Yeah, exactly. That's the exciting thing, right? But let's actually look at 9Z Globant for the second time today. Introducing 9Z Globant.
Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
9Z Globant representing Argentina the second time I'm introing them here, and I love me some underdogs. I don't know if they're gonna be underdogs after this here, but we got Moon in the mid lane, Stick in the jungle, Argro 1 in the Clash lane, Destro in the farm lane, and Kabibosa on the roamer.
Yeah, again, a team that almost bet a victory over OG Esports earlier, but like we were saying, all it took was just that one team fight over the side of OG Esports and just kind of paying dues into the side lanes. Just basically made them fall here. But honestly, 9Z Globant have definitely been a surprising team within Group S, especially going up against these contenders like Twisted Minds and OG Esports, which within them have player calibers that are just kind of unrivaled within the Major West League. But at one point, in the very near future, they will be very contested. But here's the head-to-head. Talking of contest, it is going to be about Highlang and Moon in the mid lane.
As we hear, the stats here are pretty well-rounded on both sides. 40 kills versus 31 kills, 61k to 67k. Gold is pretty similar to. Average team fighting is pretty similar to. This is probably one of the closest head-to-heads we've seen yet.
Very close, right? I mean, what the difference is the 40 kills to 31, and then about 6k in terms of the overall damage, whereas the gold per minute is not that difference in between. And then team fight participation, these guys are in it for the team fights, as most mid-lane players should be.
Yeah, this series is going to be super important for 9Z. They know they're not going to be able to compete with OG anymore for the first seed here in the S group, right? But who are they going to be competing against? Twisted Minds. So if they want to take that second place slot and go into the upper bracket, they need to take down Twisted Minds.
Exactly, yeah. That's what they got to do, right? I mean, it's not only just a place of second place going into the playoffs, it means that you get that little bit of a second wind as well, right? We were discussing this before the broadcast, that second place is very fruitful for whoever can get it in Group S, because it means that, yes, you do make it up into the upper bracket, but if you fall at the first hurdle, it means you still have a little bit of a tightrope towards your back. It means you can bounce back, hopefully meet your defeaters in the grand final once more. But this is going to be the BP for game 1.
Pretty standard bans here from each side. I'm pretty sure Arlie and Mai is like a 75% ban rate for second pick here. Usually those characters are banned together always, especially here for game 1. We see the Long getting banned out, interestingly enough. We rarely see Long get banned out actually this early, but it seems like they have a game plan in mind as Twisted locks in the Byron.
I am Argron.
Ooh, go for the Byron early on. Does that mean we're going to get the pay as well? Because I mean that would be a good kind of draft into the Orgron, right? We've seen it time and time again. Orgron comes through, and what do you need into that jungle? You really want to be locking in the pay to do a lot of damage, and especially with the Byron as well, right? Like you were saying, you have obviously the knockup from the Byron, you have the force field suppression, as well as his ultimate, which has a lot of CC, and there it is. It was already written in the stars as soon as we saw that prior Byron pick.
We're seeing teams start to solidify with these combo picks. You know, they know who to pick together. Byron is obviously with the pay. The idea is good with anyone, to be honest, but it's extra good with the Argron here. Lady Sun even getting picked up here. A lot of early game aggression on the side of Twisted.
Yeah, a lot of it. I mean, yeah, exactly. Especially with Lady Sun, obviously more of a late game hero, but still packs a punch into the early game, like you were saying, Phil. Especially from the rolling raid, it can also be a great way to kind of poke the turrets out of range. Like if the turret just needs a few taps, you just roll and raid in, get the tap on it. Turret T1 takedowns, super duper easy. But the Ganamo coming through for 9Z Globant is one of their power picks, like we were saying just before this match. Moon on this pick is a Maestro.
It might be a bit of a bait though, you know, because when you pick the KMW, sure, it's Moon's signature pick, but now that's a target for Twisted here. That's a target for Paid, the Byron, the Lady Sun, right? It's a squishy kind of immobile mage that they're all good against, and it seems like they have 3 armor pen stackers on the side of Twisted, and KMW does not itemize into armor.
He doesn't, unfortunately. He doesn't. I mean, you're going to be seeing a lot of anti-heal come over to the side of Twisted Minds as well to just kind of take down the HP regen from the Orgrim. But we're looking at the second banning phase here as well, taking out the Motsu, taking out the Zhang Fei, 2 big support picks coming through from both of these teams. Honestly, the thing that I'm most surprised about so far into this day 2 is the lack of Yixing. Yixing has not gone to the Gorge at all in this entire day. And it's been, what, the matter of 6 games so far? But it's such a huge pick into the mid lane, and nobody's going for it.
I think it's been banned once or twice, but there's a good chance we're going to see it come out from Hai Lang this series here, as that's one of his preferred picks. But not this game, though, as Lady Jen gets locked in and Sakir gets locked in. Twisted Mind, very, very aggressive team. One of the most aggressive teams we've seen them play yet. They're taking a page out of OG's book, you know. Italians learning from Italians here as they pick up the Pay Byron combo. We might have to call it the Italian combo from now on, you know. Pay Byron.
The Italian BLT, we'll call this combo, yeah? The Italian BLT coming through for Twisted Minds. But honestly, no, pairing that with Sakia is like a really good point you made there, because you kind of replicating the knock-up of the Dune. Obviously, you don't have the Dune into the jungle. You are lacking a lot of frontline for the side of Twisted Minds, but this team comp isn't around frontline, right? It's all about sort of taking out the backline, taking out the squishy heroes onto the side of 9Z Globant, and then just dominating from that side onwards. But the one thing they do have on the side of Twisted Minds is the healing from City Boy. So it's going to be a lot of healing coming through from Sakia. So the only way I feel like 9Z Globant are going to be able to try and come out on top of this is if they try and focus City Boy into these team fights, which historically we've seen in the matches where City Boy sometimes is a little bit overzealous with his commitment into the team fights and does get caught out quite easily, especially such early on within these team fights.
9Z Globant with a pretty clear pick composition here. They're probably just going to play around the D-Renji, locking someone down with the ultimate and being able to burst them out. So if they can take these smaller fights and get these picks before Twisted Minds can go ahead and engage on them and get everyone rolling, they should be good. But this early game is going to dictate everything. Any game with Byron Pay-in, the first 5, 7, 10 minutes is going to be deciding the game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You don't want to be playing into the late game, even though they have got late game potential, right? Obviously, Lady Sun then activates, so it then becomes Shanks' main MO to try and finish off the game, but they've got to be careful of the KMW. They've got to make sure that Moon does not have that room to breathe, because he's shown it time and time again that if he is given the room to just lay down those couple blades, even in the early game, I mean, when they're going up against OG Esports, he got first blood, and he made it seem so simple.
Yeah, Moon on the KMW just is always where he needs to be, but you don't expect him to be there. You know, he's randomly in Clash during a 1v1 to snipe some kills. One of the most tricky members aside 9ZG. Let's see if they can go ahead and do that again. Twisted being able to see the games that went prior. Maybe they're ready for it this time, because OG certainly was not.
Yeah, they weren't. No, they was like, hey, what happened here? Was that a glitch? Was that a bug? Was that a feature? But no, it was just 9Z Globant being so dominant in the early game, which we know they can be. But at this moment in time, it is the early game. They are just going to be basically proking and prodding here, like we see here for the rolling raids and the grenades come through for the side of Twisted Minds on Shanks. But Capo
coming down
on the dive here.
Does not get much here. A lot of action coming out. Highlight actually dropping really, really low there. KMW, I think is actually a pretty good counter matchup into the Lady Jen, actually. Lady Jen has that ability to go invulnerable and freeze herself, but that's also going to put a big target on her back, because when she wakes up, there's going to be 4 blades waiting for her.
Yeah, I mean, if they can dodge it or use the flash or anything like that, or even kind of just maybe even go for a Splendor to try and bait out some more onto the side of 9Z Globant, could be the way around the KMW here. But as you can see here, Moon is always very proactive on the kind of rotate to try and make sure he can get some intel over to Sick in the jungle.
Yeah, that's what separates the good KMWs from bad ones, right? They're always looming in the background, threatening your jungle, threatening your objective, saying, hey, I can steal this at any time, you know? It gives you, it's that chill on the back of your neck here that is KMW. As we see him come up to top lane, he's not quite level 4 yet, as they're trying to catch out Nightly. Nightly forced to burn Flash. I think that was a lot of respect coming out from Nightly there, flashing with basically full HP, not giving 9ZG any chance to continue that fight.
I mean, to be honest, it's the way out of the only way of that team fight I could see, right? Because there's a lot of kind of push and pull thanks to the Guan Yu, but then there's also kind of like the guard her grave. If you use that kind of like aggressively, you could push him out of the turret as well. So in the realms of like a possibility of getting out of that team fight, the common skill had to be exhausted, but that means that he is very susceptible to a gank.
Moon once again somehow went from the top lane, instantly back pressuring to the bot lane. He's always where he needs to be. Ganamo just be able to... Uh-oh, here we go. He does get counter engaged on Saker with the flash skill 1, and he actually takes him out. First blood goes on to the Moon.
That was huge, man. The flash into the mulberry power, the slam. Oh, kind of the treat we've been waiting for Twisted Minds.
City was not happy with Ganamo constantly interfering with his lane and goes up and runs him down for it. I don't think 9ZG was ready for it. They were not even in position to protect Moon, actually, as Kavisoba and Destro was busy clearing away.
He went from country boy to city boy with that like travel from the flash.
Oh, and a little bit overzealous. Using that common skill to take out Ganamo means he cannot use it to run away as he gets taken out under the tower of 9ZG.
Yeah, there we go. We hyped him up so much that he ends up going to be a little bit too overstepping within that next play and then dies as City Boy, but he's going to be back up now anyway, so not too bad for the side of Twisted Minds. It does mean, however, that the gold lead is very, very slim between both of these teams. They're at about 500 gold overall.
Caster's Curse there. Moon's trying to find the same angles as he did in the first game versus OG, trying to get these pickups here. That game, he really accelerated the game for himself. And Ganamo, one of those characters, if you participate in kills, not only do you get the money for, you know, helping out, you also get stats, right? If you participate in a lot of kills, it's almost like you get a free item from your passive.
Exactly, that's exactly what he's doing, right? I mean, you can see that, like, he's just rotating around the enemy's jungle, making sure he's kind of getting the best position coming through him.
Can he steal this?
He doesn't
super close there.
Very, very close.
Super,
I mean, the potential from the Ganamo to steal these neutral objectives is probably one of the best within the mid lane.
Yeah, he always has the chance there. He always goes for it. And, you know, you hit enough balls, you're bound to get a home run. Not quite there on that one there, but maybe later on we will see him get some crucial steals. If there was one to not steal, it would be the first one. Once he starts stealing those 10-15 minute ones, Saker comes in, gets caught up by a Diadea, but he could end up going back overall. Wow, even though he immediately disengaged after seeing the Ganamo, they were able to do so much damage to him there and almost taking him out.
Oh, speaking of damage, I mean, we do see Sick able to get the kind of second win from the Conductor of Souls there, thanks to the HP regen of the ultimate, but for now, it's going to be enough to kind of deter Clean and 90 from that attack, and they do actually re-engage though into the mid side of the map.
Another huge skill 1 on to do here as City Boy jumps away. He's forced to use Flash to get out once again here, so he's going to be a lot less lethal. Saker, one of those characters that is extra lethal with Flash up, that is something you really got to think about. Some supports, they use it to escape, but Saker without the Flash is not able to do just the engages that he needs to do.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not able to kind of get like the... You have to charge up the mulberry power to get its kind of most out of that ability. So then also catching him off guard with charging it and then using the flash really catches them off guard. But right now, we are still seeing not much of a gold lead over to these two. It just kind of flirted with the 1k difference there, but this is where it's going to start to shine, is now the fact they're able to take down that T1 into the farm lane. Gives a lot of pressure over to the side of Twisted Minds. Shanks is just kind of like, hey guys, I can now rotate a bit more freely now. I can put a bit more pressure onto Moon into the mid lane. Where do you want me?
How Angra 1 goes ahead and plays this Guan Yu is going to be pivotal to the game. Can he impact the game like someone like the Keke's Guan Yu, right? And be able to survive and tank in all these fights. I'm interested to see what build he ends up going out as well, too. Keke predominantly going full tank. Maybe he's going to end up building a little bit more damage. I'm seeing him, he looks a little bit squishy right now, so he might be going a little bit more of a damage-rich build here, which could make sense. The pay is a little bit squishy. The Lady Sun's a little bit squishy, and if he can get on them with Axel Torment, that will do a lot. But interested to see how he's going to impact these fights here. Will he roam more? Will he split push more? Will he play it more as a peel?
Oh, no.
He's one of those characters that can really do anything.
Yeah, a bit of a bad mistake there by Twisted Minds, I have to say. They weren't able to set up the lane before leaving it, but okay, Clean gets the clean kill onto Moon. Is he going to be able to clean any more for the side of Twisted Minds? They almost lost the T2 down into the farm lane after having such a crucial, quick priority down there for themselves, taking the T1 very early. They weren't able to kind of prep up the minion wave long enough to mean that they left the lane a little bit too long without any kind of care. TLC for the side of Twisted Minds.
Knightley going down there, big mistake for sure. But Moon, I was watching the map, and it seems like Moon was not, because he was walking into the enemy team while his entire team was disengaging. I guess he was going for a bit of a snipe there on one of them, but definitely caught off guard. Not where you want to be on the Ganon mode. You want to be in the middle of your team, in the safety of your team, and throwing blades from safety. But he was frontlining right there.
Yeah, Solista with his classic MO with taking the macro down to the top side of the map as well. He claims the T1 up into the clash lane, which means that obviously Angro 1 on the Guan Yu can be a little bit more free roaming, but at the same time, I don't feel like Nighty's had much of an impact on the Byron just yet. We're still waiting for that big crucial like team fight to come through where he makes the whole difference.
I think teams are starting to wisen up to how Pei and Byron goes ahead and plays here, as they're starting to not hemorrhage as much early game. Sure, Twisted is still ahead, but as we mentioned before, if you don't end the game quick, it doesn't matter how much gold you have. Your character just innately is not as strong.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of just falls off. It becomes more of a kind of like a pickoff for the side of Twisted Minds here, trying to like go onto something like Moon or Destro here, but they both have their kind of get out of jail card, right? They got Garda Great. Oh, okay.
Ooh, big ultimate coming out from Guan Yu. Goes ahead and constantly pushes Knightley here. Knightley can push the enemy side, but he does not care. He just wins the 1v1 as Guan Yu is forced to run away. As I mentioned prior, actually, it looked like Guan Yu is a little bit squishier. That's because he is. He's going Axel Torment as 4 blades fly out and barely reach the Lady Gen here to take him out.
Yeah, double kill going over to City Boy. I mean, it's not necessarily where you want the double kill to be going over, right? Like, you definitely want that to be feeding into Shanks, but at this point where a 90 Globant have kind of got Twisted Minds to the ropes here, it needs to come through wherever they can.
Shanks coming out super aggressive onto Sick here on the Agron, as Sick just pops the Blood Rage and turns it back on him, and Shanks is forced to retreat. Cityboy coming in with another huge skill 1, but oh, a little bit too aggressive here. We're noticing Cityboy constantly go into these fights, and he's taking kind of all of them. You know, every time he gets a chance to land a skill 1, he goes for it, and that means sometimes you hit amazing skill 1s and you clean up like Moon when he went ahead and tried to run away, but sometimes you jump into your demise here as he lands a skill 1 and Argon just turns around and executes you.
Yeah, especially if you've got your cooldown onto you get out of like flying around the bushes, right? Like if you've got that on cooldown and you don't realize and you kind of overcommit, there's no real way out, especially if you've already exhausted your flash to try and land the Warberry power as well. But right now we are seeing that 90 Globant do have a bit of a wave up into the clash lane here. They're able to potentially take it down, but honestly I have to give it to Destro though. Onto this D-Ranger, he's performing pretty well.
Yeah, as we go further into the game, we're gonna see the Pei and Byron is not going to be able to withstand the DPS that D-Renji comes out with. So they have not been... They're up 1,000 gold. It's not like they don't have a lead, but I don't think the lead is big enough to give them the items and the level advantage to survive the D-Renji.
Yeah, not at this point, right? Like, he's melted them, especially with the Imperial Order as well. It just kind of it gives over a whole different meaning, especially with the damage reduction come through from that ultimate. But over to the side of Twisted Minds, they're kind of just playing around this Shadow Tyrant for now. Giving over this extra damage would be pretty huge for them. Moon is kind of situating himself still into the mid lane. They have to reset the Tyrant. They have to be careful around this one, because if one, like, freshly forged blades, a couple blades come through, that's a lot of help onto the side of Twisted Minds.
Once again, Cityboy goes in, and it goes poorly here, unfortunately. But he does buy their team a lot of positioning to go ahead and take this down here as Pei goes and cleans up the Tyrant. They will lose the fight here, though, but they get the objective. Support for Tyrant trade, I think, is pretty okay, as now they will lose positioning for middle and probably lose a mid tower, too. It went from even to probably negative now here for the side of Twisted, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I think overall it's probably a bad trade here. Taking that T1 down into the mid lane was huge for the side of NT Globant, because now they're able to try and set up this Shadow Overlord as well. They can just quickly rotate. They had no wave clear onto the side of Twisted Minds. It kind of just like, well, guys, yes, we got the Tyrant, but we need to kind of finish this off very soon, because we're getting into that like 11-minute mark now. Clean is not really been sort of like bearing as much sort of like kills as I thought he would do into this fight. And same with 90. 90's not had probably the best performance onto the Byron, especially in terms of this like magical combo that we've been kind of like hyping up since ranking week.
I think just like the Argon here, teams are trying to figure out how they play, right? In the rankings week, Argon was really not that much of an issue on most teams. If it was given away, they had a plan for it. And it seems like the Byron and Pei combo is also starting to fall off, as teams know how to get around it and know how to not get ran over by early game. And they're forced to play Byron and Pei late game, which is really not good.
Nope.
Sick getting caught out here, though, as he actually goes back in with the Blood Rage. He's got dropped so low. Does not quite go down there. Very aggressive on the side of Sick. I don't think Twisted expect that either. On 1 HP, pops the Blood Rage, goes in for the Conductor of Souls, gets that second win from the healing there, and actually ends up surviving.
Yeah, surviving. He's got everything within his kit to survive, right? We just need to make sure that there's a lot of anti-heal coming from. Okay, backline for
Byron comes in with a kill. He does trade away, but that's a pretty good trade. Byron being able to take out Moon. That's a lot of range damage removed on the side of 9ZG. Obviously, D-Renji has a lot of range damage as well, too, but he has to get himself in danger a bit to do that damage, too.
Yeah, exactly. He needs to kind of get stuck into the thick of it, but that's where the kind of Sick on the Organ comes through, as well as the Guan Yu, to kind of try and give it a little bit of an access into the front line there, so that Destro can just kind of lay waste with his basic attacks. But right now, Clean's able to kind of clean up that T1 into the mid lane, put a bit more pressure onto the side of 9Z Globant, but they have definitely neutralized the gold lead and put it into the favor of Twisted in Minds once more by about a few hundred gold.
Just like VP before when they played the Byron play, hey, this is going to be one of their last chances here to seal up the game before the Ogren gets out of control. The Ogren is still down 1,000 gold, but if you can't really get a nice lead here in 1 or 2 minutes, your time has kind of elapsed, you know? These characters are... D-Renji's going to start to scale up, and then 9CG is one of those compositions where they don't really have the burden, right? Byron needs to go in, Pei needs to go in. They can sit back and just drop Pope, you know, and wait for them to come in, drop the D-Renji ultimate to stun them down, and Twisted, they need to find an angle here.
They do need to find an angle there. I think it's kind of just trying to pick off the backline. Like they really need to kind of try and maybe like force the flash combo from 90 to get the pickup onto something like Moon here. Because as soon as like Ganamo falls down, it becomes a lot harder for the side of 9Z Globant to actually do a lot of damage anyway. I mean, we can imagine that Sick's going to be kind of like their third best damage output within this team draft right now, next to obviously D-Ranger, but maybe focusing into the macro, trying to get these waves pressured into these side lanes. Maybe that's the motive for the side of Twisted Minds to get back into this one in terms of trying to pick up some gold. But there we go. Oh, Moon was so close.
Almost gets taken out. Byron constantly actually finding these angles. As we mentioned, they need to get these angles onto Moon, and they're actually finding them. Moon barely gets away, but last time he could not get away. As we go into these fights here, let's see what they do here. Argon sets up the path. Clean is just off screen, DPSing down the Tyrant. It looks like 9Z is gonna give this up here, as Lady Jen gives a great combo here to cut him off, and they give it over.
They give it over. We do see that Shanks has obviously built the Ominous Premonition as well, because obviously Moon, Destro are very slippy out of this one, so giving over that slow onto those basic attacks is going to be the difference of claiming the kills and getting away like we've just seen previously from Moon. But right now, this gold lead just definitely doesn't like escape either one of these teams. Like they are playing very close to the blade.
It could honestly go either way, but I'd probably say at this time it's probably a little bit more 9Z sided, but that's just what happened last time as well too. They don't really have the map, they don't have the tempo right now. Blood Rage coming out from Destro. He's going to be really hard to take out. Both carries getting their final items now, all itemed up. We see, well, Destro getting a little bit aggressive here, gets chunked to half by the Lady Sun. Lady Sun has all her items too. I would like to see Lady Sun probably go the more bursty build this game instead of the Ominous and such, because you're never really going to be able to tank Destro. If he stuns you down, you're going to go down. But if you go full damage, you can maybe get a nice skill 1, skill 2 auto and just one-shot Moon. It's still likely possible if you get some help from City Boy perhaps. But going a little bit tankier, I don't think is the best this game against the D-Renji.
I think it's less about the tanky sort of aspect of it. It's more so just slowing down the enemy team, right? Like slowing them down so Clean can try and get like close the gap as well as 90, because so far they've been struggling, right? Like they're able to close the gap, but then at that point they try and escape, and there's no real slow onto the enemy team. But right now, Rezo Cavalry is being used
comes in with a 1v1 on the Pei. Not much coming from it here. As we mentioned before, this is a higher damage Guan Yu build, but still not enough juice to take out the Pei, as 9Z is on the full retreats here.
Yeah, try to commit onto the pay there, but obviously they allowed the collapsing of the mini wave into the mid high ground turret, which wasn't actually going to get taken down here. But honestly, they did exhaust the Frigid's charge as well for Angro one, so he's going to be waiting for that to get popped up before he can try and at least try and focus the backline of Twisted Minds. So they are getting a little bits out of 9Z Globant. It's just that Twisted Minds, they struggle to execute the finisher right now.
Another Guan Yu fight comes out top. It looks like he goes ahead and uses that ultimate just to buy himself a little bit of time to clear that dragon here. Once 9Z goes ahead and gets some breathing room and they're able to get these lanes pushed out, I would say they're probably going to take the game. So it's up to Twisted here to seal the deal while they have these waves pushing, while they have the advantage right now, as we see the Shadow Overlord here in the Clash lane. They're not able to get onto the tower. Lady Sun getting some damage done. Shadow Vanguard, I'm sorry. As Lady Sun gets some damage done onto these towers, they're all really injured, but they don't have any of them yet.
Yeah,
they might get mid here, though. Mid should go down now.
Oh, yeah, mid should go down. Yep. Potential start with the team fight there. Obviously, a lot of damage over to Destro already, but it's nothing that the healing link can't heal. But
Byron comes out onto the DRNG, but it's not enough. DRNG is getting to the point where he has the Blood Rage, he has the Carius, he's tanky enough to survive the Byron combo here, and this is what I'm talking about here. 9Z being able to run through Twisted. Oh, we see Sanctuary being popped, but still not enough. Wow, we got executed all the way over there. Everyone's low on the side of 9Z. It's really, really close here.
Ooh, the minion
but
waves
this might... I don't think anyone can go ahead and take him out here, but this is the moment. This is the breath of fresh air 9Z needs. If they can break out of their base, I'm pretty sure they can take game one.
Potentially here, right? Like, they're able to try and take this. They get the Azure Golem over to the side of Sick here as well. So stealing over that from Pei is going to be a bit troublesome for him in terms of the cooldown reduction on his skills. And it does mean that there's going to be a non-contested neutral objective as well. It's still, even though after all that, the gold lead is still over to the side of Twisted Minds for now. But like you were saying, if they can get out of their base, push these mini waves, get a few turrets here and there, this could be the return for 9Z Globant in this game one victory.
I think it's now 9Z's game to lose. They have all their characters scaled up. Everyone's full build. We have Sanctuaries coming out. They just need to make sure to not throw here and go ahead and take good fights. All the waves are pushing in their favor. They could probably stall it out and wait for Tempest to guarantee the win as they go ahead and trade back and grab the high ground on Twisted side. This next fight here is going to be very crucial. Depending on how they play, it's probably going to dictate the game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we can see here they're just trying to kind of like mitigate the mid-wave as well. They're able to get the higher ground turret into the bot side of the map, which is huge because, again, Tempest is spawned on that side, so they have a lot of pressure already focused into the farm lane with the enhanced minions. Means that they can't always kind of be fully committed to this Tempest fight if they do decide to take it against 9Z Globant. But there's a lot of Sage of Sanctuaries coming through onto their side, right? Like, I believe it's Orgren as well as the D-Ranger all have the Sage of Sanctuary. They all have that second lifeline to come back, activate, and do some more damage.
It is effectively like an 8v9 right now if we count the Sage of Sanctuary as lives here. Twisted actually ends up getting positioning on Tempest though the second it arrives. 9Z needs to be very careful here not to lose that Tempest because that could be the end of them here. They have no vision. Now we get vision back. It ends up they were baiting it looks like as 9Z get the positioning here now. Moon is caught in a bit of a bad spot. He gets chunked out, takes a little bit of damage here. But he's playing his range. City Boy trying to look for an engage on Moon. Moon playing his life, stays alive at half HP. City Boy, gets a bit caught out. Forced to use Flash to get away. Byron also looking for a pick onto Moon too. It is not easy being Moon right now. He's being threatened by all sides, from the front from City Boy, from the side from Byron here. Sick might go down here as he burns his Blood Rage. He does go down, uses the Conductor Doors, try and stay alive. Sanctuary is popped and he immediately heals back up. He has refreshed his item and grabbed the Destiny now, so he has another lifeline here. And this is a pretty back and forth fight, 1-for-1, both supports right now. Sanctuaries are being popped. Ooh, barely mistimed it there on the KMW with the combo onto Clean.
Oh,
Destiny's being popped again. 90 might not have the firepower. Flash burn from Moon there. And Clean takes out Destru. Oh boy. They do not have waves in their favor, but maybe they can use this time to go ahead and set up positioning for a Tempest there. That fight was really unfortunate. Moon actually mistimed the combo on Pei, which was resurrecting from the Sage of Sanctuary. If he hit that combo, Pei would have been immediately killed on spawn, and Destro would have stayed alive.
Yeah, look at this. Destro is just on the run here. He's just trying to get out of there. He doesn't have his passive proc either, so he was just kind of like running at a suboptimal speed. But right now we are seeing Twisted Minds looking to go for this Tempest Vanguard.
It's a smite fight. It's a smite fight. It gets out onto Pei. Hey gets it, but he goes down for it. Can Sick survive? Sick pops his destiny, and he goes down. Oh, this is not looking good for 9Z Globant here. All their base towers are really, really low, and they are gonna be fighting Tempest Vanguards here. Correction there, actually. Pei would not have died if he timed this combo properly because he had the destiny, but he would have at least popped the destiny.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we have an approach here with the minion waves. It's going to be all down to Moon with the wave clear. Is it going to be enough? I don't think so. Twisted Minds try to take this game 1 victory.
Wow.
And they get it.
They just rush down the crystal there. As you see, Moon actually takes out the minions and one of the members on Twisted Minds there. But they have 4 people. Everyone's just going to hit the base, and base will go down.
Yeah, I mean, not as clean as a game from Twisted Minds as we expected, especially with that Pei and Byron combo. We was expecting some really kind of like aggressive plays, catching off the back line. But honestly, the way that Moon was positioning in that entire game was super duper impressive onto the side of 9Z Globant. But we did say, obviously, into the introduction, that Moon on the Ganon mode is a power pick for this team.
Yeah, they've expended one of their strongest picks, and once again, they have not won. So if they keep up the same energy as set 1, where, you know, they kind of fell off throughout the series, this is going to be really bad for them. That was not an easy game to play Ganon mode. City Boy constantly pressuring him. Byron always around the back. The Byron was playing like Guan Yu more than Guan Yu, it felt like. Always on the flank, looking for engages onto the Ganon mode. And even though he survived a lot of them, because he's forced to play for his life, he's not focused on dealing damage, right? We see in these fights, he's not able to chunk out the Lady Sun. He's not able to threaten the Lady Jen as much because he's busy keeping himself alive.
Yeah, trying to do. I mean, 90 didn't have like the best performance in the early game as well, right? Like he was getting caught out sort of like left, right, and center, which when you're trying to go for this kind of like deadly Pei and Byron combo, you kind of taken off one of the big parts of the combo, which is the Byron with the knock-up as well. And then that just leads through clean on the Pei to just get them mob up the kills. But the fact that there was always one of those like key components taken off the board, it just made that combo a little bit of a non-start for the side of Twisted Minds. Yes, to try to pay a bit of an ode to OG Esports and the rest of the teams that have been playing this combo, but it just wasn't quite that same caliber. Twisted Minds always seems to struggle in terms of when it comes to, they have a clear early game, they get a good lead, but then they just have like these little like careless behaviors that sort of come through and translate onto the gorge, like down to the bot side of the map where the T1 takedown very early on for the farm lane, they were like, cool, let's rotate around, but then they didn't set up the lane easy enough or strong enough for the side of 9Z Globant to be hard to try and take down or even contest their T1 down into farm lane, and they just left it wide open. So again, I feel like there is a bit of a cleaner version of Twisted Minds we're yet to see.
I think Twisted Minds, the CT Boy is really aggressive, and while that makes for, you know, like amazing engages and catches like onto Moon early game, it also means he's a lot of times gonna go in and die, right? He had a lot of deaths here, most deaths on the team, and that's probably what made that game felt a little bit sloppy there, you know. While they get a lead here, City Boy goes in and goes back down and gives it back up. The tempo goes back over the side of 9Z. I would say 9Z got themselves in the position I mentioned in the game. It was their game to lose, right? They got themselves out of the base, and then they have all their characters scaled up. Everyone has all their items. We have all these sanctuaries, but they couldn't quite execute on the team fight. I think actually Guan Yu was not too impactful that game. He had gonna go a little bit more of a damage build, but we didn't see many assassinations go out. The team fights was not having that much impact. Just goes to show Guan Yu is one of the hardest characters to pilot and get value out of.
He's one of the hardest heroes, but it all relies on that sort of like early game advantage into the clash lane, right? Like you can't kind of like play a very sort of passive lack of appearance into his lane without sort of getting that first T1 within your belt and under your belt, sorry, and then you can decide to start roaming. But honestly, it was just, yeah, it wasn't the most impactful Guan Yu game, right? But let's look at the gold graph here. It definitely looks like it's very up and down. There's little moments, little glimmers of hope here for 9Z Globant where they were just kind of like peeping around about like 800 gold lead here for themselves. But then overall, it just kind of was a constant collapse into Twisted Minds overall, especially so towards that kind of like last little curve in the map. That came from a very low point, and then he was able to kind of sizely get a lead after getting that Tempest Dragon.
Well, we don't expect 9Z Globant to, you know, get the lead in the early game. They really just need to go ahead and survive the early game, and they did. They ended up surviving the early game. They got themselves to a Tempest Dragon. That should be the dream situation, right? You're against Pay Byron, you're at Tempest Dragon, but they just couldn't quite execute when they got up to there. Even though you get to there, you know, you have a scaling comp, you have all your heroes, you have all your items, you still need to go ahead and execute. You still got to play and win those fights.
Yeah, here we are with the MVP for Highlang. Obviously, we saw what was 224k damage overall, and then obviously only getting 1 kill, 1 death, and 7 assists on the board. But it was definitely the Destructive Deluge, which was going to be the counter engage for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, here we see Guan Yu try to solo the Byron, and he starts to realize, wait a minute, I don't win this, bro. I gotta go, man. And he drives back away here on the motorcycle. That was such a that was such a close steal from Moon. Yeah. Moon could have easily gotten that. Late game, KMW probably does more damage than Smite with the 4-sword combo. Smite does what, 3,000 damage? You could easily do up to 5,000 damage with that combo there. So that game was honestly down to a Smite or a last hit, I would say, too, potentially.
I mean, you could say, for lack of better words, it was on a knife's edge for Moon on the KMW with those freshly couple blades. But we're going to go for a short break, guys, before we go into Game 2 between Twisted Minds and 9Z Globant. Don't go anywhere. It's getting heated in here.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is Honor, my name is King, my name is Champion, my name is Strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear you.
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Major West Spring 2025. We're in the last series of this best of five in this day 2 of the survival week, and it is going to be Twisted Minds against 9Z Globant, trying to come back after that kind of sore defeat that 9Z Globant faced there, right? I mean, in this draft, it was definitely one of their most strongest drafts that we've seen historically within the Major West League, especially with the KMW, Sick on the Orgrin as well, and then obviously Capo Sepa onto the Diadea. So those picks and bans have come through, and they cannot pick them again. 9Z Globant are going to have to kind of try and force power picks elsewhere on their roster.
9Z Globant not pulling any punches game 1 here, and it has to be heartbreaking. You know, they survived the whole game, they got to the end game, and then they ended up losing, and now they expended all these powerful picks. Moon on the KMW, not able to pick that anymore. The Diadea, the Argon, all going down. All of their, you know, comfort and signature style picks here. Now they have to get through the series and go ahead and win 3 more games with fresh picks.
Oh yeah, I mean, they might have to even put like priority for Sick onto the Lam at some point if they're able to kind of get that far within the best of 5. But right now, obviously, Twisted Minds are ahead by about 1 point. And Historically, with 9Z Globant, they generally find it harder to kind of come back from that game 1 defeat. A lot of people will. It's kind of like a mental game at that point. But hey, we're going for a draft of BP here for game 2. They take out the Liang. They don't want to see the Liang and the Princess Frost combo come through for the side of Twisted Minds. They've already expanded the Pei and Byron one. It was frightful to begin with, but like I was saying in the post game, with Byron being taken off the cards more times than not, it was hard to kind of completely successfully perform on that combo.
9Z should be able to play the game a little bit more at their speed, as Twisted expended a lot of these early game characters here to build up that Pei Byron combo. Now they should see a more traditional, more even pace game go down as they go ahead and potentially first pick the Long.
Ooh, okay. So Destro with the Lung pick. They don't want to give it over to Shanks over on Twisted Minds there. So I think this is probably like one of the good prior blue picks they could go for. Obviously, they've already expanded the Orgrin, already expanded the Diadea, which over to the side of Twisted Minds, they could still go for Diadea, Orgrin. They have the likes of the Arlie's been taken off, sorry there. But the Lung does come through. They could go for the Dolia over to the side of Twisted Minds as well. Start to lock in the likes of the lane, whatnot, but it looks like 90 is looking to try and select his pick this time around, because on his Byron, it wasn't the biggest performance we've seen on 90. Generally, his Dharma is one of his strongest picks.
Yeah, good to pick up Clash Lane early. They know they don't have to worry about the Orgrin and the Diadea being picked away from 9ZG, potentially making 9ZG go ahead and ban them later on. So they go ahead and pick the Clash Lane here. Very, very smart draft here. Motsu comes into, as we mentioned before, Motsu, one of the highest impact picks today, actually. We've seen him every single set and every game he's in. He provides a lot of value, as we see the Dune Dolia combo come out for 9ZG. Now, that's a combo I like.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we was hoping this come from 9Z Global in the last series, right? It was like, hey, are you going to play Dune at any point? But now they pair it with the Dolia, which is great, especially pairing with the Lung. Also getting that dual infinite vastness means that they can kind of try and bait a lot of the skills from Twisted Minds. I'm not too sure where they're going to be going with this Motsu pick, obviously, because, again, the Dolia is up. I feel like that's probably a better go-to to take it off your enemy team than the Motsu at this point, because most times out of 10, when Motsu does get drafted, it's more towards your sort of 4th and 5th picks. But now it did give over the Dolia to 9Z Globant. Let's see how the rest of this BP is going to unfold. Banning at the Elaine is pretty much a common sense ban at this point, especially with Dolia.
Yeah, Dolia Elaine, one of the strongest combos here. I really like that 3-hero core. Long, Dune, and Dolia here. They kind of have a little bit of everything, and they do everything really well, right? They have one of the best tanks, they have one of the best supports, and they have one of the best farm laners. And they can actually flex some different mid lane picks now. A lot of mid lane picks that are not as strong get up there now that Dolia can go ahead and reset it. Maybe we'll see the Shangguan come out. We haven't seen it much lately, but the Yuan is also pretty good too with the Dolia reset. Dolia as a pick, it just enables so many other characters, which I love.
Yeah, again, it's just the Celestial Melody. It's the beauty of that pick, right? A very unique ultimate that gives over another ultimate to your teammates, which is, again, if you lose an ultimate, hey, you may as well give it to somebody else. But I would be really liking to see like something like the Hino and Dolia combo come through. Obviously, they have like a synergized ultimate come through when they do use the Celestial Melody with the Fate Rewind. It obviously adds a little bit of a CC aspect to it, but hey, I can dream. Maybe when we get into the knockouts, we might see that come through. But at this point, it looks like Twisted Minds wants to have a go on the Gan and Mo.
Interesting, we see Gan and Mo come out here. And as you mentioned prior, the Yi Jing has not come out yet, you know? That's one of Hai Lang's favorite picks here. That has not come out. The Sha is not coming out. He's opting to go a little bit more damage this game. The Motsu, Gan and Mo, pretty obvious combo once they are together, being able to convert off of those cannon blasts. And it looks like they're going to be playing for more of a poke composition. And then maybe the enemy team pushes a little bit too far forward. Dharma goes ahead and catches them here. Okay, I'm going to eat my words. There's Yi Jing right there.
Finally, he comes through. I mean, we've been waiting for this pick as well as the Dune all day, Phil. It seems like they've just been like, you know what, we're going to tease Phil and Blam all the way till this last series of the day to finally bring out some of these like big picks that we've been seeing for the majority of the ranking week. Yesterday, it was pretty much Yi Jing territory all day, every day, onto the side of the survival weeks in those games. But they do lock in the Orgrin onto the side of Twisted Minds as well. So they're going for a little bit of a similar kind of combo here that we saw 9Z Global go for, but they do pair it with the Motsu, which we know pairing the Ganamo and the Motsu together is troublesome.
I think this game, sure, the Ogren's a great pick. I would have liked them to pick a little bit more of a utility style jungler here. Maybe something like the Agudo, maybe the Monkey, because they're not lacking damage whatsoever, right? They have so much damage on their side. I would like someone a little bit tankier. And now, I always mention this, but the Ogren and the Ganamo is going to be butting head for resources with all these characters that are so resource heavy on the side of Twisted Minds.
I don't know. I feel like they needed the Ogren, right? Because they need a front line. Without the Ogren, I mean, yes, you said substitutes like the Monkey, like the Agudo, but in terms of like actual potential in the front line, Clean needs that big pick, which is the Ogren here, which really sets up, obviously, Ganamo, sets up the Motsu as well. It's all very well synergized with these 3 picks. And then we can kind of see that, obviously, Shanks kind of fits around it with a D-Ranger. Look to land that Imperial Order onto the Dune to make sure it's a little bit easier to melt him down with so much great sustain on a pick like the Dune.
I'm also surprised we haven't seen much Princess Frost yet, too. We've seen Princess Frost pick like 1 game earlier, but now it's sneaking through all the drafts here, not banned, not picked. Hylang here, I think the Princess Frost also combos pretty well with the Motsu, right? And it also has that utility that it can give up more of the farm to the Ogren and let him scale up a bit more. But let's go ahead and see how they play as we get onto the Gorge.
Yes, this is going to be game 2 between 9Z Globant against Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds took a little bit of a hard-fought victory in that game 1, especially with the draft that they did have, not quite pairing up that successful combo for Pei and Byron. But this time around, they're going to go for the Ogren, set it up with the Motsu and the Ganamo.
Pretty aggressive early game here as we see Motsu going in for basic attacks here, actually. Very rarely do you see Motsu actually auto-attack in a fight. They usually only do the cannon blast, but goes through, gets the enhanced auto down, tries to push them away and get that wave pushed in so they get first move. It seems like both teams cleared it at around the same time as they are both rotating down, and there's actually a fight going on in the river here. Flash coming out from Motsu, barely getting away. More cannon blast coming out, another flash.
Trying to come through with the damage there. Obviously, Shanks has had a really good setup in the lane here. Obviously, he was able to clear out the minion wave a lot quicker than Destro was. He was level 2 a little bit quicker. So already a bit of advantage here for Shanks into the farm lane. But they got to watch out, right? So this is the thing with Yixing. It has a very good wave clear into the mid lane. And then you're going to be seeing some excessive rotations down to the bot side of the map to kind of try and set up Destro earlier on.
The composition of 9ZG really reminds me of Rankings Week. This is the composition I feel like we've seen all the time in the Rankings Week. The Yijing, the Dune, Dahlia, long combo coming out. It seems like teams forgot about it today. We didn't see it much, but 9ZG did not forget. They're busting it back out again. And we're going to see if while teams were adapting to the Byron Pei, maybe they forgot how to deal with, the Dune Dahlia.
Yeah, I'm sensing a bit of PTSD there from you, Phil. You're kind of like getting flashbacks. The lung, the dude, the Yixing. Oh, it's come back.
It is definitely back here as Yixing is rotated all throughout the map here, being able to rotate a little bit quicker than Ganamo as they prefer the Boots of Deathness, whereas Hylang probably has the magical damage boots there. So that's one difference between the Yixing and the Ganamo.
Yeah, definitely going for the PS boots is probably what you want for early game Hylang, right? I mean, that damage coming through for the couple blades is what they're going to really be setting up here. A big rotation for Motsu, Hylang, and City Boy coming to the top of the bot side of the map here. Ultimate board being committed, nobody gets catch. More of a zone in to kind of keep them away from Destro whilst he cleans up that minion wave.
Yeah, they're buying Destro a lot of time here. They want to get him online. Renji is probably going to have a little bit more of an even power curve throughout the game. So they're trying to alleviate the early game pressure that is Twisted Mind's side. As we see, it's pretty even. It's pretty even on kills and towers, but farm-wise, Twisted might have been doing a good job of stealing away some of the jungle, as they're actually up almost 1,000 gold now.
Almost 1,000 gold. I mean, they definitely need to maintain this momentum for the side of Twisted Minds.
Oh, here we go.
In the early game. Yep, I think it's on the box.
Long gets engaged on here. But he knows he has that ultimate, so he's not afraid as he goes and plays a little bit aggressive, pushes Shanks back, and then uses the ultimate last second. Oh, box comes out, does not connect. I'm bored, I'm sorry. Does not connect on Hylang, forced to use the flash to get out.
I mean, the board comes out, but I mean, it does expand the flash onto Hylang though, right? So that could be good.
Ooh. And 4 blades find their mark as Destro does not have the ultimate to get away this time.
Yeah, no ultimate for the side of 9Z Globant there, unfortunately. They expanded it a little bit too much, paid the debt of the Dahlia.
Yeah, Dolia just got the ult back. Maybe she was not level 4 right at that time to reset it, but it's really hard to react to Ganemo sometimes. He shoots it from so far away from Fog of War, and if they connect the blades, you could die at like 70% to 0 basically.
Literally, it's like, yeah, eject. It's too late. It's too late. But now we're getting these tyrants up and the Overlord as well. Already set up a bit of a clear farm lane. Is going to be Twisted Minds. There is basically no mini waves crashing just yet, so I could potentially see a bit of a fight here for the Tyrant, but the Smite is always going to beat the Flaming Palms at this point in the game.
It almost looked like 9Z was like helping them clear it there, because there's no shot they're gonna get it with Clean right there with Ganemo as well, too, having all that secure potential. As we Nightly come into a 1v2, and he actually steals the red. That's his own red. He secures his own red here, and Sick might get caught out now on the Dune. He's really tanky, but he's not able to get out. They're all trying to look at him. They're positioning in a way that they're trying to block his ultimate, because his ultimate will stop at the first thing it hits there. They're kind of triangulated around him. They know he's dead, and they just don't want him to get out.
Yeah, I mean, they say, hey, you helped yourself to my Crimson Golem, I'm going to help yourself to your Azure Golem. I mean, this is how taxation works, right? You take something from me, I'll take 20% from you. But this time around, they got to be careful. Angra 1 and...
Oh, Clean gets caught by the board here now. But he actually ends up fending them off there with the Dharma. They caught him on the board, but they were not confident enough to engage on that. They knew they could always get comboed up. There's Flash and Ultimate available for Nightly. So maybe an intelligent choice. Wow, another one-shot coming out from Ganemo as Long was on the screen for a second for both of us, and even for the players, he was like, because he got dispatched really quickly.
He was coming down to land, and then all of a sudden Highling was like, hey, you've not got clearance, buddy, we're gonna take you down. And then all of a sudden he was just gone. But then obviously at the same time, Shanks was able to take that T1. Look at take the T2 into the farm lane as well. This is a much more aggressive side of Twisted Minds that we needed in that game 1.
Twisted building a pretty sizable lead now. A second ago we were saying they're up 1,000 gold. Now they're up 4,000 gold, only up 2 kills. But they're doing a good job of getting kills from getting objectives on the map. We've seen Clean go ahead and take the Azure Golem and the jungle on the side of 9ZG. Now 9ZG needs to go ahead and find something here. Looks like they've lost complete control of the map. They're all walking around together, which means they're not maximizing their individual map presence and clearing. We see all 5 of them on the bot side with no objectives. What is going on the side of 9ZG?
Red team.
Bro, Highling just completely took down the Overlord all by himself. He's like, bro, I don't need Smite. Don't worry about it. I'll just pop my ultimate, get a few freshly forged blades, and I'll just take down the Overlord here. Just give a bit more pressure over to our team. And already Twisted Minds are showing that they've got dominance into the enemy's jungle, right? They're helping themselves to the Azure Golem a second time over. But over to the side of 9Z Globant, they are trying to get a bit of a macro play into the bot side of the map, trying to just create some kind of pressure onto the side of Twisted Minds, because they're lacking in gold, but they can still come back with these turrets if they can.
I think 9ZG was a bit discombobulated there. They have 5 people of their team in the bottom side of the map when there's no objectives, right? They don't need all 5 people there to go ahead and take that tower. And Twisted was easily helping themselves to both the towers on the side of 9ZG. So it seems like they're a little bit off balance now from what happened there. Maybe the Ganemo combo on the plane landing that was Long knocked them off balance.
Knocked off balance indeed. I mean, that's what they needed to do, right? Just keep them kind of toppled over onto the side of 9Z Globant. Oh, 90!
Oh, big fight coming out. Board traps 2. They should take out Clean here. Clean on 1 HP goes down. 1-for-1 Clean for Destro on the side of Twisted Minds here. But they still have the waves pushing in. Even though they lose the 1-for-1, they're getting tower damage. This is permanent here, this tower damage. We've seen last game, once those towers go down, it's really hard to claw your way back.
Yeah, I mean, with the enhanced minions coming through as well, it just makes it a lot more pressure onto the unsuspected victim of the takedown of the higher ground turrets. But right now, we are seeing a bit of a push here. Very aggressive move. Whoa! Wait, let me reinstate that. We saw Moon, we missed Moon. Moon went. We blinked, it was gone.
Yeah, you don't see the full moon very often, and that is why he was not respecting Highland's Ganemo, which he should, because that's one of his favorite characters. He walked up, tanked 2 blades, kept walking up. Highland would not allow that, sends another 4 his way and takes him out.
He thought there was something good going to come of that, but unfortunately for the side of 9Z Globant, it was just kind of like full moon, half moon, total eclipse, baby.
That was, maybe he thought his passive was up. That was a play where I felt like he thought his passive was up, because he just walked in a straight line towards Ganemo. And I've learned the hard way, that is not a good idea.
It's not how you approach a Ganemo face on. Don't approach a Ganemo face on. But right now, I mean, you shouldn't really be approaching Twisted Mind's face on here. They are taking a lot of damage here. The Cannon Blast does actually connect on the Capo towards the latter half of that team fight, but they're just trying to walk through this solo minion here. Charlotte's just trying to poke it out, but it looks like they are going to get the high ground turret into the mid lane.
Wow, Blades coming out. That should be all she wrote here for 9ZG. Wow, we were talking about Moon. He actually walked up again, and I think got comboed again, unfortunately. Maybe a little bit of tilt coming out on the side of 9ZG as they go ahead and get their base cleaned up. Oh, we're seeing an OG play here. They're going for kills instead of the end here, as we see Knightley take out one extra there to pad some stats.
It was very nice for Moon to gift wrap the crystal there towards the end. He put down the board, put it in a little box. He's like, guys, don't worry about it. Take 2-0 from us. It's fine. We'll come back in game 3. But that is going to be a game 2 over a very much more clear version of Twisted Minds that we was hoping to see in that game 1.
While we joke about Moon not really paying attention, Ganemo is one of those characters that just punishes it so well, you know? As a pro, you gotta go ahead and watch all the map, manage all the waves. If you're losing, there's so much stuff going on, you gotta watch everywhere. You take your screen off your character for 1 second, you know? Ganemo peeks his head in, throws 4 or 5 blades at you, 6 blades. I don't think he can throw 5, right? And you're gone just like that. You have to be very aware of where your body is, how you're walking, right? And I think he was busy panning his map top, whatever, because he just walked in a straight line and then just got chopped in half.
Maybe he was hoping to try and beat the kind of collision course of the couple blades. It's like, mate, if I can run fast enough, if I believe I can get right into the middle of it and completely miss it all. But it wasn't the case for the side of 9Z Globant. And he tried it twice. For science, he tried it twice. But maybe further on in the ranking week, he might prove that one a little bit more fruitful and bear some proof in the pudding. But that is going to be 2-0, obviously, over to Twisted Minds. A big stack draft this time around, though. They do exhaust picks like the Orgarin, the Ganemo, the Motsu as well. Motsu must be having such a good win rate within the ranking week this far because, honestly, it keeps giving. It's just the gift that keeps on giving.
It's so high impact. It's very versatile. It can do anything. It can disengage. It can engage, right? The only thing it's not that durable of a support, right? It's not a Zhongfei. It's not a Saker or a Diadea. But if you can round out the durability of your team, either in your jungle or in your clash lane, I think it's really worth getting a Motsu on your team.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it sets up the Ganemo, right? So City Boy and Highling definitely had the time of their life within that one, especially it's speaking of life, Highling didn't drop a single death in that entire game, same as Shanks, as well as 90. So 5-0-2 for Highling. I feel like this could be another MVP for Highling back-to-back here because he definitely gave a bit more of a different spin in this game. It was less about the utility, less about the kind of damage. It was more about the kind of presence across the gorge, right? Like he was laying down these couple blades. I mean, game finished pretty early, so 59.1k overall is going to be pretty like monstrable for the length of the game that we've actually just watched there.
I really like the Ganemo pick here because he didn't pick it early. A lot of teams, they want the Ganemo, they just pick it early, right? And that allows the enemy team the ability to go ahead and pick characters that dive it really well, like the Byron and Pei we've seen before, right? And make it so that it's really hard to play the game. But he picked it in a spot where it's like, okay, the enemy team doesn't have many threats, I can play the Ganemo. And Ganemo is at its best when he's able to go all these damage-rich items. The Reverberation Staff, the Tome of Wisdom, the Savant, right? Instead of having to itemize the Splenda, Ganemo doesn't like building that, right? He wants to build pure damage so that he can throw those knives out and one-shot you. And when you pick it later on in the draft, it allows that he knows he doesn't have many threats against him. He doesn't have to itemize defensively. He goes full damage. He has the Cannon Blast to set him up, and it is GG easy for him to get him. And there we go. Look at that. MVP.
There you go, holding his fist because he's like, oh man, like throwing those couple blades out really wrecked my wrist there because I just landed so many. But the 32% of the damage dealt there by Highlang, 5-0-2 KDA as well, and only taking 8% of the damage overall. Just shows how slippery, how denial of access the rest of Twisted Minds were to Highlang. And this one, they were like, hey guys, we got to protect him. We're just going to make sure we give him the range, just lay these couple blades down. And that's exactly what they did there and did it very well. We'll see in these highlights how it all came into fruition, especially from this first blood as well. I believe it was Highland that came through from the rotation here as well. We do see that the long lands down and then it gets wiped out very much quickly in that one.
That was a very interesting decision there to drop the ultimate in between all three members of Twisted Minds there on De Leon. I guess he did not have vision of the Ganon mode coming down, but I would have probably just, flown a little bit to my tier 2 there, a little bit safer, but very aggressive play from Destru here. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it does not, as he landed on 4 blades, as you mentioned.
Yep, exactly. That was the closeout there with the highlights for Twisted Minds in that second game of the series. This potentially could be the game point for Twisted Minds if 9Z Globant do not come back. But I believe it was actually yesterday where it was the third game that 9Z Globant came back. So maybe they're just going on this same tradition. But in the same tradition that we're going for a short break. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Spring let's start it again. Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Major Wrestling Spring 2025. It is the Survival Week Day 2, and we are still Blam and we are still Phil. After that complete couple blades being thrown at us, completely cut my words, cut my vocal cords at that point because I didn't know what I was saying, but we're back in the game, and here is the updated global BAM picks so far.
Here we go, going into game 3 here. 9Z has exhausted a lot of strong picks. I'm trying to think, what have they not used yet? Arlie they have not used yet, but there's no way Twisted is going to allow Arlie to go through now. The game 3, we're going to see a pretty tame power level game, I think, on the side of 9Z. While Twisted, they still have some power picks available. I don't think they've picked the long yet, if I'm correct. It gets a little bit confusing when we get to these longer series here. You got to keep track of all the characters, right? That's why these coaches have these team sheets here. Maybe we should get one of those too here, Blam, so we don't make any mistakes. But not many power picks left that come to mind for me when I'm thinking of 9ZG. So this is rough, man. They're down 0-2. Momentum's on the side of Twisted. They're feeling good. And I think options-wise, they probably have more options too.
I mean, generally, they kind of... Twisted Minds still have the likes of the Lung, right? Like, they played Lady Sun in first game and then D-Ranger in the last one. But over to the side of 9Z Globant, they still have the use of the Console U. They like bringing this pick towards the latter part of the best of 5. They still have the D-Ranger as well, I believe. Actually, no, they don't. They use the D-Ranger. They've used Lung, but they haven't used Lady Sun. So they still have Lady Sun available. But over to the side of the jungle, Six still has his Lum, which is basically his signature pick. A little bit of his kind of like his swan song, especially within these kind of best of 5s, where he needs to kind of put a strong foot forward. But we just need to see an adaptation of how he plays the Lum, because again, we both were quite critical about it, that he's just rarely ever into team fight. He's just always farming up.
I would like to see Twisted maybe potentially remove the pay, you know? Don't give 9ZG the option to, you know, switch up the tempo of the game on them, right? They've been doing great early game. They end up not remove. Okay, pretty standard bans here from Twisted, you know? They're like, don't fix what's not broken, right? We ban Arlie, we ban Mai. That is our job as pick 2 here. So they've been doing that. They keep that going. As you see, Princess Frost potentially being first pick from 9ZG. This just goes to show, you know, as you get later into the series, the global pick ban, characters like Princess Frost become really high value. All the mid lane mages are expended, right? The Lady Jen is expended, the Yi Zing is expended, Gan and Mo is expended here, and we might see some bans for more mid laners come out, and you can force players on these really low tier characters actually as the series goes on.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a good setup for a team fight as well, right? I mean, the Winter is here is a very oppressive sort of team fight tactic for the side of 9Z Globant, maybe kind of already trying to usher in that alarm pick because it's going to slow them all the way down onto the side of Twisted Minds. But we look at Twisted Minds here, they have locked in the Huan as their first pick, which could still be flexed into either support or jungle, but they are going to be locking in the Yixing. So we've not seen it at all today, and all of a sudden, boom, boom, pow, 2 games in a row, it comes through, as well as the Motsu.
Motsu is probably the hero of the day, I think. If we can crown like an MVP hero of the day, it's probably Motsu. Seeing amazing presence, 100% presence, I'm pretty sure, today. Pick or banned in every match here. Interesting about 9ZG draft, I don't like that they first banned the Liang and picked the Princess Frost, you know? I would have maybe kept that option on the table for me there. It seems like they do want to play the Motsu. Motsu Princess Frost is a good combination as well too, but I don't think if they want to win the series, they don't need to rush to get the Motsu, you know? They need to win this game anyway, right? So maybe keep the Liang up, pick the Liang Princess Frost, leave the Motsu for later. You know Twisted can't pick it anymore, and it looks like Twisted is eyeing the Dolia here. I would really ban the Dolia here for 9ZG.
Yeah, if they had their head on their shoulders, they would ban out the Dolia, because I mean, it looks perfect into this draft, right? I mean, Elaine, Huan as well, 2 huge synergy picks for the Dolia. But over to the side of 9Z Globant, about like the Princess Frost being first pick and banning out the Liang. I mean, if they didn't ban out the Liang, you know for a fact Twisted Minds would take it. I believe City Boy has played it like once or twice already. It would be a good suppression. It would change the draft that it would go for, but 9Z Globant are going to actually prejudge that Dolia pick coming through from Twisted Minds and takes it from them. So they got the Elaine, they've got the Huan. We don't know where to yet the Huan is going to go, whether it be jungle or support, but they are banning out some of those big clash lane picks onto the side of Twisted Minds, right? The Byron, the Dharma. I mean, it's going to leave open picks like, I mean, they've already used Charlotte onto the side of 9Z Globant. They've used Guan Yu, so we're probably looking at something a little bit more into the mix here of the clash lane, potentially Lu Bang.
Okay, Lu Bang. Okay, we have not seen it yet. It might come out, but to build off of the point you mentioned earlier with the Liang more, I think Princess Frost and Liang are kind of like Motsu and Gan and Mo, right? They work really well together, but just like how Motsu is really good against the Gan and Mo, I think Princess Frost is really good against the Liang. If they end up trying to steal away the combo piece in the Liang is forced to sit still for 3.3 seconds. It's a perfect timing for Princess Frost to drop a blizzard right on top of him. Yeah? It's kind of like the combo if you think about it. The Liang holds someone down for 3 seconds. Princess Frost drops the combo on his head and he stands still for 3.3 seconds. As we see, Fade being potentially picked here on the side of Twisted.
Yeah, the Lam and the Lu Bang combo coming through here. Exactly what I was saying in the early part of the draft, right? They were definitely premeditating the arrival of the Lam. They haven't quite used the shirt yet onto the side of Twisted Minds, so they do lock in the Yixing. Again, it's going to be a little bit easier for them to clear the wave and then give priority down to the bot side of the map, especially going against the Lady Sun. It's going to go a lot of damage over to Chano if they land the successful rolling raids, but the Fade coming through here for clean. Oh, I'm excited for this one.
I'm very excited. Lu Bang, one of my favorite heroes. Actually, I didn't think it would come out, and it actually did it. So this is the power of the draft format we're in, letting you pick all these different characters, because you're going to be playing a best of 5, right? All these powerful characters get expended. These characters that I don't want to say that are not powerful, but they're not as like omni good like the Lu Bang gets able to get some shine here in the spotlight.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we'll be interested to see how they work this one. Obviously, they have the execute mechanic for the Fade as well, obviously with his ultimate. I believe it is Jade Blades on that one. But kind of replicating the same kind of execute that Orgrin has. It's not just as a passive. You have to kind of activate it with the 4th blade coming through as well. But it's going to be super interesting. A very high frame pick here. So really, it's going to be down to Capo onto the Motsu to really try and lock down this fade.
Yeah, the Fade is a decent counter pick at the end here, because if you think the side of 9ZG, they have a lot of shielding, right? They have the Li Bang, but if you get it low enough, Li Bang can't even save you against the Fade. Fade executes you right through that shield.
Yeah, exactly. But again, the Battlefield command coming through from the Lam as well, paired with the Lu Bang, it could be very good, because again, you could use the death from below to think, hey, they're going to try and take out one of our teammates, but actually they're just going to go straight into your backline, use the Battlefield command straight onto the Lam. All of a sudden, you've now got Lu Bang behind you that has obviously CC and a taunt as well, which could be very good into taking out some of the vital members of Twisted Minds.
Interesting to see Flash come out for Lu Bang, one of those characters that I think run execute a lot in solo queue here, but he really prioritizes being able to reposition with a Flash and maybe able to reposition the skill 2 and get the stun on a priority target over the damage. I don't think we see many executes actually in pro play, so it's interesting to note one difference between pro play and ladder play. Ladder play execute is seen all the time. You see Diaz run execute. We see City Boy almost getting executed here in the mid lane as he's forced to flash here already, and a bit of a double jungle coming out from Nightly and Clean.
Yeah, they're just trying to basically get the farm up for Fade, right? He doesn't have the fastest wave clear this far in the early game, so needing those skills is definitely going to be the help of 90 here. And obviously, 90 does get a bit of passive resources as well.
And then Sick tries to equalize what they stole here on the Azure Golem side. Hai Lang taking some damage from the Motsu, but he ends up taking out... He might go down here. This is pretty bad. Wait, can he churn it? Ooh. No. Twisted doing a great job of catching him, saying, hey, we can take your stuff, but you can't take ours. City Boy on 1 HP, no flash. Oh, that should be it for him there. Motsu with threading the needle with the cannon blast there. And another one.
Capo with the double kill. I mean, hang on, where's this guy been all this series so far? He just all of a sudden could become activated. It's like, you know what? I've seen City Boy get a double kill earlier. I fancy a little bit of a taste of that double kill, and that's exactly what 9Z Globant need in this game 3, right? They're coming back, they're bouncing back, and even stealing some of the jungle from the side of Twisted Minds.
Nightly needs to be careful here. He's trying to defend his jungle, but he's on 1. Good thing he's next to the wall, able to go ahead and fly back over here. But as we mentioned, Motsu is the MVP of today. Like he might be the GOAT of best of 5s, it seems like, because it's so impactful. He threaded the needle on the first cannon blast there. There's 4 people in front of him, and he hit the one person he needed to hit that was also at the very back, right? Leaving that damage on the ground for I think it was Shanks to retreat into and going down to. So amazing play by the Motsu.
Yeah, exactly. He's just got to keep check off the side of Twisted Minds, right? So they can't have that great engage that we know that their team comp only really allows either the Elaine or the Huon to get that big engage, right? Especially trying to dodge those cannon blasts. We do get the level 4 onto the Huon now. Could be crazy.
Yuan goes in, does not quite connect the stun, but board comes out. Motsu forced to flash away there. And as we see both sides kind of back off, City Boy's playing extremely aggressive. It doesn't matter what character City Boy plays, you know? Yuan, Saker, he plays very aggressive, always fishing for these combos on the enemy team here. Speaking of aggressive, we have Sick here in the top lane, gets on to Nightly, does not commit to it though. We see the Fade coming up. Nightly still has the ultimate available here, so he knows he cannot get that kill.
Yeah, exactly. Just trying to get the kills where they can. So I think they need to just make sure they don't overextend in this early game, because they're already being punished by the side of 9Z Globant. So they have to just make sure they're just mitigating that collateral damage. And right now, they're getting a bit of a push onto the farm lane as well, putting down the Wintries here to try and kind of zone both the Huon, so both City Boy and Shanks away from each other, which is probably going to be a good call, because again, the healing can't quite reach the Chana, which is going to be troublesome. High Link almost getting hit by the cannon blast.
The channel might be actually a good pick into Motsu. We saw there, Motsu is really struggling to deal with one wolf, and later on in the game, there's going to be a lot more than one wolf here. It took him multiple auto attacks to take out that wolf. It's going to burn the enhanced auto from the Motsu there. I'm very interested to see how Lu Bang ultimates here. Maybe goes ahead and ultimates on the Lamb here to keep him alive. Not sure, but how Lu Bang plays with that ultimate is going to be pivotal. He's able to split push and pressure a lane, and at a moment's notice, go and join a team fight.
Yeah, you can either use it very defensively or aggressively, right? But we saw there that Sick used the death from below very defensively as well. He had to use it to get completely out of range of Twisted Minds. If not, he would have faltered, which probably at that point we may have seen the Battlefield command come through. It was more likely going to be communications from both Sick and Angro One, just basically letting them know when he needs that ultimate come through.
Yeah, if I was Sick, I would have been calling for it right there. It looked like a pretty dire situation. He ends up using his ult defensively to get out, as you've mentioned there. But I think maybe if Li Bang came in, he might have been able to actually churn that and win it instead of run away.
Potentially, right? But I mean, at that point, he already kind of committed the death below, so he kind of is already disengaged at that point, which would have been a bit of a
big
waste.
board comes out. This is not good for Lady Sun. Lady Sun, wow. Okay, Liu Bang saving Lady Sun. Lady Sun I thought was for sure gone there, but that just goes to show the power of this pick ulting in and keeping Destro alive on a hair there. Great timing here. A second later, and he would have been gone because Lady Sun was trapped in the edge of the box with a lot of damage coming our way.
The only problem is that like it's trading it's like, shall I go and save Destro or shall I let my turret, my T1 stay very healthy? And honestly, it's literally just a minion arrow away from dying. And here we might be seeing a dive here. There's the
Lane coming in with a dive. They burned the flash of Motsu here, and Elaine ends up buying their team enough position to take out the tower there. As we see Liu Bang teleporting in. Nope, cancels it. Okay, looks like he's kind of stretched really thin here. You know, he has to go bottom, protect his farm laner, go back top, clear the wave, then have to teleport back down, seeing if they make a push here. And even though that character is able to move around the map so quickly, that doesn't mean they can do everything at once.
Yeah, it's the biggest counterplay to play against him, right? Like, just spread him thin. Like, he can't be sent teleport every 2 seconds. He has to choose it at the right time, and that's the beauty of Twisted Mind's strategy here as well, right? They put a lot of pressure. They go for these big, like, 4v1 dives into the bot side of the map. They use the Death at Sunset to just try and Death at Sunset just to kind of, like, push them away, as well as zoning them.
Board comes out onto 2. Motsu gets trapped. We know he does not flash this time here. 9Z getting a little bit too careless there, I think, with no ability, no flash, no anything. I would not walk up that far against them here, as they almost clean back up one. Does not quite connect it. Yuan here looks for a stun. Everyone on 9Z is so low.
Very, very low. I mean, the taking liberties onto Moon there was just not enough to take him down, which was very good for 9Z Globant, but not for the side of Twisted Minds. There was so much ripe for the pick-in, but honestly, that play from Angro One and Sick into the backline really kind of turned the tides of that whole team fight. It does mean, however, Twisted Minds has had the right amount of time to claim that gold lead back in their favor. But look at the Fade's build, though. It's not going for the tanky Fade that we've seen historically within the Major West League. He's going attack damage. Obviously, he's gone for the attack damage jungle liner here, but the Waldemar board being committed as well before I make that point.
Another board being committed. This time does not get the as bountiful of a catch as last time. Lang caught both Moon and Motsu there when they both did not have flash. That was, I think it was a little bit careless by the side 9ZU to walk up that far without those skills there. And they had vision as well. As we see another fight come out, Knightley gets onto the Moon, and yeah, you can only survive so many dives when you don't have flash.
Yeah, trade for T1 mid lane to T1 up in the Clash lane. Not the fairest of trades here. Obviously, it is going to be in terms of like real estate of the Gorge. But oh my gosh, clean. Just going off the Destro there with that ultimate. But that's 2 kills he picks up. Obviously, it was Shanks that got the kill onto Moon, however, previously. But really aided by Clean here. And Clean's the damage is definitely coming through. But Sick once more playing the Llama exactly in the same fashion, right? He's just cleaning the minion waves, hoping to get a bit of a push macro play come through. But in terms of actually presence in the team fight, he's not been that present.
Yeah, Sick prefers to farm a bit more, as we've seen from prior matches here on the Lamb. He is good at getting himself ahead. He's low 13 here. He's matching Clean here in a game where they're behind. But here's the problem here. He gets the lead back, but it's not enough. When you eat so many resources and funnel so many resources into yourself, you cannot go down. You need to do your job, if not more. And him going down there gives up a big shutdown to the side of Twisted, and now we see that gold lead starting to grow.
Yeah, Angra 1 wasting that ultimate there. Obviously, it was with well intention. He was there to try and save Sick, but it just wasn't enough. Sick was already gone at that point. He should have basically said, guys, I know you communicate for me to like Battlefield Command on top of you, but let's face reality. You're gunned down here. There's too much damage onto the side of Twisted Minds right now. So we'll just keep it in the bag for the next fight. But now they could potentially push the T1 into the Clash Lane here. Just basically reconvert the lead that they had onto the side of 90 Globant into the Clash Lane back as a neutral objective for the side of Twisted Minds here.
I'm definitely not a big fan of the Lamb. I can't tell if it's the pick or how Sick is playing it, but when you pick an assassin, an early game character like this, and you play so selfishly, you have all these resources. You need to have a really high impact, you know, because you don't have CC, you don't have that utility, right? It looks like he is going more of a bruiser build here with the Giant's Grip and the Frost Score. Interesting enough, Lamb and Fade trading places. Tank Lamb and full damage Fade as we see Sick once again go down.
Yep, down in an earlier round, and that's exactly going to be the Capo Sipper going down as well. Double kill going over to Clean once more. That is free on the side of 9Z Globant as they're pushing the higher ground turret as well.
Twisted here, they don't want to play it safe. They want to end the game right now. Everyone's on 1 HP, pushing in their last 2 minions here. Can they go ahead and walk these minions in? Liebang ends up, the minions do go down. There's no minions to go ahead and leave the crystal vulnerable. Can they now push up this one cannon here? We should see Lamb come up. I don't think this push is going to be successful, but it's interesting that Twisted tries it. Can they get a catch here on the way out? Here's your chance to shine here, Lamb. Make up for all of those plays earlier. No!
The Blood Rage.
It's not enough. He is going a little bit of a tankier variation of Lamb here, as you can see here, with the Giant's Grip and Frost Scar, and he ends up getting punished for that. Does not have the firepower to take out Knightley there, as he turns on the Blood Rage and beats him. That has to be soul-crushing there for the side of 9ZG.
Yeah. I mean, the Frost Scar makes sense though, right? Especially when Clean is on the Fade, like such a sort of like high mobile pick as well as a Chana. You really want to try and slow those down, but they don't really have a solid front line onto the side of 9Z Globant. It is showing here. Destro gets taken down in the early team fight as well.
Destro is definitely not ready for the full damage Fade. Not many people are. Usually, as you mentioned earlier, Fade goes a little bit more of a bruisery build with the Blood Rage and the Burning Cape, but this time he's going full damage, Master Sword, Axe of Tournament, Pure Sky, and that should be all she wrote as we see elite minions pushing in. 3 O's all around today.
3 O's all around today. I mean, not a Kindo Fu in sight, so it's not going to go the full best of 5 series because he's not here. So we get a clean sweep in day 2 of this ranking week. But this time around, survival week, sorry. This time around, it's going to be Twisted Minds getting a bit of a better progress against 9Z Globant, right? They took a 3-1 victory over 9Z Globant yesterday. And now there's like, you know what, guys? We need to improve. We need to make sure we don't actually drop a round at all. And that's exactly what they did.
Finishing up here the second day of Survival Week, 9Z Globant should be pretty squarely locked in to be the final seed from Group S. So while they are advantaged, they're going to be playing against some of the Group A players going forward. I think outside of like a miracle, you know, they end up beating OG a few times or something. I don't think they can climb up there. It seems like Twisted and OG have pretty securely claimed 1 and 2 seed here from Group S.
Yeah, I mean, the only like you said there, you were right in calling it. The only match that 9Z Globant have left is one more match against OG Esports. That's it. Like, that's their survival week done. So I feel like it's safe to say that they have secured the 3rd place, and Twisted Minds may potentially go up into the 1st place here if they are able to take their next game over OG Esports. But yeah, it's already seeming like it has definitely come into fruition into Group S this far. But honestly, the shakeup into Group A at this current moment in time, obviously Virtus.pro making their way up into the top spot, is going to be something that's keeping my eye on over the next 2 days as well, right? Because anything could happen in Group A. But let's speak about this game before we get ahead into those standings for the rest of the week. The fact that Twisted Minds with the Yixing, the Fade coming through towards the end of that draft as well, being very dominant for Clean. I mean, I think this is the first time we've ever seen like the attack sort of orientated build for Fade come through in competitive. It's normally always been that kind of tanky build because they don't have a front line. But onto the side of Twisted Minds, they had the front line there as well, more than likely paired for the lane and the Hue one. So Clean was like, guys, let me be free. Let me do the damage I need to do on this Fade.
I definitely like the Fade a lot more when you go damage. Sometimes he's kind of forced to be a tank, and characters are never good when they're forced to go a build they don't really like. As you mentioned, they used to go Blazing Cape, right? How is Fade gonna proc his Blazing Cape on them? Who is on top of a wall that he's gonna set on fire? No one, right? He needs to go ahead and jump in and pop that. So it's not the best itemization for him. Obviously, you need a tank in some teams, so you're forced to do it. But when he's allowed to be able to spread his wings, go that Master Sword, you can see what happened here. Destro was caught so many times not ready for the damage. Fade coming in, one skill, one in ultimate, and he's gone, right? And I'm looking at some of the standings here. It looks like 9Z, even if they win the game versus OG, they are still going to be the 3rd seed here coming out of Survival Week. So they better get ready for Group A.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Group A is not going to be... They won't be facing Group A until we get the decider of the top one in Group A towards the knockoff stage anyway. But here we are going to be seeing now the itemization come through for these picks. So, yep, we were still seeing the Rapturous Bite come through, as well as the Axe of Torment for the Fade here. Clean, doing about 63.2k damage. Very close to Chano as well. So Chano only actually fallen behind by about 3k damage. Once again, playing into my stats, playing into my narrative that Chano into the later phase of the best of 5 is way more fruitful than the game 1 Chano.
I think definitely a lot of picks that give him trouble get removed. And then now, as I mentioned earlier, those wolves gave Motsu a lot of trouble, right? When you can pick him in the good spot instead of first picking him kind of blindly, he seemed to be a little bit better of a niche, more utility counter pick instead of this great blind pick character here. And I thought it was very interesting that Lamb went tank this game. I would think that, you know, with the Guardian Angel, that is the Lu Bang to save you there, right? You don't need to go as much durability, but he went the opposite way around. The Fade and the Lamb swapped builds this game. He went a little bit more bruisery with the Giant's Grip and the Frost Core, and because of that, he didn't quite have enough firepower to take out the members of the enemy team. And I would have liked for him to go a little bit more damage, right? There's not many characters on the side of a Twisted that could be more durable. Like Chano, he's not going to tank up. Fade, we saw go full damage. When you get these full damage characters, you could probably just go full damage too and then try to get a more explosive, volatile game.
Yeah, but Klee coming in with the MVP of this Game 3, dethroning Highlang for the first time in this series, and he gets the 822 KDA, dealing 24% of the damage and taking 21% of the damage as well. So he was actually taking his fair trade of blows there across the gorge, but overall the 27% of the gold going into this Fade really gave him the itemization he needed to shine on this pick. But we're going to see in these highlights, right, like in the early part of the game, we saw him kind of be paired up with Nighty on the lane, just making sure that his wave play was a little bit faster here. But these started by point there. The double kill onto Capo really was shining very well for 90 Globant in the early game, but it was just Clean going through just very aggressively and out of nowhere.
Yeah, Clean got so many catches here to accelerate his economy. Every now and then he just gets 1 or 2 kills, whereas we see the opposite from Sick. Sick is the guy getting killed every now and then, right? He's farmed up all this way, and then he joins a fight. He has all these levels in gold, and he probably has a shutdown on him, and he gets shut down, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, just look at it. This is like so much control as well, thanks to the Yixing. So Highland playing a very good position, but also City Boy on the Hu1, I think it's probably his best performance. Yes, he's kind of like had a stronger sort of like foundation on his team that were very aggressive this time around. He did have some good pickoffs on the Sakir of game 1 of the series, but there was no kind of like overzealous kind of overstepping. He was kind of always, if he was diving in, he has to do the ending sorrow that kind of gets him back out of there as well. So the draft overall for Twisted Minds, I was really a fan of.
I really like the Yuan on City Boy here. It really matches his aggression and gives him that get out of jail free card, because sometimes he does go a little bit too deep on the Saker, right? And now on the Yuan gets punished a lot less. Something interesting to think about, where's the Liang Po, right? He was playing a lot of Liang Po in the rankings week. Now he's gone. It feels like some characters get forgotten and then they get brought back up. The game's been the same. They haven't changed it at all. Liang Po's still the same, right? That was one of City Boy's signatures in the ranking week. Yep. But he's shown that he doesn't need it. You know, he's not a one-trick. He can play these other characters too, and playing it to a very good level.
Exactly. I mean, this is the thing as well. I mean, they're going against teams that, especially going into the knockout stage as well, will be kind of always looking and keeping a close eye on these drafts, on how they draft it, where they draft it in these best of 5s, to see if they can kind of beat them in the BP, because that's definitely where the kind of battle starts within these Honor of Kings esports, is all down to that BP. But at the same time, the Liang Po is great. It's just that they weren't basically building into it. They obviously had a game with the Orgrim, which most times at 10 it generally gets paired with the Orgrim rather than pairing against it, but they decided not to go with that. They went with Sakir as well, which was again just a very fruitful pick for the side of Twisted Minds this time around.
Yeah, even though these series all went 3-0, the teams, you can tell they're very conscious of the fact that it is a best of 5 and they drafted a lot differently because there's only one more game, right? But we see these picks completely change from the rankings week. It could be a little bit because they're doing a little bit more homework against the teams they're against and they're recognizing some character strengths and weaknesses, like Byron and Pei is seeing a little bit more play now because they off of the backs of OG, right? But they're also thinking about how do we spread out our picks to go the distance if we need to go the distance, right? Today, it didn't end up happening here, but it seems like a lot of those teams had that backup plan. They thought about what picks they wanted to save, what combos they wanted to go ahead and save here as we go ahead and recap Survival Week.
Yeah, I mean, that was it. Overall, those tuning in, it has been a 3-0 day today. Proving the West is the best. Sorry, Hauler. But not to shame any of the East League. I mean, obviously, Nongshim, they're currently on an undefeated streak as well, so go and check out the East League. There is some phenomenal matches that have been up there as well, but OG taking the top spot with a 6-0 win on the games. Twisted Minds in second with 6-4, and then Nizy Globant going all the way down to that third position, which means they still will make it out into the knockout stage, but it's all about that Group A. This is where the focus of everybody should be on. VP currently at the top of the board with 6-2, but there is still 2 days to be going through here for VP to maintain that top spot. It could be dethroned at any point because there's still a lot of games for MKOI to play, still a lot of games for NRX to play as well. AYLO Gaming, on the other hand, if they want to try and get to that top spot once more for Group A, they need to go through MKOI twice, NRX once more, but then they also need to beat VP right at the end of the last day of the Survival Week. So there is a lot basically amounting for that, but tomorrow's matches, run them through for me there, Phil.
All right, tomorrow we're starting off with Next Ruya versus MKOI. We have not seen MKOI on the broadcast for a while, so I'm happy to see them again here. Hopefully, they pick up some spicy picks, as you've mentioned before. OG, once again, a household classic here, gets a rematch against 9Z Globant. They did a great job today. Let's see if they can go ahead and clean it up and give them as much of a threat there. And then we see AYLO Gaming versus Next Ruya. So Next Ruya we see twice tomorrow, actually, which is interesting.
Yeah, we get both of their next rematches tomorrow. They do have one off broadcast as well, which will be against Virtus.pro. So a lot of plays for Next Ruya in the next few days. But again, that last match of the day tomorrow will be the rematch of day one, right? The 3-0 that AYLO Gaming took over NRX. It wasn't the cleanest of games, especially with their game one going all the way to the Tempest Dragon. There is still a lot to prove for NRX, and there's still a lot to play for of NRX. But I have been Blam. This is me for the Survival Week. I leave you in capable hands of Yikes, Rafa, and Phil. But I will see you guys towards the knockout stage as well. But I've been Blam. Follow me on all social medias. I do create content for Honor of Kings as well. Same as Phil Yumas here. It's been a great day. Make sure you tune back in tomorrow for the action. Take it easy, guys, and we'll see you then.
Have a good night, guys.
challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Put the line down when I run around and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kind of mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bones